Chapter 3054. Every special body constitution had a super strong ability that was bestowed by the supreme rules. For example, Fang Chen's Chaos Sword body was strong in defense, and it could subtly change the potential of a martial artist's sword principle. In fact, the real power of the Chaos Sword body could not be described with words. After a short fight, Fang Chen felt the power of the mountain body. However, Shan Hong had not cultivated it to perfection. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the strength of his body. Mountain Fist. Shan Hong did not give Fang Chen any chance to retaliate. He clenched his fists and his strength increased again. Then, he punched towards Fang Chen. Spacetime Sword Explosion. Fang Chen performed the spacetime sword explosion. The dazzling sword radiance caused the surrounding void to explode. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry and hovered above Fang Chen's head. When the immortal stellar core in his body was injected into it, the hidden star sword turned into a rainbow and whizzed towards Fang Chen. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced through all obstacles and pierced Shan Hong's fist. A crisp sound was heard. Shan Hong's fist was instantly pierced by the hidden star sword and exploded. Blood spurted out and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A miserable cry was heard. Damn it! Shan Hong was furious and roared towards the sky. Mountain Dragon Body. At this moment, he could not care less. His palm was destroyed and he was furious. He immediately performed the strongest ability of the mountain body. In a flash, his body turned into a stone ball and a terrifying force that could destroy everything shrouded him. Time stop. Fang Chen opened his palm and said softly. In an instant, time and space suddenly came to a standstill. Even the stone ball that Shan Hong had turned into was imprisoned in the void. How is this possible? Shan Hong exclaimed in his heart. He could not accept the reality in front of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing Fang Chen approaching step by step, Shan Hong's heart was filled with fear. Save me! Shan Hong screamed miserably. Suddenly, a jade pendant on his chest surged with boundless energy. Crack! The time stop was broken, and an illusory figure instantly formed. Realm Master's projection? Fang Chen froze for a moment, then his expression changed. Hidden Star Palace Master, for the sake of my Heaven Mountain Palace, how about letting Shan Hong go? The virtual shadow said in a deep voice. If I was the one who was defeated, would the Sky Mountain Palace let me go for the sake of the Hidden Star Palace? Fang Chen asked with a cold smile. Shan Hong's expression changed as he glared at Fang Chen. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. However, he knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Fang Chen. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Shan Hong felt indignant. A mere holy venerable realm martial artist, could it be that you think that you can do as you please after becoming the Hidden Star Palace's palace master? Said the virtual shadow icily. Then, he suddenly slapped out with his palm, and a vast and mighty power swept out. Fang Chen didn't even think about it as he slashed out with his sword. Crack! The vast and mighty power was severed in the sky. Taking advantage of this time, the virtual shadow brought Shan Hong and disappeared in a flash. Want to leave? A trace of cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Soon after, the hidden star sword shook and suddenly slashed towards the void. Rip! The entire sky, with the hidden star sword as the center, was instantly split into two. Voila! In the distant horizon, fresh blood spurted out. The Sector Lord's virtual shadow suddenly shattered, and Shan Hong disappeared without a trace. Palace Master. Chi Chiu was a little worried. Shan Hong is a disciple of the Heaven Mountain Palace and is highly valued. There should be a Sector Lord expert behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing the Sector Lord's projection jade pendant. In the vast boundless world, the strongest expert was the Sector Lord Wu Ya. Other than him, there were no other Sector Lords. However, I guess that this sector lord shouldn't be in the boundless world. Otherwise, the Heaven Mountain Palace would have suppressed the other 36 palaces. Chichio analyzed. Even so, offending the sector lord is still a problem. Killing the sector lord's projection was no different from offending the sector lord. However, since Fang Chen dared to do it, he wasn't afraid of anything. I don't believe that a sector lord would dare to openly attack the 36 palace masters in the boundless world. Fang Chen said. Moreover, this sector lord might not stand up for Shan Hong. After saying a few words, Fang Chen didn't dwell on this matter and said, "Let's go back first." When Shan Hong and Fang Chen were fighting, the two demonic beasts had already died. Their previous battle was too tragic. Both sides were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Voila! Fang Chen kept it in his summer ring and brought Chichio back to the Hidden Star Palace. City Lord's mansion, in the elegant courtyard. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. In front of him were the skeletons of demonic dragon beasts. CSI. Fang Chen placed his hands on a few of the skeletons and quickly absorbed the energy within. The Chaos Sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes flashed. The aura around him was rapidly rising. After this state lasted for a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. As expected of the skeletons of demonic dragon beasts, Fang Chen said with a smile. After absorbing the energy within a few skeletons, he could clearly feel the power of the Chaos Sword body increasing by a lot. The energy within the skeletons of demonic dragon beasts is too strong. I need to use the Chaos Sword body to neutralize it. Otherwise, if I directly absorb it, it will hurt my body. Fang Chen said, absorb this much first. After the Chaos Sword body has completely adapted to the energy within the skeletons of demonic dragon beasts, I will continue to absorb it. After saying that, Fang Chen kept the rest of the skeletons of demonic dragon beasts and took out the skeletons of demonic bone beasts. With my current ability, I can completely refine the skeletons into the Hidden Star Sword. Fang Chen said. He did as he said. The Hidden Star Sword floated in the air. In Fang Chen's hands, flames shot out in all directions. He sucked in his palms and the skeletons were immediately enveloped in flames. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the blink of an eye, the skeletons were completely refined. Then, Fang Chen used a special refining method to infuse the skeletons into the Hidden Star Sword. The whole process was very smooth. After just half an hour, the Hidden Star Sword let out a sword cry. On the sword blade, there was a surge of sword chi that made people tremble. I am getting closer to the Emperor realm, Fang Chen said with a smile. Let me absorb some of it too. At this moment, the Immortal Scepter appeared automatically and said, absorbing these skeletons may allow me to recover my strength. Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. When the Immortal Scepter was at its peak, it was the strongest Emperor Realm weapon. If it could really recover to its peak, it would definitely be a great help to him. Do you need my help? Fang Chen asked. No, I can do it myself, the Immortal Scepter said. Then, it came to the skeletons. Wisps of immortal star power descended and shrouded the skeletons. In the beginning, Fang Chen did not think much of it. However, after just a few breaths, Fang Chen's face turned completely serious. The Immortal Scepter's speed of absorption was too fast. This, half of the skeletons are gone? However, while Fang Chen was still in shock, the remaining skeletons were also absorbed by the Immortal Scepter. Whoosh! The Immortal Star power surrounded the Immortal Scepter. The runes around the Immortal Scepter shone and wisps of Immortal Chi were emitted. The Immortal Chi surrounded Fang Chen and merged with him. It's over? Fang Chen asked. I can feel that the injuries are recovering. However, there are too few skeletons. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, the Immortal Scepter said. Fang Chen was speechless. There were so many skeletons in the skeletons of a demonic beast. Even if it was to forge a half-step Emperor Realm weapon, it would be enough to forge a dozen of them. However, in the eyes of the immortal scepter, it was still too little. Fang Chen felt a little pained. So many materials were gone in the blink of an eye. However, thinking about it carefully, the immortal scepter's aura seemed to have improved a lot. This was a little consolation. I'll look for it for you in the future, Fang Chen said with a wry smile. Palace Master. Chicho hurried over, looking a little pale. The messenger of the Sky Mountain Palace is here, Chicho said. Is it because of the mountain flood? Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Just receive them. If they're here because of the mountain flood, let them go back. Chicho opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. The messenger of the Sky Mountain Palace has some background. Palace Master, you'd better meet him personally. Otherwise, it will aggravate the hatred between the Hidden Star Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace, Chicho said. Someone with a great background? It seems that the mountain flood has a high status in the Sky Mountain Palace. Chapter 3055. Bloody Battle City had been renamed Hidden Star City and was the headquarters of the Hidden Star Palace. Fang Chen and Chicho walked over slowly in the plaza of the City Lord's mansion. These two are the envoys of the Sky Mountain Palace. Chicho introduced in a low voice. The old man in the golden robe is Shan Hong's martial uncle. He has a high position in the Sky Mountain Palace and is in charge of the Law Hall. The Law Hall had a high position in the Sky Mountain Palace and had a lot of authority. The Sky Mountain Palace had dispatched a Law Hall master for Shan Hong. From this point, it could be seen that the Sky Mountain Palace valued Shan Hong. You are the Hidden Star Palace's Palace Master? The Law Hall's Hall Master had an arrogant expression on his face as he asked indifferently. Fang Chen nodded. My Hidden Star Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace have never interfered with each other. May I know why the Sky Mountain Palace has come? Hidden Star Palace Master, don't you know? The person behind the Law Hall's Hall Master spoke in a slightly furious manner. Shan Hong is a disciple of the Sky Mountain Palace, but he was severely injured by you and almost died. Don't you need to give the Sky Mountain Palace an explanation? The person continued. Fang Chen shrugged and said, So that's why you are here? Shan Hong was indeed injured by me, but I didn't expect the third-rank Sky Pride on the boundless list to be so weak. Fang Chen's words made the face of the Sky Mountain Palace's envoys turn gloomy. Hidden Star Palace Master, we are here on behalf of the Sky Mountain Palace. We hope that you can give us an explanation. The Law Hall Master finally spoke. Is that so? Then what explanation do you want? Fang Chen asked. Return the bones of the demonic dragon and demonic bone beasts that you took from Shan Hong and compensate the Sky Mountain Palace with 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones. At the same time, you have to apologize to Shan Hong in front of the 36 palaces, the Law Hall Master said slowly. Shan Hong is in the wrong. Why should the Hidden Star Palace apologize? Chicho couldn't help it. The Sky Mountain Palace was clearly bullying them and even said that the bones were taken from Shan Hong. They were really thick-skinned. I will say it again. I am here on behalf of the Sky Mountain Palace. Every word I say represents Heaven Mountain Palace. The Law Hall Master used Heaven Mountain Palace to threaten Fang Chen. Is the Tianshan Palace very strong? Fang Chen suddenly said. The Hall Master of the Law Hall was also stunned. However, Fang Chen immediately said, My Hidden Star Palace doesn't care about a mere Sky Mountain Palace. Shan Hong is in the territory of my Hidden Star Palace. He wants to take away the bones of the Dragon Magical Beast and the Bone Magical Beast. How can I agree? If he hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid you would have to collect his corpse. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding as he said coldly, You want my Hidden Star Palace to apologize? Impossible. Boom. Violent energy surged from the Hall Master of the Law Hall. His face was gloomy as his pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fang Chen. Rumor has it that the Hidden Star Palace Master is young and impetuous. Today, I see that you are not only young and impetuous, but also arrogant and conceited. The Hall Master of Law said, Shan Hong is the disciple of my senior brother, the Mountain Taoist. My senior brother will not let this matter rest since you have injured him. What's funny is that you actually spoke arrogantly and looked down on the Sky Mountain Palace. Today, I must teach you a lesson. The Hall Master of Law thought that he was very strong and could suppress Fang Chen. Therefore, he directly attacked. Get lost. However, before the Hall Master of Law's attack could get close to Fang Chen, a furious roar was heard. Bang! The Hall Master of Law's body flew out like a cannonball. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale. Dong! Dong! In the void, Fang Chen's fist radiance gradually dissipated, causing the sky to shake. The cultivators who came with the Hall Master of Law were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they helped the Hall Master of Law up. How is this possible? The Hall Master of Law was shocked and in disbelief. Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of the Hall Master of Law. What are you trying to do? The Hall Master of Law shouted. I'm from the Sky Mountain Palace. You bang! Fang Chen's fist landed on his body, forcefully smashing him into the ground. Crack! Then, Fang Chen stepped on the Hall Master of Law's arm. Both of his arms were instantly crippled. A miserable cry came out of the Hall Master of Law's mouth. Stop! The people at the side shouted. In a hurry, they rushed toward Fang Chen. Poochie! With a flick of his finger, the Hall Master of Law's head was penetrated. You can't kill me! The Hall Master of Law finally felt fear. He shouted, in a battle between two parties, envoys are not killed. I'm an envoy of the Sky Mountain Palace. If you kill me, how can you establish yourself in the boundless world in the future? Fang Chen sneered. I'm not killing you because I don't want to kill you. It's not because of your identity as an envoy. Go back and tell the people behind you that, if they want revenge, if anyone from the Sky Mountain Palace dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Hidden Star Palace, I'll kill them without mercy. Hearing that, the Hall Master of Law stood up with difficulty. He felt relieved and hurriedly left the City Lord Mansion. He would never forget the painful lesson today. Isn't this inappropriate? Chichio walked to Fang Chen's side and asked. You've seen the Sky Mountain Palace's face. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that the Hidden Star Palace is a pushover, Fang Chen said. Hearing that, Chichio did not say anything else. Northwest of the boundless world, Sky Mountain Palace. Too arrogant. He's simply condescending. The blue-robed old man was furious when he saw that his junior brother's arms were crippled and he almost could not return alive. Senior brother, that Hidden Star Palace master spoke arrogantly and did not put our Sky Mountain Palace in his eyes. He also said that it was fortunate that Shan Hong ran away quickly. Otherwise, we would have killed him. Humph, is my disciple someone he can touch? The blue-robed old man was very angry. Our Sky Mountain Palace has already given him face by sending an envoy. However, he beat you up like this. It seems that he really does not put our Sky Mountain Palace in his eyes. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in the blue-robed old man's eyes. Although Realm Lord Wu Ye has ordered that experts above the Great Tribulation Supremacy Realm cannot take action, there are plenty of opportunities to kill him. The blue-robed old man said, Go back and recuperate. Leave this matter to me. After the Hall Master of Law left, the pale-faced Shan Hong walked out of the pavilion. Master, Shan Hong said, although the Hidden Star Palace Master is only a holy venerate, he is extremely strong and can easily kill lesser tribulation supremacies. I suspect that he has cultivated a powerful secret technique. You mean? The blue-robed old man pondered. If we can capture him, we might be able to force him to hand over the secret technique. I will take care of this matter. The news of Fang Chen killing the Sky Mountain Palace's envoy spread to the desolate palace. This guy is playing with fire. The desolate palace master sneered. He even dared to kill the Sky Mountain Palace's envoy. Does he not take the Sky Mountain Palace seriously? The desolate palace master said, the Hidden Star Palace is developing very quickly. We can't sit still and wait for death. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. I will set off now and head to the Sky Mountain Palace to meet the desolate palace master and discuss with him about joining forces to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. As for you, you should know what to do, said the desolate palace master. Don't worry, palace master. I will definitely not let you down. After the desolate palace master left, he came to the side hall. There was a man with a face full of scars waiting quietly. Brother Xiahou, sorry to keep you waiting. The desolate palace master looked at the scar-faced man and apologized. It's fine. The scar-faced man did not mind and said indifferently, Brother Xiahou, I have already agreed to your terms, but I can only pay you half of the reward first. I will give you the other half after you kill Fang Qin, said the desolate palace master. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the potential of the man in front of him was. If there was anyone on the boundless list who could kill Fang Qin, it would only be Xiahou Yuan, who was ranked first. Deal, said Xiahou Yuan. Brother Xiahou, I just received news that Shan Hong, who is ranked third on the boundless list, almost died in the hands of Fang Qin. What do you think? Said the desolate palace master. What is Shan Hong? If not for his mountainous body, what qualifications does he have to be in the top 5 of the boundless list? Xiahou Yuan said unhappily. Defeating Shan Hong doesn't mean anything. There is only one outcome for my prey, and that is death. Fang Qin had already become the prey of Xiahou Yuan, who was ranked first on the boundless list. However, I have another condition. I want to borrow the desolate heart for 100 years. Chapter 3056. The Sky Mountain Palace's attitude was very tough, and they openly expressed their dissatisfaction with the Hidden Star Palace. At the same time, the Desolation Palace also fully supported the Sky Mountain Palace's tough attitude. They were calling on other forces to punish the Hidden Star Palace. However, the Hidden Star Palace chose to ignore all of this. On this day, the Hidden Star Palace was peaceful. Fang Qin was cultivating in seclusion. Ever since he comprehended spacetime stop, he had become even more obsessed with the study of spacetime Tao. He felt that spacetime stop could continue to improve. Whoosh! Fang Qin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly pressed his palm down. Suddenly, the entire courtyard fell silent, and time stopped flowing. In the next moment, Fang Qin slowly opened his eyes, and the space returned to normal. Spacetime stop can be maintained for a short period of time against a junior tribulation supremacy expert, Fang Qin said, but against a grand tribulation supremacy expert, it will shatter almost instantly. Bang! A deafening sound instantly rang out. In Fang Qin's courtyard, a stream of light fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing the soil to fly up. Fang Qin frowned and looked over, only to find that Shan Hong had fallen to the ground. His aura was weak, and he was vomiting blood. Qi Qiu. Fang Qin strode to Qi Qiu's side and helped him up. What's going on? Fang Qin's palm pressed against Qi Qiu's body, and an endless stream of power was injected into his body. Dong. A figure slowly walked out of the void. Qi Qiu, I always thought that you were obsessed with martial arts and didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the mortal world. I didn't expect that in the end, you're just someone's dog. The person who spoke was the first on the boundless list, Xiahou Yuan. At this moment, Xiahou Yuan's body was surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. His eyes were fixed on Fang Qin, and his face was full of disdain. The Desolation Palace had paid a sufficient price to invite Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan, Qi Qiu said weakly. Humph, trash. Xiahou Yuan sneered and spoke with disdain. Then, his gaze fell on Fang Qin. Are you the Hidden Star Palace master, Fang Qin, who has been the talk of the town recently? Fang Chen ignored Xiahou Yuan and helped Qi Qiu to a nearby stone bench, allowing him to sit down and recuperate. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Being ignored by others, Xiahou Yuan was furious and said fiercely. Fang Chen raised his head and said coldly, "I only talk to friends. It's rumored in the outside world that the Hidden Star Palace Master is arrogant and conceited. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed a well-deserved reputation." Xiahou Yuan sneered. "Do you think you can go against me just because you defeated Shan Hong?" For Xiahou Yuan to be able to be ranked first on the boundless list, it was sufficient to demonstrate his formidable strength. Among the Boundless Realm's younger generation, Xiahou Yuan was the first to step into the Lesser Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Not long ago, he had successfully passed the second of the three disasters. With his potential and his current cultivation, he had nothing to fear even if he encountered the Lord Xianyuan. Therefore, even if the guy in front of him had once killed the Lord Xianyuan, he had nothing to fear. "Did the Sky Mountain Palace ask you to come?" Fang Chen asked. "Does it matter?" Xiahou Yuan said. Xiahou Yuan, never leave anyone alive when I attack." "So you're saying that you're very confident that you can kill me?" Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Yuan mockingly, as if he was looking at an idiot. After being ridiculed one after another, the anger in Xiahou Yuan's heart instantly erupted. "Kid, don't be arrogant." Xiahou Yuan attacked. Rumble. An unparalleled power erupted from Xiahou Yuan's body. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. Complex patterns flickered on the long spear, and at the same time, a vast power gathered on the spear. "Die!" Xiahou Yuan roared, and the long spear in his hand trembled, stabbing towards Fang Chen as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head gently, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "It seems that killing the Lord Xianyuan is not enough to intimidate everyone," Fang Chen murmured. "In that case, I'll start with you." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen performed time stop. Whoosh! The restless sky suddenly stopped, and everything, including time, calmed down. Xiahou Yuan struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Space-time sword explosion. At the same time, Fang Chen performed space-time sword explosion. No! The long sword in Xiahou Yuan's hand constantly erupted with a deafening aura. However, Fang Chen's time stop was even more powerful than when he killed the Lord Xianyuan. A mere Xiahou Yuan could not resist at all. Pucci! The hidden star sword pierced into Xiahou Yuan's chest as fast as lightning. Bang! Xiahou Yuan's body flew out, and the time stop ended. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Xiahou bloodline. At this moment, Xiahou Yuan finally realized how powerful Fang Chen was, and he burned his essence blood without hesitation. The Xiahou bloodline was a very special bloodline. It was so powerful that it could look down on the entire boundless world. However, his opponent was Fang Chen. Dong! The black hole bloodline instantly erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it completely devoured the Xiahou bloodline. How is this possible? Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan's face suddenly changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Die! The hidden star sword shot out again, and Xiahou Yuan did not have any strength to resist, and his head was instantly pierced through. Whoosh! In the void, a terrifying aura shook, and only the corpse on the ground could prove that an intense battle had just broken out. Xiahou Yuan was dead. The number 1 Sky Pride on the Boundless list, and even the Boundless Sector Lord had once said that Xiahou Yuan would definitely enter the Sector Lord realm. However, now, he had fallen in the hands of a newly risen Hidden Star Palace Lord. Qi Qiu's eyes widened and he was tongue-tied. One could imagine that if this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the boundless world. The news of Xiahou Yuan's death was like a kite, spreading rapidly. Countless martial artists in the 36 palaces were shocked, especially the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. How is this possible? Xiahou Yuan is dead? Killed by Fang Chen? Damn it, isn't this guy's growth speed too terrifying? Many shocked voices were heard. Even the boundless Sector Lord had heard the news. Sector Lord. After the black figure finished narrating the incident, he looked at the boundless Sector Lord. The latter pondered, and his fingers gently tapped on the stone table. No one could see through his thoughts. The atmosphere was slightly stifling, and a bright halo was faintly visible on the boundless Sector Lord's body. After a long while, the boundless Sector Lord said, "Just entered the Paragon realm, and he can kill Xiahou Yuan. This strength is really shocking. Sector Lord, this kid has unparalleled potential, and his development in all aspects is very strong." The black figure said, "He has the Chaos Sword body, and his primordial spirit has reached the limit of the Emperor realm. His attainments in the Sword Tao are even more unbelievable. Now, he has even comprehended the even more terrifying time stop." The Chaos Sword body was considered one of the top physiques in the entire boundless world. Who exactly is it that can nurture such a monstrous genius? The boundless Sector Lord thought of the Longxiang Sector Lord, but he obviously did not believe that Fang Chen was being taught by the Longxiang Sector Lord. Could it be that there is an Almighty who has surpassed the Sector Lord who is teaching Fang Chen? The boundless Sector Lord thought for a long time and could not make a decision. "Sector Lord." The black figure called out softly from the side. A deep light flashed in the boundless Sector Lord's eyes, and then he said, "The boundless grand ceremony should be coming soon, right?" "There are still 3 years," the black figure said. "It is said that the Void Realm will also send some experts to participate in the boundless grand ceremony." Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in the black figure's eyes, but he soon understood. The Sector Lord means, the Void Realm mainly cultivates the Void Tao, and Fang Chen's Spacetime Tao is obviously more powerful. When the time comes, let him compete with the experts of the Void Realm. Wouldn't it be fun? The boundless Sector Lord said. As for the next 3 years, there is no need to pay attention to him. Let him fend for himself. As long as the experts of the Great Tribulation Supremacy Realm and above do not take action, you have full authority to deal with them. Yes, Sector Lord, the black figure said solemnly. I want to see if he can destroy and replace the desolate palace before the boundless grand ceremony. A deep smile appeared on the boundless Sector Lord's face. Since the establishment of the boundless world, there were 36 palaces, and it had never changed. If not for the deal with the Longxiang Sector Lord, he would not have allowed Fang Chen to do so. Only when he truly replaced the desolate palace would he be recognized by the boundless Sector Lord. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3057. The 36 palaces under the boundless world each occupied a region. Only the Desolation Palace had the smallest area. All of this originated from the betrayal of the 5 territories under it. The Desolation Palace, which was originally at the bottom of the 36 palaces, was greatly weakened after this incident. Now, there were still many forces eyeing the Desolation Palace. The Desolation Palace was also aware of this, which was why the Desolation Palace's patriarch came to discuss countermeasures with the Sky Mountain Palace. Once the news of Xiahou Yuan's death spread, it caused an uproar in the boundless world. Now, everyone knew that Hidden Star Palace's patriarch had killed Xiahou Yuan, who was first on the boundless list, with his sacred venerate cultivation. Even in the distant Void Realm, there were people who heard about it. The Void Realm, like the boundless world, was one of the 9 great realms in the eastern region. In the blue sky, there were streaks of void aura flickering. A resplendent palace floated in the air. This palace was the legendary Void Palace. It was also the highest authority in the entire Void Realm. In a certain manner in the Void Palace. Crack! A phantom flickered in the courtyard, and the moment it suddenly appeared, it caused the void to collapse. It's still not enough. The hook-nosed man's dark eyes stared at the collapsed void and gently shook his head. He had great attainments in the Void Tao, but after countless years of hard work, he was still unable to comprehend the last step. In the entire Void Realm, my attainments in the Void Tao can at least be ranked in the top 5, said the hook-nosed man. He could be ranked in the top 5 of the Void Realm with his Lesser Tribulation Supremacy cultivation, which was enough to show how great his potential was. He was also recognized as the strongest prodigy in the Void Realm. However, he had researched countless offensive methods of the Void Tao, but he was unable to take that last step. He vaguely remembered that if he wanted to reach a higher level in the Void Tao, he had to combine time and space. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this step. It's easy to combine time and space, but it's more difficult to harmonize them. Just as the hook-nosed man was thinking, the courtyard's door suddenly opened, and a burly man walked out. "Brother Kong." The burly man saw him and called out with a smile. "You're still cultivating?" The hook-nosed man nodded and did not say anything. "Recently, an incredible warrior has appeared in our eastern region." The tall and sturdy man grinned and said, "You say, a boundless world that majored in the fleshy body Tao could actually produce a super-powerful martial artist possessing time-stop ability. Simply inconceivable." Originally, the hook-nosed man didn't pay much attention to it, but when he heard the words time-stop, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the burly man with his eyes wide open. "What did you just say?" He quickly walked over, grabbed the burly man and asked hurriedly, "Brother Kong, what's wrong?" The muscular man was also stunned by the hawk-nosed man's expression. After a long time, he came back to his senses before continuing, "I'm saying that a martial artist who possesses time-stop ability appeared in the boundless world." Time-stop. Yes, those were the words. The hook-nosed man's heart was trembling. In his mind, he recalled the bottlenecks he had encountered in his cultivation of the void. This is an opportunity. Immediately, the hook-nosed man looked at the burly man and asked seriously, "Tell me about him." "This person is called Fong Chen. He came from the cloud-traversing sect and quickly defeated the protector of the bloody battle territory with his absolute strength, thus entering the eyes of the upper echelons of the boundless world. Later, he broke through to the holy venerate realm at an astonishing speed and fought with the Lord Xianyuan. His name spread far and wide. The Lord Xianyuan, is he the junior tribulation sovereign of 2 disasters?" the hook-nosed man asked. The burly man nodded. "It's quite exciting." The Lord Xianyuan displayed his strongest strength and was about to completely suppress Fong Chen. Suddenly, the latter used his trump card, Time Stop, and caught the Lord Xianyuan off guard. The burly man continued, "That's nothing." Chichio, 13th on the boundless list, challenged him and was defeated by him. After that, the 3rd on the boundless list, Shan Hong, was almost killed. Not long after, the 1st on the boundless list, Xiahou Yuan, made his move. Guess what happened? Xiahou Yuan died? The hook-nosed man asked. That's right. It's said that Xiahou Yuan also died under time freeze. According to the witnesses at the scene, Fong Chen's ability is too powerful. Unless a great tribulation supremacy appears, almost no one can compete with him. Crack. The hook-nosed man clenched his fists, his heart trembling as a fiery look flashed in his eyes. I'm going to find him. With that, the hook-nosed man quickly left. Hidden Star Palace. Fong Chen was communicating with his doppelganger. The latter had recently made a breakthrough in the process of training the demon army in the wilderness. It wouldn't be long before he could train a huge army. Putting away his thoughts, Fong Chen stood up and stretched his back. I killed Xiahou Yuan and stirred up the 36 palaces, but Realm Lord Boundless pretended not to see it. It seems that he and Realm Lord Longxiang have reached some kind of agreement. Fong Chen pondered. Realm Lord Boundless didn't care because he wanted to see the battle between the Hidden Star Palace and the Desolation Palace. Now, the Desolation Palace wanted to cooperate with the Sky Mountain Palace. Once the two palaces cooperated, the battle would be very difficult. Although Realm Lord Boundless has ordered that experts at the Great Tribulation Supremacy Realm and above are not allowed to take action, the desolate palace's foundation is still there. There are also reclusive old monsters at the Tribulation Supremacy Realm in the palace. A trace of doubt flashed across Fang Chen's face. With my current strength, I can at most fight to a draw with the Little Tribulation Sovereign. It's a bit difficult to defeat him. If the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace form an alliance, it'll be even more difficult to defeat them. Fang Chen shrugged. Half a year. Give me another half a year to comprehend the 8th move of the invincible sword art and try to raise my cultivation to the middle stage of the Holy Venerate realm. Fang Chen set a preliminary goal for himself, half a year. Half a year later, I'll go to war with the Desolation Palace. Thinking of this, Fang Chen prepared to continue his seclusion. However, at this moment, his eyes flickered and he felt that something was wrong. Since you're here, why don't you come out? Fang Chen asked. Whoosh! A figure walked out of the void. As expected of the Hidden Star Palace Lord. You really live up to your reputation. The hook-nosed man looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Rumor has it that the Hidden Star Palace Lord not only has unparalleled swordsmanship and an invincible physical body, but also has extremely high attainments in space-time. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked disapprovingly. Aren't you curious about who I am? The hook-nosed man asked. If you want to tell me, you'll tell me. The hook-nosed man was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting the Hidden Star Palace Lord to have such a character. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kong Changyue from the Void Realm. As the hook-nosed man spoke, he stretched out his hand in a friendly manner. Fang Chen glanced at Kong Changyue. Void Realm. I'm here for no other purpose. I just want to see the Hidden Star Palace Lord's ability to stop time. Kong Changyue said with a smile. Of course, as compensation, I'll give this void-type monster's corpse to the Hidden Star Palace Lord. Fang Chen took the demonic beast's corpse and immediately felt an endless amount of void aura gushing towards him. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Fang Chen's mind moved, and a majestic space-time power erupted. Whoosh! Kong Changyue's palm stopped in midair, and his expression froze. The flow of the surrounding air directly stopped. Heaven and earth were still. At this time, Kong Changyue's mind was not still. His heart was very shocked. He had never felt such a powerful ability. Buzz! A trace of a special aura drilled into his mind. Whoosh! Fang Chen withdrew his aura and the time stopped. Kong Changyue regained his freedom. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief, and his forehead was full of sweat. If Fang Chen wanted to kill him just now, he would have no power to resist at all. Terrifying! Kong Changyue exclaimed. I didn't expect to see such a powerful ability on this trip to the boundless world. It's really worth the trip. Being there and feeling the time stop has benefited me a lot. Thank you. It's okay. Even without me, you can still comprehend it. Fang Chen waved his hand. Kong Changyue shook his head. This time, I, Kong Changyue, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Chapter 3058. In fact, Kong Changyue's attainments in the Void Dao were also extremely strong. During the conversation with him, Fang Chen heard some refreshing things that he had never thought of before. I have benefited a lot from this conversation with the Palace Master. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. As night approached, Kong Changyue got up and smiled at Fang Chen, then said, I have an epiphany and will return to the Void Realm now. However, we will meet again soon. Whoosh! Kong Changyue's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Kong Changyue has great potential in the Void Dao. Fang Chen looked at the dark night sky and murmured. The night sky was silent and stars twinkled. Fang Chen got up and was about to go back to rest when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his eyebrows slightly and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not show any abnormalities and continued to walk towards the pavilion. In the dark, an aura emerged from Fang Chen's body and silently penetrated into the void. Buzz. His mind shook. Then, he turned around and slammed his palm down. Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura of array formation spread out majestically. The strengthened version of the dragon's ceiling formation enveloped the entire courtyard. Rip! At this moment, the dark void was torn apart and a figure walked out. As expected of the hidden Star Palace master. Such a keen sense of smell is really admirable. The person was shrouded in black mist, and his dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm afraid the hidden Star Palace master has never heard of a nameless person like me." The black-robed figure said eerily, "I'm here to borrow something from the hidden Star Palace master." "What is it?" Fang Chen looked at the black-robed figure with interest and asked faintly. "Yours head." The black-robed figure stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Chen, saying coldly. In an instant, the air condensed and the temperature in the void dropped sharply. "Ha!" Fang Chen was not angry. Instead, he laughed. "There are too many people who want to kill me. However, they only have one outcome in the end, and that is death. Since you dare to come and kill me, are you prepared to be killed?" As he spoke, a vibrating aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. He took a step forward and the dragon's ceiling formation surged. A majestic aura pressed down on the black-robed figure. When the berserk aura filled the black-robed figure, the void suddenly froze. Together with the black-robed figure, they were imprisoned in the void. "Do you still want to kill me now?" Fang Chen said condescendingly. Crack. However, under Fang Chen's gaze, the black-robed figure who had been imprisoned suddenly regained his freedom. At the same time, the time stop failed. Fang Chen frowned in surprise. "Since I'm here to kill you, how can I not be prepared?" The black-robed figure looked coldly at Fang Chen. Hidden Star Palace Master, initial stage Heavenly Venerate, proficient in Sword Dao, Physical Body, and Spacetime Dao. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He looked mockingly at the black-robed figure. The Void Dao has a heaven-defying ability called Time Stop. As for the Sword Dao, it has a super-powerful sword technique that can withstand a heavy blow from a tribulation supremacy. At this point, even the black-robed figure had a look of envy on his face. "A genius like you is hard to come by in 100 million years. Unfortunately, you met me." Whoosh! The black-robed figure waved his hand and a vast space-time aura erupted. "If it were someone else, they might really be subdued by your time stop. Unfortunately, I'm not afraid of time stop." After seeing the space-time aura that emerged from the black-robed figure, Fang Chen was stunned. "This is, in the vast primordial chaos, you're not the only one who cultivates the space-time Dao," the black-robed figure said with a sinister smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen's head shook and at the same time, he felt relieved. Yes, the primordial chaos was so vast. The space-time Dao that he cultivated might not be the most orthodox. Perhaps there were other experts in places that he didn't know. There was no doubt that the black-robed figure in front of him should have cultivated a space-time secret technique. Moreover, this secret technique seemed to specialize in time stop. But, so what? Fang Chen shrugged and sneered. But, so what? Didn't your employer tell you that time stop isn't all I can do? Against someone like you, even without time stop, I can still kill you. The person in front of him was a two disasters minor tribulation supremacy. If you knew my identity, you might not think so. As soon as the black-robed figure finished speaking, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen was stunned. He couldn't catch a trace of the black-robed figure. Interesting. In the space-time Dao, he had never encountered such a powerful enemy. Buzz. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and Fang Chen displayed the invincible sword technique without hesitation. Space-time sword explosion. The space-time aura around him was perfectly integrated with the hidden star sword, immediately increasing the power of the invincible sword technique by at least 30%. Crack! The hidden star sword carried the invincible sword chi and slashed the void. Dong! A deafening sound was heard. The void was torn, and a space storm emerged, shaking the entire courtyard. However, there was still no trace of the black-robed figure. Whoosh! Another sword move. Fang Chen wanted to force the black-robed figure to appear with absolute strength. In the dark, the black-robed figure cleverly hid and kept approaching Fang Chen. When Fang Chen displayed the second sword move, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. Die. The dagger was shrouded in a blood-red aura. The black-robed figure suddenly exerted force and stabbed the dagger straight at Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen displayed the spacetime sword explosion as soon as he noticed it. Crack! The extremely powerful sword light slashed the black dagger fiercely. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding was heard. The black dagger's attack deviated a little from Fang Chen's direction. Fang Chen quickly dodged. When Fang Chen stabilized his body, the black-robed figure disappeared again. He must have a concealment treasure on him. Otherwise, I would have found him. Now, Fang Chen could almost conclude this point. Fang Chen's mind was thinking quickly. At the same time, he controlled the dragon ceiling formation to shrink the space, trying to force the black-robed figure to appear. Even the sky ceiling monument was activated by Fang Chen. Buzz! The sealing power in the sky intertwined and the entire space was completely sealed. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered. The chaotic sword body was activated to the extreme, raising his defense to the highest level to prevent the black-robed figure from sneaking up on him. The star-hidden sword quickly displayed the invincible sword art. At the same time, the immortal scepter attacked with all its might. Hiss! Fang Chen opened his palm and the immortal star core floated out from his body. The wild immortal star power poured into the immortal scepter. Immortal star power? The black-robed figure who was hiding in the dark saw this and shouted. Swoosh! Fang Chen took advantage of this slight opening and swung his sword with the back of his hand. Dong! Dong! Caught off guard, the black-robed figure stumbled out of the void in a somewhat sorry state. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a burning gaze. You have the immortal star power? The black-robed figure said eerily. Who are you? The black-robed figure recognized the immortal star power. This meant that he should also know that the immortal star power was the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. Therefore, Fang Chen was very curious about who he was. Do you know him? Fang Chen asked the immortal scepter through voice transmission. I don't know him. Maybe he accidentally received a bit of Master's immortal star power, the immortal scepter said. I didn't come here in vain. The black-robed figure said, Boy, I've changed my mind. If you obediently hand over the immortal star power and all your treasures, I can spare your life. Spare my life? Fang Chen felt a little ridiculous. A two disasters minor tribulation venerable martial artist was threatening him. What? You don't believe me? The black-robed figure said coldly, You've seen my ability. I can hide in the void and you can't find me at all. Although your strength is very strong and has exceeded my expectations, I am confident that I can kill you. Seeing that Fang Chen was indifferent, the black-robed figure continued, This is your only chance to live. You know what to choose. Chapter 3059. Before coming to the Hidden Star Palace, the black-robed figure had done a thorough investigation of Fang Chen. After all, for him, life was more important than anything else. No matter how many benefits there were, he had to ensure his safety first. Before this, he had also heard all kinds of rumors about Fang Chen. He had killed the two disasters minor tribulation supremacy Lord Xianyuan with a lower realm, and he also had superpowers such as time stop. The benefits that his employer gave him were very great, but he didn't rush to agree. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that with his strength, he could fight against Fang Chen, so he took on this tricky task. In his opinion, Fang Chen's most important and strongest trump card was the legendary time stop. However, he happened to have the means to break time stop. In this way, Fang Chen, without his trump card, would have almost no influence on him. I must get the immortal star power. The black-robed figure knew better than anyone what the immortal star power meant. When he saw it just now, he was also full of shock. But soon, he came back to his senses. If he could get the immortal star power, then others must also be able to get it. The only thing he had to do now was to snatch the immortal star power from the guy in front of him, as well as all his treasures. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. I've already told you the pros and cons of the matter very clearly. As for how you choose, that's your problem. The black-robed figure said, I'll give you a minute to think about it. After that, the black-robed figure didn't say anything else. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen, waiting for him to make the final decision. Although he had investigated Fang Chen's background through various channels before the operation, he was still a little shocked when he actually fought with him. Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than the rumors said. Especially after he had the immortal star power, the black-robed figure was 120% vigilant. If he was completely forced into a corner and detonated the immortal star power in his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. As long as he could get the immortal star power, everything else was fleeting. As for the employer's request, he had long forgotten about it. Time passed by second. The black-robed figure exuded a powerful aura, forcing Fang Chen to agree to his request. However, Fang Chen remained indifferent. A minute passed in a flash. Dong dong dong. In the void, the vibrating power continued to spread. The black-robed figure took a step forward, his aura pressing down on Fang Chen. Have you thought it through? Fang Chen nodded. I've thought about it. Since ancient times, a wise man submits to circumstances, however, before he could finish, Fang Chen interrupted him. Did I say I would agree to your request? Fang Chen shrugged. An indifferent expression appeared on his face as he glanced at the black-robed figure. The latter was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He knew that he had been tricked. Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the black-robed figure could not be bothered with anything else as he struck out like a thunderbolt. 1. He fully activated the immortal star power in his body and wrapped it around his fist as he punched toward Fang Chen. The fist that had been integrated with the immortal star power was extremely powerful and powerful. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen once again displayed the space-time sword explosion. At the same time, the immortal star power in his body was also activated to the extreme. Boom boom boom. A deafening sound was heard as the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword collided with the black-robed figure's fist at the same time. The entire courtyard was turned into ashes. The battle here alarmed everyone in the hidden star palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless martial artists rushed over, but when they felt the powerful vibrating power in the air, their faces turned pale and they did not dare to approach. Vice Palace Master Chichio, do you know what happened in the courtyard where the palace master is? Chichio flew over quickly from the crowd. Someone asked directly. Someone is fighting with the palace master. Chichio's face was gloomy. He spread out his divine consciousness, trying to detect the situation inside the dragon ceiling formation, but he could not find anything. Could it be the desolate palace and the Sky Mountain Palace? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. At the same time, they were worried about the palace master. It doesn't matter. With the palace master's strength, as long as the Great Tribulation Venerables do not take action, almost no one in the vast boundless world can kill him, Chichio said in a deep voice. In the dragon's ceiling formation, the black-robed figure's fist blocked the attack of the hidden star sword and the immortal scepter. You have the immortal star power, and so do I, the black-robed figure sneered. Now, what do you have to fight with me? Is that so? Fang Chen's voice could be heard all of a sudden. Then, the aura in the dragon's ceiling formation condensed to the extreme. The black-robed figure felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly looked up and instantly felt a visual impact. That is, he saw something the size of a thumb floating above Fang Chen's head. Although he did not recognize the immortal star core, he could feel its threat. Smash him! The black-robed figure's other fist blasted toward the immortal star core. This is the immortal star core. As Fang Chen's voice fell, the immortal star power erupted with an explosive power and directly destroyed the black-robed figure's fist. Ah! The black-robed figure screamed miserably. Dong! Then, his body directly exploded, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was extremely miserable. At the same time, a sword light swooped down and split his broken body in half. No! The black-robed figure's primordial spirit floated in the air and screamed miserably. However, he was powerless to stop the fact in front of him. How could this be? The black-robed figure's primordial spirit was so distraught that he even forgot to escape. Whoosh! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the dragon's ceiling formation kept shrinking and imprisoned the black-robed figure's primordial spirit. Absorb. With the help of the immortal scepter, the immortal star power stored in the black-robed figure's broken body was absorbed by Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Dong! 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 The immortal star core in his body vibrated. Dong! Fang Chen could feel that the immortal star power was more intense. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before I can condense the second immortal star core. Even so, Fang Chen was very happy. He had searched high and low for it, but now he found it without any effort. Moreover, this was the exclusive power of the immortal emperor, the immortal star power. It was something that countless warriors dreamed of obtaining. Who are you? After putting away the star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter, Fang Chen glanced at the ruins under his feet, and then his eyes fell on the black-robed figure. Just kill me. In their line of work, once a mission failed, it meant death. I underestimated your strength. I have nothing to say about dying under the immortal star power, the black-robed figure said. However, there is one thing that I don't understand. What is that thumb-sized thing floating above your head? The immortal star core. Fang Chen said directly. The black-robed figure's pupils shrank, but he did not know what the immortal star core was. Others call me the Shadow Killer. The Shadow Killer? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the guy in front of him was the famous Shadow Killer in the eastern region. Who is your employer? Tianshan Palace? Or the Desolation Palace? Fang Chen continued to ask. Tianshan Palace. The Shadow Killer said. The Desolation Palace made a deal with Xiahou Yuan. They wanted to use him to kill you, but you killed them instead. The Tianshan Palace felt your potential and did not want to leave a threat like you alive, so they found me. Where did your immortal star power come from? Fang Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. When I was traveling in the Zhenwu Jie, I accidentally found a relic and got it there. The Shadow Killer said, however, the relic was too dangerous. I just wandered around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. Moreover, the experts of the Zhenwu Jie seemed to be exploring the relic. I did not dare to stay for long, so I left. Do you know where the relic is? Fang Chen's eyes lit up and asked. Of course I know, the Shadow Killer said. Fang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. He immediately said, I think that we can make a deal. You want me to tell you the location of the relic? The Shadow Killer looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and then shook his head. What do you mean? Tell me the location of the relic and help me kill the employer who hired you. I will let you go and help you rebuild your body. Fang Chen stated his conditions. Deal. The shadow assassin didn't even think about it and directly agreed. The Tianshan Palace almost killed him. He would take revenge even if Fang Chen did not say it. As for the relic, there was no harm in telling him. Chapter 3060. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Fang Chen gave Shadow Killer a condition that he could not refuse, so he agreed. After reaching an agreement with Fang Chen, Shadow Killer began to recover from the injury of his primordial spirit. According to Fang Chen's prediction, this kind of injury would take at least a month to recover. During this month, Fang Chen had been searching for information about the true martial domain. One day, in the city lord's mansion, Deputy Palace Master Shuizhan stood aside and reported the investigation during this period. Palace Master, there is no movement from Tianshan Palace for the time being. They don't seem to know that Shadow Killer has been defeated by you. They are probably still waiting for good news from Shadow Killer. Deputy Palace Master Shuizhan said. As for the Desolation Palace, Xiahou Yuan's death has greatly stimulated them. They have even chosen to cooperate with Tianshan Palace in a panic. Cornered dog will jump over the wall. They are just a group of clowns. Fang Chen said, give me some more time. I don't care about the Great Tribulation Master. Fang Chen waved his hand. What about the true martial domain that I asked you to investigate? Palace Master, the true martial domain is one of the 9 domains in the northern region. It is also the domain with the strongest comprehensive strength. It is said that the strength of the true martial domain lord is more tyrannical than the other 8 domain lords. In the true martial domain, there are a lot of talents and experts. The location mentioned by the Shadow Killer is indeed in the true martial world. Moreover, I have also contacted our intelligence organization. Recently, a relic of an expert has appeared in that area. Many people have heard the news and rushed over, even experts from other 8 domains. Fang Chen nodded, and a touch of heat flashed in his eyes. He vaguely felt that the relic must be related to the Immortal Emperor. It would be best if he could get the Immortal Star Force. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace have been keeping an eye on me. After the Yu-Ing assassin's injuries recover, I will help him reconstruct his physical body. Then, I will let him take his revenge. It will be best if he turns the boundless world upside down. Only then will I be able to quietly head to the true force domain. Palace Master, you want to go to the true martial domain? Hearing this, Vice Palace Master Shuizhan panicked. Although the Palace Master is powerful, he is still at a disadvantage against a Great Tribulation supremacy. In the boundless world, with boundless realm lords' orders, Great Tribulation supremacies won't dare to attack Palace Lord. Once they leave the boundless world, they will definitely be attacked by Great Tribulation supremacies. Therefore, the more chaotic the boundless world is, the better, Fang Chen said. 5 days earlier than expected, the Shadow Killer's primordial spirit had recovered. It's difficult to reconstruct a physical body. Fortunately, my lineage has a powerful secret art that can reconstruct a physical body. However, it requires a lot of resources. The shadowy assassin said. No problem. Tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Fang Chen readily agreed. The shadowy assassin transmitted a thought to Fang Chen and said, I need a total of 98 materials. 90 of them can be bought as long as I have enough wealth. However, the remaining 8 are very difficult to obtain, especially the last one. I have never seen or heard of it for countless years. Fang Chen looked at the thought in his mind, grinned, and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a mountain of materials appeared in front of him. These are the materials you need, Fang Chen said. The shadowy assassin quickly checked and exclaimed, How is this possible? It was understandable that Fang Chen had the first 90 materials. However, he could also take out the last 8 materials casually. The shadowy assassin was extremely shocked. After being in contact with Fang Chen for more than 20 days, he felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. In your eyes, these materials are extremely precious, but in my eyes, they are just ordinary materials. There were countless precious materials in Dark Cave Mountain. Over the years, Fang Chun had obtained them from every relic. Great, this is great. After the shadowy assassin obtained the materials, he was extremely excited and immediately went to reconstruct his body. In just half a day, his body was completely reconstructed. How is it? The shadowy assassin reappeared in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile. Not bad. Looks like your secret skill is quite impressive. After reconstructing my body, I can clearly feel that the strength of my body has increased a lot. Fang Chen smiled and said, however, compared to my Chaos Sword body, there is still a gap. Hearing this, the shadowy assassin curled his lip. You are simply a pervert. How can my body be compared to your Chaos Sword body? Alright, let's get down to business. Fang Chen interrupted the shadowy assassin and said, If you want to go to Sky Mountain Palace for revenge, I can provide you with the greatest help. However, I have a condition. That is to help me kill as many people from the Desolation Palace as possible. The shadowy assassin understood Fang Chen's meaning. Although Fang Chen was killing with a borrowed knife, the shadowy assassin did not think much of it. No problem. The Desolation Palace is much weaker than the Sky Mountain Palace. They are ranked at the bottom of the 36 palaces. Even if the Desolation Palace Master and the Desolation Ancestor were to attack, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. After watching the shadowy assassin leave, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with deep thoughts. Palace Master, can the shadowy assassin be trusted? The Shuizhan Vice Palace Master asked worriedly as he appeared behind Fang Chen at some point in time. There is no such thing as loyalty in the assassin's profession. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything that goes against ethics and morals. Moreover, the reason why he agreed to the palace master's condition was to save his life. In short, Shuizhan's vice palace master was not optimistic that the shadowy assassin could keep his promise. Don't worry, he will. Fang Chen said leisurely. A few days later, countless news spread out from the Desolation Palace. There was news that someone had secretly infiltrated the Desolation Palace and massacred close to 100 disciples. The Desolation Palace Master chased after the culprit personally, but did not catch the culprit. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Once this news spread out, it quickly swept through the entire boundless world. Countless people were paying attention. Has the Hidden Star Palace Master's revenge begun? This is unbelievable. Who is it that dares to massacre the people of the Desolation Palace? Looks like the war between the Desolation Palace and the Hidden Star Palace is inevitable. Many people were guessing and even paying attention to the actions of the Hidden Star Palace. However, no matter what the rumors were, the Hidden Star Palace did not make a move. On the other hand, there were disciples of the Desolation Palace who were killed every few days. In just half a month, the number of deaths of the Desolation Palace disciples reached more than 300. The Desolation Palace Master and the Desolation Palace Master personally took action to hunt down the culprit. The boundless world gradually became turbulent. Just as everyone thought that the culprit would continue to take action, the shadowy assassin quietly left the Desolation Palace. I'll let you guys be in chaos first. The shadowy assassin sneered and glanced at the Desolation Palace behind him before disappearing into the darkness. Heaven Mountain Palace. What do you think of the recent Desolation Palace incident? Shan Hong's master sat on the stone bench and asked in a low voice. Senior brother, I think that this incident was done by the Hidden Star Palace. The Law Hall Master said, that Hidden Star Palace Master possesses the time-stop divine ability and can kill the Desolation Palace disciples silently. Only he can do it. Moreover, although the 36 palaces have countless secret battles, they won't fall out with each other like this. Combined with the enmity between the Desolation Palace and the Hidden Star Palace, I think that this incident was done by the Hidden Star Palace Master. The Law Hall Master expressed his opinion. However, the shadowy assassin has already gone to the hidden star palace for a period of time. Why hasn't there been any news back yet? Shan Hong's master frowned and said, could it be that the shadowy assassin has not taken action yet? Not good. Just as the two of them were conversing, a disciple suddenly ran over while panting. Elders, someone has infiltrated our Heaven Mountain Palace and is wantonly massacring. What? The two of them were immediately enraged when they heard that. They stomped their feet and instantly tore through the void and left. Pucci. After the shadowy assassin killed a Heaven Mountain Palace disciple, he calculated that it was about time and quickly disappeared into the void. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The law hall master and his senior brother arrived. Where's the assassin? The two of them spread out their spiritual consciousness and enveloped the entire void. However, they did not discover anything. Escaped? The law hall master frowned. Before we arrived, the assassin escaped. This means that his strength is definitely not as strong as us. To be able to avoid our spiritual consciousness tracking in such a short period of time, this person is an expert of the Tao of Void, Shan Hong's master said in a low voice. Damn that hidden star palace master. Does he think that our Heaven Mountain Palace is a pushover? The law hall master said angrily. Chapter 3061. The dim shadow assassin was very strong. Furthermore, he was good at concealment and assassination. During this period of time, his revenge had caused the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace to die for no reason. This also made the disciples of the two palaces extremely nervous. The attention of the 36 palaces was focused on the Desolate Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. These two palaces had become a whirlpool of war. Due to the dim shadow assassin's series of assassinations, the boundless world became more and more chaotic. Just at this time, Fang Chun quietly left the boundless world. The true martial domain was the core region of the eastern region. Experts were as common as clouds. The boundless world was very far away from the true martial domain. Even with Fang Chen's speed, it would take him 3 months to get there. However, just as Fang Chun traveled for 2 months, he suddenly met with an obstruction. Brat, this is my mountain. If you want to go over, you have to pay the toll. Fang Chun, who was advancing, was about to cross the mountain when he was stopped by a few peak holy venerate bald cultivators. With one look at their clothes, one could tell that they were bandits. Bandits? Fang Chun frowned. Since you know that we are bandits, why don't you quickly hand over the valuables on you? One of the bald-headed cultivators, who looked ferocious, glared at Fang Chun and berated him loudly. Fang Chun's face turned gloomy. Murderous intent surged in his heart. Why? Are you unwilling? Another person in the group was enraged when he saw Fang Chun's attitude. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside Fang Chun. With lightning speed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chun's head. If he grabbed at Fang Chun's head, it would definitely shatter. This fellow had the intention to kill. Daring to challenge a group of bandits was simply courting death. If you are unwilling, then you can die, the attacker said coldly. The attacker said coldly, if we kill you, we can still get everything you have. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy instantly surged out from his body and covered his hand. Seeing that his hand was about to touch Fang Chun's head, the bandit's face showed a mocking expression. He seemed to despise Fang Chun. I originally did not want to kill, but... Fang Chun shook his head and sighed. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Bandits were no exception. Some people would rather become bandits than work hard to cultivate and become a proper man. As a bandit, you have to be prepared to be killed. Activating the Chaos Sword body, Fang Chun unleashed a powerful force. When the bandit's palm came in contact with Fang Chun's head, a deafening force bounced it back. He seemed to have realized something and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a loud sound, the bandit's body flew far away and landed heavily on the ground. The other bald bandits hurriedly looked over and were horrified to discover that their brother had already lost his life. How can this be? They looked at Fang Chen with even more fear in their eyes. An initial stage holy martial artist could kill a peak holy martial artist instantly? Isn't this too exaggerated? Brothers, let's attack together. The bald bandit leader felt fear. He waved his hand and the rest of the bandits joined forces to surround Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen threw out a few punches. Every punch landed on the bandit's flesh. Crack! Every punch that landed on the bandit's body would instantly shatter his body. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Stop! The bandit leader was scared out of his wit. He quickly retreated and used his companion's body to block Fang Chen's punches. No. Fang Chen had no intention of stopping. The bandit leader was filled with despair. He shouted, "We are from the Saint Demon Bandit Group. If you kill me, our leader will not let you off." Is that so? Fang Chen sneered and threw out a punch. Crack! The bandit leader's body shattered. Fang Chen did not take the bandit leader's threat seriously at all. Tribulation supremacies were considered upper-middle level experts in the eastern region. They would be welcomed wherever they went. Under normal circumstances, they would not become bandit. Therefore, he did not take the Saint Demon Bandit Group seriously at all. As long as it's not a great tribulation supremacy, I have nothing to fear. Fang Chen patted the dirt off his clothes. Then, he crossed the mountain and entered a mountain range. This mountain range should be the Sky Martial Mountain Range recorded in the history books, right? Fang Chen muttered as he looked at the majestic mountain range. Then, he plunged into the mountain range. The Sky Martial Mountain Range was located at the edge of the true Martial Mountain Range. It was said that with the speed of a junior tribulation supremacy, it would take at least a month to cross the Sky Martial Mountain Range. There were often martial artists who came to the mountain range to train. Of course, there were also countless powerful monsters. In short, the Sky Martial Mountain Range was very dangerous. At this moment, somewhere in the Sky Martial Mountain Range, two figures were running wildly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their clothes were covered in blood. Not far behind them, they could vaguely hear some shouting. "Sister, hurry up and leave. I'll cover you." The white-clothed man's clothes had turned red. He was too injured and his life force was fading. He could not escape at all. Rather than that, he might as well fight to the death to buy time for his sister. "Brother Bai, let's go together," the blue-clothed woman cried and shook her head frantically. She did not want to leave alone. "Hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if we don't leave now." The white-clothed man shouted crazily. "This is a trap. They're here to kill us. I'm too injured to escape. You must escape. Otherwise, who will spread the news? After I die, you have to avenge me," the white-clothed man said. "If you die, who will avenge us? I'm not willing to accept this." Hearing the word avenge, the blue-clothed woman finally made a decision. "Brother Bai, I'll definitely tell the family about this and avenge you." After saying that, the blue-clothed woman disappeared into the forest without looking back. Whoosh! Whoosh! "Bai Feng, don't waste your energy. You can't escape." The man with a folding fan looked at Bai Feng mockingly. "Of course, you don't have to think that the Bai family will avenge you because they won't know about this at all. Oh no." Hearing this, Bai Feng cursed inwardly. He was very worried about his little sister. "Your sister will soon die with you." Bai Yen ran frantically. Thinking that her brother was about to die, her heart was filled with anger. Stop. However, he had only run a short distance when he was stopped by someone. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Seeing that Bai Yen had changed her direction to escape, the men quickly surrounded her. "Brother, I'm sorry." Seeing this, Bai Yen burst into tears. She couldn't bring the news back, nor could she avenge her brother. She activated the energy in her body and prepared to self-destruct. Fang Chen was moving forward when he suddenly heard the sound of battle. When he rushed over, he saw a few men attacking Bai Yen. A few men attacking a weak woman? A cold glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. With a flash, he appeared beside Bai Yen. Xiao Chen gently placed his palm on Xiao Chen's shoulder, instantly suppressing the restless energy in his body. Bai Yen opened her eyes in surprise. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? How dare you interfere with the business of the Saint Fiend bandits? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then, he grinned. You're from the Saint Fiend bandits? Why? Do you know how powerful our Saint Devil bandit group is? Scared? It's useless now. If you dare to interfere in this matter, then you should be prepared to die. Fang Chen shrugged. Before we entered the Sky Marshal Mountain Range, your Saint Devil bandits said the exact same thing to me, but in the end, they died and I survived. You killed a member of our Saint Devil bandits? You're dead. Their expressions changed drastically as they attacked Fang Chen from all sides. Be careful. Bai Yen reminded from behind. Fang Chen had a smile on his face the whole time. White smoke saw a blur in front of her eyes, and then she heard a miserable cry. There was also the sound of flesh shattering. She rubbed her eyes hard, then widened them and looked into the distance. Is this true? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3062. Bai Yen felt that everything she saw was just an illusion. She could not imagine how an early-stage paragon could kill an extreme paragon martial artist with a single punch. Before this, she and her brother had personally fought with these bandits and knew how terrifying they were. But now, this mysterious guy who appeared out of nowhere was so powerful. After the initial shock, Bai Yan's face was filled with excitement. Senior, please save my brother. Bai Yan begged Fang Chen. The only person who could save her brother now was the person in front of her. Lead the way, Fang Chen said. Originally, he would not easily intervene in such matters. After all, such things happened every day in every corner of the primordial chaos. He could not do anything about it even if he wanted to. Moreover, he was not a saint. He could not possibly interfere in everything. However, he did not have a good impression of the Saint Demon Bandit. Not far away, Bai Feng's arm was hanging limply. A bandit was attacking him. Bai Feng, to think that you would have such a day. The bandit sneered and punched Bai Feng's head, sending him flying. Back then, I offended your Bai family because of some matters. You happened to pass by and I begged you to say something, but you turned a blind eye. The more he thought about the past, the angrier the bandit became. Back then, I swore that I would take revenge in this life. In the future, I will kill every Bai family disciple I see. The bandit said sinisterly. His face was ferocious, revealing a fiendish expression. And you will be the first. As he spoke, the bandit punched Bai Feng again. Shameless. Bai Feng, who was weak, mocked. A person like you can only be a bandit for the rest of your life. Hearing Bai Feng's mockery, the bandit became even angrier. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, the bandit opened his palm and launched his strongest attack. It instantly enveloped Bai Feng. Brother! Suddenly, a coquettish voice was heard. Bai Feng turned his head and saw his younger sister, Bai Yen, running over. Sister, why are you so silly? Bai Feng closed his eyes in pain. His heart was filled with helplessness. What's going on? Why isn't she dead? The bandits looked at each other and exclaimed. Did something happen to Old Five and the others? A crazy thought flashed through the mind of one of the bandits as he took a step forward. Die! He pointed out with his finger, and a vibrating power whizzed out, heading straight for the white smoke. Little sister! Bai Feng roared madly, but it was to no avail. He was forced into a corner by the bandits in front of him, and there was almost no way for him to fight back. Why are you doing this? Bai Feng cried out miserably. It didn't matter if he died, but watching his little sister die without being able to save her was the most painful thing. Pucci! However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Just as the bandits were about to approach the white smoke, a bright light suddenly shot out from the void. In the next moment, the bandit's body fell to the ground, lifeless. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. All eyes fell on Bai Yin. No, to be precise, it was Fang Chen who was behind Bai Yin. "Kid, who are you?" The leader glared at Fang Chen and asked coldly. "You killed Old Five and the others?" He had just sent a message to Old Five, but there was no reply. Combined with Bai Yin and the mysterious man in front of him, he was sure that Old Five and the others were dead. The members of the Saint Fiend Bandits are truly like flies. "We meet them everywhere," Fang Chen said. "Brother." When the bandits reacted, they continued to attack, wanting to kill Bai Feng first. However, as Bai Yin screamed, the bright light shot out again, instantly piercing through the head of the bandit who attacked Bai Feng. Bai Yin quickly brought her brother to Fang Chen's side. "Brother, are you okay?" Bai Yan's eyes were filled with tears. She was very worried when she saw her brother's current situation. Just some serious injuries. His life is not in danger. Fang Chen said calmly. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Bai Feng clasped his fist at Fang Chen. "Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting." The leader smiled sinisterly. "I didn't expect that there would be someone who dares to provoke the Saint Demon Bandits in the Sky Martial Mountain Range. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, I don't mind starting a massacre," said Fang Chen with a frown. "A mere holy venerate dares to boast so shamelessly? Do you know how powerful the Saint Demon Bandits are? There's only one outcome for provoking the Saint Demon Bandits: death. Today, not only will you die, but those two will also die." Bai Feng and Bai Yin looked at Fang Chen. "Senior, the Saint Demon Bandits' target is our Bai family's disciples. They're very powerful in the Sky Martial Mountain Range. Senior, you should leave quickly," said Bai Feng. "Bai Feng has no other request. I only hope that Senior can take my sister away." "Brother." Bai Yin shook her head, unwilling to be separated from her brother. "It's fine." Fang Chen nodded at the two brothers and took a step forward. A cold, killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. "It seems that you've already made your decision. Arrogant, too arrogant." However, before the bandit could finish speaking, Fang Chen's body turned into a dazzling light and shot out. "Poochie!" A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by miserable screams from time to time. In just a breath's time, Fang Chen had returned to his original spot. Countless corpses were scattered on the ground, as well as a shocking amount of blood. Bai Feng was completely stunned. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The Saint Demon Bandits chasing them were almost all at the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. There was even a half-step tribulation supremacy among them. Too powerful. After recovering from his shock, Bai Feng's heart was in turmoil. Although Bai Yin had seen Fang Chen's strength before, she was still very shocked at this moment. "Senior, thank you for saving us." Bai Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "It's just a matter of convenience." Fang Chen shrugged. "The two of you should leave quickly." After saying that, Fang Chen prepared to leave. "Senior, looking at your direction, are you going to the Great Desert County as well?" Bai Feng asked. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Although he didn't know where the Great Desert County was, he still nodded. He didn't know much about the true martial domain. Perhaps he could learn more from the two siblings. What a coincidence! Our Bai family is from the Great Desert County. Senior, you're our benefactor. Why don't we travel together? Bai Feng smiled. When we reach the Great Desert County, our Bai family will definitely treat our benefactor well. All right. In the depths of the Tianwu mountain range. From afar it looked like a cliff. However, those who were familiar with it knew that this was the Saint Demon Bandits' lair. The black fog shrouded the entire guillotine cliff, making people feel an extremely oppressive aura. Dang! Dang! A man hurriedly came to where the leader was. Leader, something bad has happened. What's the matter? The leader of the Saint Demon Bandits asked with a frown. Leader, the team we sent to kill the Bai family has been completely annihilated. What? The leader of the Saint Demon Bandits stood up with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. Did an expert from the Bai family make a move? The steward shook his head. According to our information, it's a mysterious man. He's only a Saint Venerate, but he's very strong. He killed our team with one move. A mysterious man with a Saint Venerate cultivation. After hearing this, the leader's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. It seems that the world has forgotten my title of Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord after so many years of seclusion. The leader of the Saint Demon Bandits was titled Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord. He was a great tribulation lord. Even in the true martial domain, he was quite famous. Search for the culprit. Report immediately if you find him, the Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord said. Yes, leader. The Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord looked at the blue sky with his dark eyes. An early stage Saint Venerate killing a peak Saint Venerate. The Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord said, such potential is terrifying. I won't allow the same thing to happen again. The Calamitous Demon Tribulation Lord clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. Back then, he had no choice but to become a bandit because of the appearance of a peerless genius. Chapter 3063. The Tianwu mountain range was huge and filled with opportunities. Of course, opportunities were often accompanied by danger. However, there were still many people who rushed in wave after wave, looking for opportunities to reach the peak of martial arts. Traveling with Fong Chen, the Bai siblings gradually relaxed. They encountered several powerful demonic beasts, and Fong Chen killed them with lightning speed. In just a few days, they discovered that Fong Chen was a genius that was hard to come by in a million years. He's too strong. Bai Feng sighed inwardly. Even the most outstanding genius of the Bai family, Bai Feng, was no match for him. How is he an early-stage paragon? He's simply a tribulation supremacy. Every time Bai Feng looked at Fong Chen, he couldn't help but shake his head. Bai Yan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Chen's back. A ripple appeared in her heart. Be careful. Just as the three of them were walking, Fong Chen suddenly whispered. Bai Feng and Bai Yan tensed up. The next moment, a group of people appeared in front of the three of them, blocking their way. Kid, do you think you can leave the Tianwu mountain range alive after killing our Saint Devil Bandits? The leader sneered. Only your death can quell the anger of our Saint Devil Bandits. Brother Bing, what should we do? Asked one of the subordinates. The leader has personally ordered us to kill this kid. If we kill him, we will definitely be heavily rewarded. The leader wanted to take credit, so he didn't immediately send the news back to the Saint Devil Bandits' lair. Leader? Fong Chen frowned. The leader of the Saint Devil Bandits is a tribulation supremacy, reminded Bai Feng. Fong Chen's pupils constricted as a thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he stomped his foot and attacked. All of you, kill him! The people of the Holy Demon Bandit group all revealed crazed expressions as they quickly surrounded Fong Chen. However, before they could do anything, they were killed by Fong Chen. Pucci. When he withdrew his fist, there were many corpses lying on the ground. Let's go, Fong Chen said quickly with a nervous expression. He hadn't expected the leader of the Saint Devil Bandits to be a great tribulation supremacy. It's fine if it's a junior tribulation supremacy, but it's a little troublesome if it's a grand tribulation supremacy. He had come here this time to go to the true Martial Mountain Range and search for the ruins. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. What? All dead? The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord was furious when he heard the news. A bunch of idiot. Needless to say, these people were greedy and lost their lives. I'd like to see who this person is to dare to ruin my plans. Thus, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord decided to take action himself. Tell me where he was last seen. Soon after learning the last location of Fang Chen, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord left his lair. Several days later, in a dense forest, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord stood on top of a towering tree and looked into the distance. He's here. Suddenly, he saw a group of 3 people enter the forest. Kid, you've come to my territory and you still want to leave alive? The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord waved his hand, and a vast demonic aura suddenly appeared. Oh no, it's the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord. Seeing this, Bai Feng's expression tensed up and shouted, "Dragon Sealing Formation." Fang Chen immediately set up the Dragon Sealing Formation and took Bai Yen and Bai Feng into Immortal Cave Mountain. Then, he activated the space-time escape technique and disappeared into the void. Poochie! A dazzling saber light flashed and cut the void open. Fang Chen was forced to appear. Interesting. The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. You'll definitely die for killing a member of the Saint Devil Bandit. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't want to be entangled with him. He waved the hidden star sword and used an invincible sword technique. A dazzling sword light stabbed at the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord while he quickly fled. Dong! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord blocked Fang Chen's sword. However, he was extremely shocked. What kind of sword technique is this? The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord's eyes were full of passion. It must be because of this magical sword technique that an early-stage Saint Venerable can unleash such powerful power. The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord said, "The sword technique is mine." He took a step forward and chased after Fang Chen. Immortal Stellar Core. In a panic, Fang Chen activated the power of the Immortal Stellar Core and injected it into the Immortal Scepter. At the same time, he waved the hidden star sword and stabbed 7 times in a row. Crack! The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord's saber slashed across the sky and collided with Fang Chen's sword light. Dong! 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 The shockwave came and caught the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord off guard. He staggered a few steps back. What kind of power is this? After fighting with Fang Chen a few times, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord knew that Fang Chen must have a precious treasure. Die! Die! The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord attacked crazily and took control of the battle in an instant, suppressing Fang Chen. Crack! The saber stabbed at Fang Chen. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of his skin, and his defense reached the highest level, blocking the attack of the saber. After being blocked by the Chaos Sword body, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord was even more shocked. What kind of monster was this guy in front of him? It was unimaginable that an early-stage Saint Venerable could block his attack. Even the most outstanding genius of the Bai family can't do this. Thinking of this, the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord was filled with killing intent. His potential is too terrifying. I can't let him go. Kaboom! The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord launched a frenzied attack, but Fang Chen took advantage of his shock to set up the Dragon Sealing Formation again and use the Time Stop ability to temporarily imprison him. The Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword burst out with powerful power, blocking the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord. Let's go! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen disappeared in a flash and left the place. Crack! After Fang Chen left, the time stop in front of the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord lost its effect. Time stop! The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord's eyes turned red, and he went completely crazy. This ability that only existed in legends had actually appeared in front of him. The bandit fiend Tribulation Lord's heart was burning as he quickly chased after Fang Chen. Along the way, Fang Chen's understanding of spacetime played a great role. It took 3 days to finally get rid of the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord's pursuit. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. As expected of a great Tribulation Lord, if he hadn't underestimated me, it would have taken me a lot of effort to escape. Recalling the battle 3 days ago, Fang Chen concluded. With his current strength, if he attacked with all his strength, he would not be in any danger against a lesser tribulation lord. But it was different against a great tribulation lord. If I can condense a second immortal star core, or raise my cultivation to the lesser tribulation lord level, a mere bandit fiend tribulation lord will be nothing to me, Fang Chen said. Thinking of this, his eyes burned with even more passion, and his heart became more urgent. During this trip to the true Martial Mountain Range, he had to obtain the immortal star core left behind by the immortal emperor. Only by condensing a second immortal star core would he be able to establish a foothold in the northern region. In a certain void in the sky Martial Mountain Range. Damn it! The bandit fiend tribulation lord's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with anger. He grabbed with his hand, pulled out a mountain from the ground, and slammed it into another mountain. Dong! The two mountains collided and instantly turned into ruins. Vast amounts of smoke swept across the sky. Even so, it still could not eliminate the anger in the bandit fiend tribulation lord's heart. How dare he escape under my nose? Thinking of this, the bandit fiend tribulation lord was extremely angry. Once he leaves the sky Martial Mountain Range, it will be very difficult to kill him in the future. The bandit fiend tribulation lord said, "No matter what, we have to kill him." Fang Chen had too many secrets. The bandit fiend tribulation lord dreamed of such powerful abilities as the invincible sword technique and time stop. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, how could he let it go so easily? Pass down my order. All members of the Saint Fiend Bandits are to find this kid at all costs. The bandit fiend tribulation lord transmitted his voice to the butler, and at the same time, sent a spiritual portrait. Provide his location and you will be rewarded with a supreme-grade Emperor weapon. If you can stop him and let me capture him, you can become my personal disciple and the deputy leader of the Saint Fiend Bandit. He did not believe that he could not find him with the strength of the entire Saint Fiend Bandits. As soon as the news came out, the members of the Saint Fiend Bandits were all shocked, and at the same time, they anxiously spread to every corner of the sky Martial Mountain Range. This was their chance to rise to the top in one step. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from me, the bandit fiend tribulation lord said eerily, because the sky Martial Mountain Range is my territory. Chapter 3064. As soon as the thieving demon tribulation Venerate gave the order, the entire sky Martial Mountain Range fell into a state of shock. All the members of the Saint Demon Bandits went out to look for Fang Chen. They would report to him as soon as they found any clues. However, for Fang Chen, this was not difficult at all. He was a space-time martial artist and had great potential in the space-time doctrine. As long as the bandit demon tribulation master did not stop him, he could kill them in an instant. Every time he encountered a member of the Saint Demon Bandits, Fang Chen would kill them as fast as he could. He forced his way out of the encirclement of the Saint Devil Bandits, carving out a bloody path. As time went by, Fang Chen was getting further and further away from the Tianwu Mountain Range. Whoosh! After 3 months, he finally crossed the Tianwu Mountain Range. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. His goal was to explore the relics in the Zhenwu Mountain Range. The Tianwu Mountain Range was just a small interlude. As for the Saint Demon Bandits, he could not be bothered with them. With a thought, Bai Feng and Bai Yan walked out of the dark cave mountain. Senior. Bai Feng looked around and was shocked to find that they had left the Tianwu Mountain Range. Did we come out? Bai Yan could not believe it and her eyes were wide open. Could it be that the bandit demon tribulation master was killed by this senior? When Bai Feng looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. Swallowing his saliva, Bai Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a low voice, "Senior, thank you for saving me and my sister." "Yes, Senior. You are our savior. Since you have left the Tianwu Mountain Range, please come to the Bai family." Bai Yan smiled and said, Let the Bai family thank you for saving our lives. Fang Chen pondered and nodded. He knew too little about the Zhenwu mountain range and needed to get some useful information from the Bai family. Senior, please. The three of them quickly went to the Bai family. On the way, Bai Feng also introduced the Bai family's situation to Fang Chen. The Bai family was one of the strongest forces in the area. The clan leader was an expert of half-step universe god realm. 3 days later, the three of them appeared in front of a city. Senior, this is the residence of our Bai family, Bai Feng said with a smile. At the same time, he greeted the guards at the city gate. Senior, the patriarch already knows. He's on his way here. Bai Yen smiled faintly. She had already sent a voice transmission to her clan, telling them everything that Fang Chen had done. She could imagine how shocked the higher-ups of the clan would be when they learned about Fang Chen's methods. Just how powerful would an early-stage holy venerate be to be able to escape unscathed from the bandit demon tribulation venerate? It was unimaginable that such a monstrous genius would appear here. Voila! As soon as they entered the city, the experts of the Bai family came to welcome them. The leader wore a golden robe and had a smile on his face. You must be Bai Feng and Bai Yan's savior, right? The Bai family patriarch took the initiative to greet Fang Chen. Patriarch Bai. Fang Chen nodded slightly and cupped his fists. My Bai family is indebted to you, so we naturally have to treat you with courtesy. The Bai family patriarch said, This way, please. The Bai family received Fang Chen with the highest standards, which naturally caused some criticism among the disciples of the clan. In an open space in the martial arts field, a man sat in the shade with a gloomy face. At this time, there were many disciples cultivating in the martial arts field. A man wearing a straw hat suddenly finished a set of fist techniques and came to the man's side. The man in the straw hat squatted down and said, Brother Jean, I heard that the clan is going to give that guy the opportunity to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. Brother Jin's face changed drastically when he heard the words, Sealed Dragon Mountain. Sealed Dragon Mountain? He jumped up and said fiercely, Is the forbidden area of our Bai family something that ordinary people can touch? I think this guy is most likely here for my Bai family's Sealed Dragon Mountain. Brother Jean, the man in the straw hat, still wanted to say something, but Brother Jean stopped him. Humph, I've been working hard to cultivate so that I can enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. For this, I've asked the Patriarch more than once, but he flatly refused. Now, he's opening Sealed Dragon Mountain for a stranger? Brother Jean was very angry. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family, but he was not recognized by the clan. And an outsider could get the opportunity to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain just because he saved Bai Feng and Bai Yen. He was not willing to accept it. It's nonsense for an early-stage holy venerable to resist the attack of a great tribulation supremacy. Brother Jean said, This guy is most likely in cahoots with the bandit demon tribulation supremacy and deliberately set a trap. Thinking of this, Brother Jean left. He was going to find the Patriarch and ask for the quota that originally belonged to him back. In the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion. Yun Jin, why are you looking for me? The Bai family Patriarch said with a smile, How's your cultivation recently? Patriarch, Bai Yunjin said in a deep voice, I want to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. Hearing this, the Bai family Patriarch knew why Bai Yunjin came. You're jealous. Bai Yunjin shook his head. I'm the leader of the younger generation of the Bai family. My potential is unparalleled. I've been working hard to cultivate for the opportunity to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. But the Patriarch would rather give it to an outsider than to me. Did I not do well enough? Facing Bai Yunjin's question, the Bai family Patriarch shook his head gently, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. You never understood why I didn't let you enter Sealed Dragon Mountain. The Bai family Patriarch sighed and said, In your opinion, and in the eyes of all the disciples of the Bai family, Sealed Dragon Mountain is full of opportunities. Once you enter, you can reach the sky in a single step. But have you thought carefully about why I didn't let you in? Bai Yunjin was silent. I once said that with your current strength, you can't enter Sealed Dragon Mountain at all. But you didn't believe me. The Bai family patriarch continued. All right, you can go back. If you continue to be like this, you're destined to have no fate with Sealed Dragon Mountain in the future. Patriarch, Bai Yunjin was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but the Bai family patriarch turned around and left resolutely. A trace of viciousness flashed in Bai Yunjin's eyes. The dignified leader of the younger generation of the Bai family is inferior to an outsider? Bai Yunjin's anger grew. I want to see who you are. If I defeat you, will the higher-ups of the Bai family change their minds? In a courtyard, Fong Chen was flipping through the files. Senior, these are the files you need. Bai Yen smiled gently. Deng deng deng. The door opened and Bai Feng walked in, bringing with him a yellowed book. Senior, this is a secret book of the Bai family. Under normal circumstances, it would not be passed to outsiders. But the patriarch knew that you wanted to take a look and asked me to bring it to you. Bai Feng said, this book contains a lot of detailed information about the true Martial Mountain Range. It was written by a peerless powerhouse in the history of the Bai family. It is said that he once cultivated in the true Martial Mountain Range. Fong Chen took the book and exclaimed softly, Senior, are you also here for the relic of the powerhouse? Bai Feng asked cautiously. Fong Chen raised his head and Bai Feng hurriedly explained, the relic in the true Martial Mountain Range has alarmed many people. It is said that powerhouses from the other 8 realms have come. That is why I guessed that Senior, Fong Chen nodded. That's right. I am here for the relic of the powerhouse. As expected. Bai Yen thought inwardly. Senior, although this book of the Bai family has a detailed description of the true Martial Mountain Range, as far as we know, it has nothing to do with the relic. Bai Feng reminded. It's fine. I will take a look myself. Fong Chen said. Okay, then we will not disturb Senior. After saying that, Bai Feng and Bai Yen prepared to leave. Dong. At this moment, the door was blown open and Bai Yunjin walked in angrily. Bai Yunjin. Bai Feng scolded, what are you doing? This is the courtyard that the patriarch personally arranged for Senior. How dare you barge in without Senior's permission? Do you still have any respect for the clan leader? Bai Yen said angrily. You 2 pieces of trash. Don't use the patriarch's name to pressure me. Bai Yunjin said coldly. I heard that a sanctimonious guy has come to our clan, so I'm here to take a look. Impudent! Bai Feng roared. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3065. Fong Chen was a distinguished guest of the Bai family and also the savior of Bai Feng and Bai Yen. Even the patriarch had to treat him with respect. What was a mere Bai Yunjin to him? Seeing Bai Yunjin's impudent attitude, Bai Feng was furious. Apologize to the senior immediately, Bai Feng said in a deep voice. Bai Feng, who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Bai Yunjin was naturally unhappy to be scolded by Bai Feng. He sneered. If it weren't for the patriarch's care, I would have killed a piece of trash like you. And you, Bai Yen, do you think you can seduce others just because you're a beauty? What a joke. How can an outsider make you kneel and lick his boots? All the anger accumulated in Bai Yunjin's heart was vented all at once. He stared at Fong Chen with scarlet eyes. Kid, don't put on an act in front of me. I don't care what you did in the Bai family, but you disrupted my plan and took away the quota that belongs to me. I can't just ignore this. I can ignore everything else, but the quota of Sealed Dragon Mountain belongs to me, Bai Yunjin. Fong Chen was stunned. It turned out that this guy came for the quota of Sealed Dragon Mountain. Fong Chen shrugged. In fact, he didn't care about the quota of Sealed Dragon Mountain, but he couldn't refuse the patriarch's invitation. You can go. Fong Chen waved his hand and didn't want to talk to Bai Yunjin. The latter thought that he didn't dare to face him. What? You have the ability to save these two trash from the hands of the bandit fiend Tribulation Supremacy, but you don't have the ability to fight me? Bai Yunjin said disdainfully. I'm very suspicious that you and the bandit fiend Tribulation Supremacy are in cahoots. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yan and Bai Feng were also shocked. They both looked at Fang Chen as fast as lightning. But soon, Bai Feng suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind. Impudent! Senior is an honored guest of my Bai clan. What are your intentions by insulting him like this? Bai Feng berated. Beside him, Bai Yan also shook her head gently. There's no need to doubt Senior's identity. But you, Bai Yunjin, keep saying that Senior is colluding with the thieving demon Tribulation Sovereign. If you don't have proof, I'll definitely report this to the Patriarch and have him punish you. Good, very good. Bai Yunjin exploded with rage upon hearing Bai Yan and Bai Feng's words. As a member of the Bai clan, he was actually inferior to an outsider. You've become someone's lackey already? At this moment, Bai Yunjin did not hide the anger in his heart at all. He opened his palms and a powerful aura surged out and surrounded his palms. A powerful aura spread out and quickly gathered towards Fang Chen. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. If you can escape unscathed from the hands of the bandit fiend Tribulation Lord, there is no need for you to fear my challenge. Bai Yunjin said, If you want to prove your innocence, then make your move. Senior, this is the responsibility of the Bai family. I'll go and invite the Patriarch over. Bai Feng was a little embarrassed. How would Senior feel after such a thing happened? He knew better than anyone what it meant when the upper echelons of the family agreed to give the quota to Fang Chen. In their opinion, Fang Chen's potential was unparalleled. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the realm of sector lords. It was easier to befriend him when he was weak than after he became a sector lord. It was also easier to gain his friendship. But now, Bai Yunjin had come to ruin it and even spoke arrogantly. The consequences would be unimaginable if he angered Senior. Just as Bai Feng was about to go and invite the Patriarch, Fang Chen spoke. Forget it. Fang Chen shook his head and turned to enter the pavilion. There's no need to trouble the Patriarch. Coward, you don't even have the courage to make your move. How dare you call yourself a genius? What a joke. Bai Yunjin roared. The more you run, the more it proves that you're guilty. Voila! Fang Chen, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked, What did you just say? What? Guilty? Bai Yunjin sneered. Puh. A crisp sound instantly entered Bai Feng and Bai Yan's ears. The two were stunned for a moment. Then, they saw Bai Yunjin's body fly out like he was struck by lightning. Gotcha! Bai Yunjin's body heavily smashed onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his breathing was chaotic. In my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Fang Chen looked down at Bai Yunjin with disdain. What? You're not convinced? Stand up and fight me if you have the ability. After being provoked by Fang Chen, Bai Yunjin fainted. There's a reason why the Bai family didn't give the quota to you. Fang Chen turned and walked into the pavilion. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Bai Feng and Bai Yan finally reacted. Sorry for disturbing Senior. After speaking, the two quickly carried Bai Yunjin and left the courtyard. The leader of the Bai family's younger generation, Bai Yunjin, was sent flying by Fang Chen. When this news spread out, the entire Bai family was shocked. Especially the upper echelons of the family, they were extremely happy. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more it proved that their decision was correct. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The Bai family's patriarch's face was gloomy. I've already told him that if he wants to enter Sealed Dragon Mountain, he needs a certain state of mind. With Bai Yunjin's personality, how can he achieve great things? Patriarch, please calm down. An elder said. Bai Yunjin has violated the sect rules. He's grounded for 1,000 years. The Bai family's patriarch announced. The elders nodded. No one refuted. Fang Chun had no idea that his actions had caused a series of reactions in the Bai clan. It was as if he had caused a whirlwind. He carefully flipped through the yellow book. Bai Zun, Fang Chun muttered. His eyes flashed with a strange look. After reading the book, he finally knew that the Bai family didn't have a single sector lord, but their foundation wasn't weaker than any of the 36 palaces in the boundless world. The root of all this was Bai Zun. Bai Zun was the most outstanding genius in the history of the Bai family. He was also the strongest martial artist. With his own strength, he brought the Bai family to the peak. His cultivation had also reached the level of an unparalleled expert, and he was respectfully called Bai Zun. Bai Zun said in the book that the true Martial Mountain Range was once a holy land for cultivation. Countless experts went there to cultivate. Fang Chun said, and he was just one of them. According to Bai Zun, the immortal emperor might have left his inheritance in the true Martial Mountain Range. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heartbeat accelerated. The immortal stellar core in his body vibrated slightly, as if responding to Fang Chen's feelings. No matter what, I must obtain the immortal stellar core. If he could condense a second immortal stellar core, his strength would definitely increase. By then, even if he encountered the tribulation's supremacy, he would be able to retreat more easily. There are a total of 7 dangerous places in the true Martial Mountain Range. If you don't have enough strength, don't set foot in them. This was written in the book by Bai Zun to warn the future disciples. Moreover, he clearly wrote down the specific locations of the 7 dangerous places. Starlight Holy Land. Fang Chen's eyes were attracted by these 4 words. Among the 7 dangerous places, only the Starlight Holy Land has a trace of connection with the immortal stellar core. Could the relic that the Shadow Killer mentioned be the Starlight Holy Land? Fang Chun secretly remembered the Starlight Holy Land in his mind. Not long after, he finished reading the book. In addition to the above information, there was no other useful information. Although I didn't get any too important information, at least it allowed me to understand the true Martial Mountain Range. Fang Chun said. At the same time, in the northern region of the 9 realms, many geniuses swarmed over. Their goal was the true Martial Mountain Range. In the true martial realm, Senior Brother Shun, recently, many people from the other 8 realms have come. They are all rushing to the true Martial Mountain Range, a man in plain clothes said in a low voice. At the edge of the cliff, a man with a sword on his back stood calmly. He looked up and saw the scenery below. A cool breeze blew and his robe swayed. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were some imperceptible sword chi halos around his body. Competing with the strong, fighting against the geniuses, breaking through in bloody battles, and gaining enlightenment at the edge of life and death. The man with the sword on his back said softly, "This is the life that I yearn for. It is also my lifelong pursuit." Senior Brother Shun's potential is unrivaled in the eastern region. As early as a few hundred years ago, Senior Brother Shun had the opportunity to enter the northern region, but he gave up. That person said, "Everyone knows that Senior Apprentice Brother Shun is tempering himself in the mortal world to cultivate his heart and nature. I firmly believe that Senior Brother Shun will become as strong as the Realm Lord in the future, or even stronger, and enjoy the admiration of the world." To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3066. It wasn't without reason that the true martial domain was able to become the head of the 9 domains in the eastern region. The experts were as numerous as the clouds. If the other 8 domains were only first-rate powers, then the true martial domain was the true top power. In the eastern region, there was almost no domain that could compete with the true martial domain. From this, one could see the strength of the true martial domain. The true martial domain was different from the other domains. It was very inclusive and integrated cultivation. Experts could enjoy countless resources. Because of the complexity of the true martial domain, Fang Chen didn't go to the true Martial Mountain Range directly. After all, the news of the true Marshall Mountain Range's ruins had shaken the entire eastern region. Experts from the other 8 domains had also flocked over. Hence, he had to understand the situation before making a plan. Before he had definite information, he couldn't act blindly. Coincidentally, he had saved the Bai siblings in the Sky Marshall Mountain Range. Fang Chen stayed in the Bai family. With the Bai family's power, it was easy for him to get some information. Putting down the yellowed book in his hand, Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a smile. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery passion. Venerable Bai once said that in their era, there were many powerhouses. Just the number of almighties at the level of a peerless powerhouse was already plenty. But now, the world had changed and the age of chaos had arrived. Experts like the Sky One Sword Emperor and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor rarely appeared. A sector lord could be considered a lord of a region, a pinnacle expert. As for the World King realm, those above the sector lord realm could be counted with one's fingers. World King realm experts, even in the northern region, could rule over the other side. As for the legendary ancient Emperor realm experts, the World God realm, they only existed in legends. Since ancient times there were only a few who could reach that level. For example, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, etc. World King. Fang Chen muttered to himself. From the books, he knew that the strongest expert in the history of the Bai family, revered Bai, was a World King realm expert. The Sector Lord realm is able to communicate with the heavens and earth. The World King realm experts can comprehend all kinds of mysterious secret techniques through the supreme law. As for the World God realm, they can cover the sky with one hand. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. At the same time, he was looking forward to when he could step into the Sector Lord realm. From the looks of it, the Starlight Sacred Land should be the relic that the gloomy shadow assassin mentioned. Fang Chen said in a low voice, "This time, the experts of the 9 realms have gathered. It will be even more difficult to obtain the immortal star power. After we come out of the sealed Dragon Mountain, we will head to the true Marshall Mountain Range." In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been gathering information while cultivating. Since Fang Chen defeated Bai Yunjin no longer came to disturb him. Even the warriors of the Bai family who had looked down on Fang Chen had quietly shut their mouths. What kind of joke was this? Even Bai Yunjin was no match for him. Who in the younger generation of the Bai clan could defeat him? One day, Fang Chen was cultivating when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. "Come in," Fang Chen said indifferently. The door was pushed open and Bai Feng walked in with a solemn expression. "Senior." Bai Feng cupped his fists and said, "The Patriarch asked me to tell you that the sealed Dragon Mountain will open in 3 days. He wants you to be prepared." "I know." Fang Chen nodded. He had already prepared for the trip to the sealed Dragon Mountain. "Is there anything else?" Seeing Bai Feng's abnormal expression, Fang Chen continued to ask. "A few days ago, a distinguished guest came to the family." Bai Feng said, "He is a good friend of Bai Yunjin. He is a disciple of a big force in the central part of the true martial domain. After knowing that Bai Yunjin was defeated by you, he wanted to avenge him." Bai Feng glanced at Fang Chen and found that there was no change in his expression. He continued, "These days, he has been talking big in the family and belittling you. If it weren't for the force behind him, the Patriarch would have kicked him out. Today, I got the news that this guy is going to the true Marshall Mountain Range. Before he leaves, he wants to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a look of disdain. "Senior, the force behind this guy isn't something our Bai family can compare to. He even has a sector lord as his backing. Even in the entire true martial domain, he can be ranked in the top 5. Bai Feng said, "The Patriarch asked me to inform you that if he challenges you, you can reject him. I think he won't dare to mess around in the Bai family." Bang! Just as Bai Feng was speaking, the door was kicked open with a bang. Following which, a domineering guy walked in from outside. Following him was Bai Yunjin, who lost to Fong Chen. "You are Fong Chen?" The black-clothed man sized up Fong Chen the moment he entered. "Brother Mo, Sr. is cultivating. Please don't disturb him." Bai Feng suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Pa." A crisp sound rang out. Bai Feng's face was burning hot. The black-clothed man slapped Bai Feng's face, not giving any face to the Bai family. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to talk nonsense in front of me?" Mo sure said in disdain. "Bai Feng, leave quickly. If you anger Brother Mo, even the Bai family won't be able to save you," Bai Yunjin said from the side. Bai Feng's eyes were red. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't attack. His opponent was Mo Sure, the only successor of the Mo family's fist technique. He even had a sector lord behind him. Bai Feng couldn't afford to offend him. As a member of the Bai family, you don't care about your brotherhood and are willing to be someone else's dog? Fong Chen frowned and said unhappily, "What's laughable is that he doesn't even treat you as a dog. In his eyes, you're not even comparable to a dog. In this aspect, Bai Feng is stronger than you. What right do you have to talk about Bai Feng?" Boom. Bai Yunjin's body emitted a powerful aura as he stared at Fong Chen angrily. "Kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have the Patriarch's support." Mo Sure waved his hand, stopping Bai Yunjin from speaking. "Do you dare to fight with me?" Mo Sure asked. "Not interested." Fong Chen waved his hand and refused, then closed his eyes. This contemptuous attitude completely enraged Mo Sure. He was somewhat famous in the true martial domain, but now he was being looked down upon by a saint Venerable. "You're able to suppress a peak minor tribulation Venerable with your early saint Venerable cultivation." Mo Sure sneered, "But do you think you're qualified to show off in front of me?" Mo Sure's cultivation had reached the one disaster minor tribulation Venerable, but his trump card, the Mo family's fist technique, could increase his attack power by 100 times. Even if he faced a 3 disaster minor tribulation Venerable, he wasn't afraid. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Fong Chen at all. No matter what Mo Sure said, Fong Chen was indifferent. "Go back. I won't fight with you," Fong Chen said. "What? Are you afraid that I'll see through your disguise?" Mo Sure sneered. Fong Chen looked at Mo Sure contemptuously. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the final result. Besides, why should I accept your challenge?" Fong Chen's attitude made Mo Sure determined that he would teach this damned guy a lesson. He slowly took out a necklace from his sumer ring. The crystal-like necklace exuded a crystal-clear light. "Is this enough?" Mo Sure said coldly. "This is." Fong Chen didn't care at first, but when he accidentally saw the crystal necklace, his heart shook. "Immortal aura?" After a short moment of surprise, Fong Chen quickly calmed down. "This is a treasure given to me by the sect. I named it the Crystal Necklace. It contains peerless power and is very helpful to cultivators. If you defeat me, this necklace is yours." Fong Chen was tempted. What kind of crystal necklace was this? This was clearly the Immortal necklace. "Okay, I accept your challenge," Fong Chen said. Boom. Hearing this, Mo Sure stomped his foot and a violent aura spread out. "Ha ha ha, today let me Mo Sure end your legend." Mo Sure clenched his fists, and suddenly, they expanded in the air. The next moment, he punched out. Dong dong dong. The world shook as fist shadows filled the sky. As expected of the Mo family fist technique. "It's really powerful." Bai Yunjin was shocked. At the same time, he clenched his fist and made up his mind to please Mo Sure and see if he could teach him a thing or two. On the side, Bai Feng was slightly worried. After all, the Mo family fist technique had been famous for a long time. It was famous in the entire eastern region. This was a recognized fighting fist technique that could instantly increase a cultivator's attack power by 100 times. Mo sure relied on this Mo family fist technique to become one of the top geniuses in the realm of true force. He could also fight across realms and had a glorious record of killing a 2-disaster minor tribulation master. The Mo family fist technique crushes everything. Mo sure laughed wildly in his heart, as if the dust had settled. On the other side, Fang Chen didn't even move. What I lack the most is immortal star power. I didn't expect you to deliver it to me. Fang Chen looked at Mo sure, who was right in front of him, and grinned. If that's the case, I should thank you instead. Dong. The Chaos Sword body was fully activated. The complete Emperor Sword body's defensive power had reached an incredible level. Sword chi swept across the sky. Just like that, Fang Chen stood quietly and used the Chaos Sword body to resist the Mo family fist technique. Boom boom boom. The whole world shook. The entire Bai clan was shaken, and the clan chief took a step forward, flying up into the air to look down at the battle below. Why are they fighting? The Bai family patriarch asked. Is this the Mo family fist technique? It's really shocking. I wonder if Fang Chen can resist it? On the side, many elders appeared one after another. What is Fang Chen doing? Why isn't he fighting? Has he given up? It can't be. Several elders were puzzled. All of a sudden, a voice cried out in alarm. Oh no, he wants to resist the Mo family fist technique with pure physical strength. After this voice, the Bai family's upper echelons were shocked. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3067. The Mo clan fist technique was a very powerful fist technique. It was said that the creator of this fist technique was the founder of the Mo fist sect. The strongest point of this fist technique was that it could increase a martial artist's attack power. Mo sure was a direct descendant of the Mo clan's ancestor and was the leader of the younger generation of the Mo fist sect. He had reached the Tribulation Supremacy realm at a young age. He was praised by the upper echelons of the Mo fist sect and even the experts of the true martial domain. He would definitely become a genius of the Sector Lord realm in the future. Over the years, Mo sure had used the Mo clan fist technique to sweep through the true martial domain. No one below the Tribulation Supremacy realm could block the Mo clan fist technique with pure physical strength. The reason for that was because the attacks of the Mo family's fist technique contained a unique spatial technique. It was precisely this technique that, with the assistance of the Mo family's fist technique, broke through the opponent's defense from the inside, and seriously injured or even killed them. At this moment, the sky was filled with fist shadows. Mo sure's body was surrounded by the terrifying fist shadows. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fang Chen. Kill! Shouted Mo sure in a low voice. The Mo clan's fist skill was fully activated and it was about to hit Fang Chen. The Mo clan fist technique is exquisite. Fang Chen saw the core of the Mo clan fist technique. It was a spatial technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Fang Chen pressed down with his palm. Traces of space-time aura quietly spread out and covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it covered the fist shadows. Unknowingly, the space-time aura in the fist shadows was wiped out by Fang Chen's space-time aura. At this moment, Mo sure did not know. 1. The final form of the Chaos Sword body was revealed. The surface of his skin was covered with sword runes, and there was a layer of sword chi on the outside. The outermost layer was the invincible sword chi. The 3 layers of protection raised Fang Chen's defense to the highest level. Since you are so confident in the Mo clan fist technique, I will break your confidence. Rumble. As Fang Chen's voice fell, the fist shadows all landed on his body. The violent aura of the fist shadows directly drowned him. Ha ha! In the void, Mo sure's maniacal laughter resounded. His robes fluttered as he looked down coldly. You dare to use your physical strength to block my Mo clan's fist technique? You're simply courting death. Up in the void, the upper echelons of the Bai family were also watching on anxiously. They were very curious. Would Fang Chen be able to withstand it? Did you manage to resist it? Many elders murmured. Hoo. The berserk aura in the courtyard gradually dissipated. All of the buildings had been reduced to rubble. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation. However, there was only one silhouette that stood between the heavens and the earth, causing people to feel fearful. Senior. Bai Feng was the closest. He was the first to discover Fang Chen and shouted in surprise. The smile on Bai Yunjin's face froze. His eyes widened as if he had just seen a ghost. He withstood it. Ha, as expected of a rare genius. Truly amazing. He withstood the Mo clan's fist technique with his pure physical strength. I can imagine that his name will resound throughout the Zhenwu Jie soon. Many elders laughed, not concealing the joy in their hearts. The Bai family patriarch clenched his fist. He was very satisfied with his decision. At the same time, his eyes fell on Mo Shi. For Fang Chen, he had offended Mo Shi and the Mo fist sect. So what? How is this possible? Mo Shi cried out and shook his head frantically. How could he withstand it? Mo Shi could not accept the fact in front of him. He must have a defensive treasure on him. Yes, it must be so. Even now, he was still finding excuses for himself. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head. Such a person was destined to never become a strong expert. Do you want to continue? In the silent heaven and earth, Fang Chen's voice floated out. Mo Shi was stunned and did not speak. Then, please give me the necklace. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and said with a smile. At this time, Mo Shi came back to his senses and shook his head frantically. The crystal necklace is the treasure of the Mo fist sect. I can't give it to you. What? You want to go back on your word? Fang Chen frowned and his aura soared to the sky. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But I have not lost to you. This battle is over. We will fight again in the future. With that, Mo Shi was about to leave. He knew better than anyone the use of the crystal necklace. How could he give such a treasure to others? Previously, he had only taken it out so that Fang Chen would accept his challenge and teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he was so strong? Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at Bai Yunjin. The latter's face turned pale. Now he was in a dilemma. He could imagine that after this matter was over, there would be no place for him in the Bai family. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and continued, Fang Chen, Brother Mo did not use his full strength just now. Otherwise, would you still be standing here? That's enough. Brother Mo has to leave now. If you continue to pester him, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Bai Yunjin, can you be more shameless? Bai Feng cursed. As a member of the Bai family, he was willing to be someone else's dog. Bai Feng hated Bai Yunjin to the core. Bai Yunjin has violated the rules of the Bai family. From today onwards, he is expelled from the Bai family. The Bai family patriarch's voice rang out. Before this, he had grounded Bai Yunjin. But the latter had used the excuse of entertaining Mo Shi to leave the hall of confinement. Now, he was brazenly standing on Mo Shi's side against the Bai family. Patriarch, Bai Yunjin's face turned pale. He lowered his head and struggled in his heart. Go. Mo Shi glanced at Bai Yunjin and turned to leave. Did I say you could leave? Fang Chen stepped forward and blocked Mo Shi's path. Leave the necklace and you can leave. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Mo Shi frowned. Fang Chen shrugged, as if he would not let him leave if he did not give him the necklace. Good, very good. Mo Shi was furious. He clenched his fists again and wanted to fight to the death with Fang Chen. Although the Mo family's fist technique is strong in your hands, it is simply an insult. Fang Chen sneered, and at the same time, he threw out a punch, giving him a taste of his own medicine. This punch contained a trace of the power of the Immortal Star Core, and its power was not inferior to the Mo family's fist technique. Moreover, He used the Chaos Sword body as the foundation, and the fist shadow was filled with sword chi. Dong. Mo Shi did not have Fang Chen's abnormal defense, and under the punch, he was directly sent flying. With a bang, his body hit the ground. Hand over the necklace. Fang Chen looked down at Mo Shi from above. Damn it. Mo Shi fought back crazily, but without exception, he was easily suppressed by Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Bai family was dumbfounded. This is the demeanor of a general. He can make the enemy fall into a desperate situation with a raise of his hand. Who would have thought that even Mo Shi would be so ruthlessly suppressed? Today's battle let the world know that even under the Great Tribulation realm, there are people who can resist the Mo family's fist technique with pure physical strength. Yes, Fang Chen is destined to use Mo Shi as a stepping stone to reach the highest stage of the Zhen Wu realm. The senior members of the Bai family could already imagine what kind of shock the entire Zhen Wu realm would have when the news spread. Rumble. After a long while, Mo Shi's body was covered with blood, and he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Fang Chen glanced at him, and played with the necklace in his hand. If you had handed it over earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer this pain. At this time, many senior members of the Bai family came to Fang Chen and greeted him. Only Bai Yunjin was stunned on the spot, and he did not know what to do. Bai Yunjin, take Mo Shi and leave the Bai family. The Bai family patriarch ordered. With the help of Bai Yunjin, Mo Shi stood up with difficulty and gradually walked out of the Bai family. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Mo Shi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Mo, what should we do now? Bai Yunjin asked in a low voice. Let's find a place to stay first, I need to recover. Mo Shi said. Although he hated Bai Yunjin, he needed the latter's help now. The Bai family is nothing. If you want to leave, then so be it. Wait until my injuries are healed, then I'll bring you to join the Mo Fist sect. Mo Shi said. As for Fang Chen, he stole the necklace. The Mo Fist sect will not let him leave alive. A genius like him will not miss the trip to the Zhen Wu mountain range. When the time comes, I will tear him to pieces. Mo Shi and Bai Yunjin slowly left. Under the light of the setting sun, the two of them looked so lonely. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3068. After everyone from the Bai family left, Fang Chen took out the necklace and observed it carefully. Buzz. As soon as he touched it, he felt a familiar power coming from the necklace. It was the immortal star power, the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. It is indeed the immortal star power. Fang Chen was secretly happy, and his face was full of smiles. With a thought, the immortal star core in his body rotated quickly, and the majestic immortal star power emerged from his body and enveloped the necklace completely. Whoosh! However, when the immortal star power touched the necklace, something strange happened. Under Fang Chen's gaze, a buckle appeared on the necklace. The buckle opened with a click, and a small hole appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. What is this? Fang Chen's soul consciousness covered the necklace under the protection of the immortal star power. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, he felt his head shake, and the world was spinning, as if his whole body was about to collapse. It hurts. He subconsciously covered his head with his hands and grimaced. However, the piercing pain only lasted for a minute, and then it quickly dissipated. At this time, Fang Chen was shocked to find that there was a map in his mind. It was a spiritual map, and it was transformed by the immortal star power. Was it left by the immortal emperor? Fang Chen's heart raced, and his heart was burning. He carefully looked at the spiritual map in his mind. On the map, there were specks of starlight twinkling. Countless tiny red lines, each line representing a path. And these lines only pointed in one direction. The lines in all directions all pointed to one place, and the answer was self-evident. The inheritance left by the immortal emperor was at the place where all the lines converged. Fang Chen told the immortal scepter the information of the spiritual map. The latter pondered and said that it didn't know. I was severely injured and I haven't recovered yet. I can't remember some of my memories, the Immortal Scepter said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little disappointed. However, since it is a map transformed by the Immortal Star Power, it can definitely be proved that it was left by the Master. The Immortal Scepter analyzed. As for why Mo Sure and the Mo Fist sect didn't discover it, they probably don't know the secrets of this necklace. The necklace contained the power of the Immortal Star and the secret of the Immortal Emperor. If he wanted to activate the necklace, he would have to collide with the power of the Immortal Stars. Fang Chen also unintentionally activated the necklace. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fist. He was even more convinced that he would be able to obtain the Immortal Emperor's supreme inheritance during this trip to the true Martial Mountain Range. The Immortal Star Map has been engraved in your mind. You can now absorb all the Immortal Star power in the necklace, said the Immortal Scepter. Fang Chen nodded and held the necklace tightly. Rumble. Vast power surged around Fang Chen. The Immortal Star power in the necklace was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Star power was completely absorbed. At this moment, Fang Chen clearly felt that the Immortal Star power in his body was getting stronger. I didn't expect such a small necklace to contain so much Immortal Star power. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could feel that he was not far from condensing the second Immortal Star core. I must condense the second Immortal Star core during this trip to the true Martial Mountain Range. Fang Chen glanced at the necklace in his hand. It was dim. Without the support of the Immortal Star power, it was just an ordinary Emperor-level decoration without much use. Fang Chen casually threw it into the Sumeru ring. Fang Chen needed to consolidate the Immortal Star power that he had just absorbed. He sat cross-legged and began to consolidate the Immortal Star power in his body. The day of the opening of the Sealed Dragon Mountain had finally arrived. Little friend Fang, the Sealed Dragon Mountain was built by our ancestor, Venerable Bai. There are opportunities inside. Many people of our Bai family have entered, but none of them have found them. If you can find them, you will be a great benefactor of our Bai family. The Bai family's ancestral teachings had once said that if they could find the opportunities left in the Sealed Dragon Mountain, the Bai family would have a chance to rise. If the descendants of the Bai family couldn't find them, they could find some talented people to help. Once a martial artist outside the Bai family found them, the Bai family would have to respect them as if they were their ancestors. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will do my best to find them, Fang Chen said with a smile. Remember, after entering the Sealed Dragon Mountain, you must be careful, the Bai family's patriarch reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. Then, the Bai family's patriarch flicked his finger. A bright light flashed and disappeared into the Bai family's forbidden area. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard, and the Sealed Dragon Mountain opened. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Fang Chen flashed and entered. Patriarch, do you think he can succeed? Many elders came to the Patriarch's side. The Sealed Dragon Mountain is our Bai family's ancestral land. Only the bloodline of our Bai family can train there. I don't understand why the ancestral teachings allow outsiders to help us find them. Some elders were puzzled. The other elders looked thoughtfully at the gradually closing Sealed Dragon Mountain. Everyone, our Bai family has existed for countless years, but it has always been declining. Our Bai family needs to change and seek new things. If we want to rise, the Sealed Dragon Mountain is the key. The Patriarch muttered, I have personally studied the ancestral teachings left behind by Bai Zun. I am sure that Fang Chen is the person our Bai family is looking for. Hearing this, the elders did not say anything else. In the Sealed Dragon Mountain. Although it was called a mountain, it was actually a vast desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the soil was boiling hot. Stepping in the desert, one could not see the end of it. This is the Sealed Dragon Mountain? As soon as he entered the Sealed Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen felt the blood in his body become restless. What's going on? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately discovered that the restless blood was the heavenly sealing bloodline, one of the more than 50 special bloodlines. Heavenly sealing bloodline? Dong dong dong. The heavenly bestowal bloodline circulated automatically. Traces of bloodline power were emitted from Fang Chen's body, flowing through his feet and spreading into the desert. At the same time, the whole world trembled. Fang Chen raised his head and discovered that a jade-green illusory pool had appeared in the blue sky. Could it be that the Bai family's bloodline is related to the heavenly sealing bloodline? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Why hadn't he sensed anything related to the heavenly bestowal bloodline in the Bai clan over the past few days? Of course, there was also a possibility that the Bai family had declined to the point that there was no one with a pure bloodline, or even that their bloodline power had been cut off. Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the jade-green pool was calling out to him. He leaped into the air. The closer he got to the jade-green pool, the more restless the heavenly sealing bloodline became. Sealed Dragon Mountain, heavenly sealing bloodline, jade-green pool, all signs indicated that the heavenly sealing bloodline was related to the Bai family. Who is that? Suddenly, Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he looked at the jade-green pool in shock. He vaguely saw an illusory figure. The figure had white hair and white robes. He turned around and smiled brightly at Fang Chen before instantly disappearing. Senior White? Fang Chen was disappointed. Could it be that all of this was left behind by Senior White? Whoosh! Fang Chen did not even think about it and directly rushed into the jade-green pool. Buzz! The heavenly sealing bloodline had completely entered a state of madness, and the jade-green pool was boiling. Fang Chen was immersed in it as if he had entered a dream. Dong! The jade-green pool quickly closed and floated in the air above the desert. At the same time, the entire sealed Dragon Mountain shook, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. After millions of years, someone has finally come. An old sigh spread throughout sealed Dragon Mountain. In the outside world, in the Bai family city. Rumble! The shaking of sealed Dragon Mountain attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Swoosh! 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 Countless experts floated in the air and stared at the forbidden area. Isn't that the forbidden area of our Bai family? Why is it shaking? Could it be that our Bai family's ancestor is still alive? Ancestor White, it must be Ancestor White. Some of the younger generation who did not know what was going on shouted loudly. Only the Bai family's patriarch and the other elders had a dignified expression. Fang Chen had just entered sealed Dragon Mountain, and there was such a commotion. The situation seemed to be a little strange. Maybe little friend Fang has already obtained an opportunity. Some elders whispered as if they were comforting the patriarch. The Bai family's patriarch looked at sealed Dragon Mountain with his deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3069. Sealed Dragon Mountain. In the blue sky, the jade-green pool gradually faded, and one could only vaguely see its wrinkled shape. However, among them, Fang Chen was cultivating with his eyes closed. Ever since he entered the jade-green pool, all his doubts were cleared. The shadow he saw outside the pool was Revered White's shadow. The heavenly sealing bloodline was also passed down by Revered White. However, due to the passage of time, the heavenly sealing bloodline was no longer present in the Bai family. Sealed Dragon Mountain contained the heavenly sealing bloodline left by Revered White, and it was triggered by Fang Chen's heavenly sealing bloodline. Thus, the jade-green pool appeared and he entered it. Buzz! At this moment, the heavenly sealing bloodline was constantly absorbing the water in the jade-green pool. As time passed, the power of the bloodline became stronger and stronger. I see. After a long time, Fang Chen grinned. He didn't expect the heavenly sealing bloodline to be able to fuse with the sealing technique and increase the power of the sealing technique. A few days later, the jade-green pool shook, and all the water inside was absorbed by Fang Chen. Dong! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Immediately after, Fang Chen's body turned into a ray of light and flew out of the jade-green pool. Crack! At the same time, cracks appeared in the jade-green pool, and it shattered at a speed invisible to the naked eye, until it completely disappeared. In midair, Fang Chen stood still, carefully sensing the restless heavenly sealing bloodline in his body. Dong dong dong. He slowly raised his hands, and the extremely dense heavenly sealing bloodline was completely activated by him, gathering in his palms. Sealed Dragon Formation. Fang Chen shouted, and the Sealed Dragon Formation was set up. At the same time, his hands pressed down, and the power of the heavenly sealing bloodline was injected into the Sealed Dragon Formation. Crack! The aura around the Sealed Dragon Formation suddenly rose, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached its peak. So strong! Fang Chen looked down and muttered. The power in the jade-green pool originated from Revered White. After he soaked himself in the heavenly sealing bloodline, his heavenly sealing bloodline was completely activated. Thus, the restrictions he set up became exceptionally powerful. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly felt something strange. His eyes widened in disbelief. After a few more tries, he finally understood the profoundness of the heavenly sealing bloodline. It can seal the qi and blood of martial artists? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was this the core of the heavenly sealing bloodline? Fang Chen fell into a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. The heavenly sealing bloodline was much stronger than he had imagined. Vitality was a part of one's life. If one were to suddenly seal off one's opponent's vitality in the middle of a battle, it would cause the opponent to panic and lose the ability to continue fighting. In this way, wouldn't he be in an invincible position? Of course, Fang Chen also knew that if he was too strong, he would not be able to seal it. However, at least this was a method. With this method and time stop, if I encounter the tribulation supremacy of the thieving demon again, I won't be in such a sorry state. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said in a deep voice. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant ray of light burst out from the distance. Fang Chen wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he could not. His body was imprisoned. What's going on? Who else could imprison him in Sealed Dragon Mountain other than Revered White? Whoosh! The resplendent light flashed and disappeared, entering Fang Chen's forehead. In an instant, his body regained its freedom. At the same time, a wild power emerged in his mind. Fang Chen's expression changed and he quickly absorbed it. After a while, the power in his mind was completely absorbed. Middle stage Holy Venerate Realm. Fang Chen was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through after absorbing the power in his mind. Thank you, Senior Revered White. Fang Chen already knew that the bright light was given to him by Revered White. Senior, please don't worry. I will definitely pass the heavenly bestowal bloodline inheritance to the Bai family. Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the void. Buzz. In the void, there seemed to be a faint sound of gratified laughter. In the next moment, the sky and earth spun. Sealed Dragon Mountain was getting farther and farther away from Fang Chen, until Sealed Dragon Mountain disappeared in front of his eyes. In the void, Fang Chen was surprised to find that countless eyes were staring at him. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. Little friend Fang. The senior members of the Bai family quickly came in front of Fang Chen. They were more concerned about what had happened in Sealed Dragon Mountain and why there was such a commotion. How is it? The Bai family patriarch stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen adjusted his emotions slightly and said, Patriarch, let's talk in private. Come with me. The Bai family patriarch waved his sleeve and directly brought Fang Chen to his courtyard. I have already set up a formation around here. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation, the Bai family patriarch said. Fang Chen nodded and then said slowly, Patriarch, have you ever heard of the heavenly bestowal bloodline? Of course. The Bai family patriarch was shocked, and then a trace of light flashed in his eyes. "Did you obtain the power of the heavenly bestowal bloodline in sealed Dragon Mountain?" Fang Chen nodded and then shook his head. Senior Revered White left the heavenly bestowal bloodline in sealed Dragon Mountain, and now I have brought it out. Fang Chen opened his palm, and a drop of blood essence condensed from the heavenly bestowal bloodline appeared. He handed it to the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch looked at the blood essence and his body trembled. The blood essence of the heavenly bestowal bloodline, ha ha ha. He was wild with joy and released the suppression in his heart for countless years. Fang Chen didn't say anything and let the Bai family patriarch release the blood essence. After a long time, the Bai family patriarch came back to his senses and nodded apologetically to Fang Chen. "The heavenly bestowal bloodline is the strongest bloodline of our Bai family, passed down from our ancestor Revered White. Unfortunately, after Revered White's death, the Bai family patriarch became weaker and weaker with each generation. In our generation, the power of the heavenly bestowal bloodline is completely gone." The Bai family patriarch said, "I have always hoped to restore the Bai family to its former glory, but unfortunately, I am powerless. The heavenly bestowal bloodline was too important to the Bai family. With this blood essence, our Bai family will definitely regain the heavenly bestowal bloodline." The Bai family patriarch clenched his fists and said confidently, "Young friend Fang, you are the benefactor of our Bai family. If there is anything in the Bai family that you like, just take it." The Bai family patriarch said straightforwardly, "If you need help in the future, the Bai family will definitely not hesitate to help." Fang Chen and the Bai family patriarch talked for a long time. Basically, it revolved around the heavenly bestowal bloodline. In fact, Fang Chen thought that they were just taking what they needed. However, in the eyes of the Bai family patriarch, Fang Chen was his savior. The hope of the Bai family's rise was in the heavenly bestowal bloodline's blood essence. In the following time, the Bai family patriarch began to refine the blood essence. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited to prevent any accidents from happening to the Bai family patriarch during the refining process. However, the process went smoothly. In just 3 days, the Bai family patriarch had finished refining the blood essence. When Fang Chen saw the Bai family patriarch again, the latter's face was glowing, and his aura was vigorous. Fang Chen could even faintly sense a trace of the heavenly bestowal bloodline's power. "Young friend Fang." The Bai family patriarch cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. "Patriarch, since you have successfully refined the blood essence, I can rest assured." Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "The purpose of my trip to the true martial world is the ruins of the true martial mountain range. I've stayed long enough in the Bai clan. So, I'll take my leave today." "I'll send a few elders to go with you, young friend Fang," said the clan leader of Bai clan. Fang Chen shook his head. There were too many people around, so it was better for him to act alone. Seeing this, the Bai clan leader said, "If that's the case, then I won't ask you to stay. If you run into any trouble, you can tell me the name of the Bai clan. Maybe it will come in handy." After bidding farewell to the Bai family patriarch, Fang Chen headed towards the true martial mountain range. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, the Bai family patriarch's eyes burned with passion. Such a monstrous talent will definitely stir up a storm in the true martial mountain range, said the clan leader. The more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more he discovered that his potential was shocking. Such a prodigy could be ranked in the top 10 or even higher among the younger generation in the entire eastern region. In the near future, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire eastern region. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3070. The true martial mountain range was the most dangerous place in the true martial domain. It was filled with endless dangers. Normally, no one would dare to come here alone. However, during this period of time, there were countless cultivators fighting to be the first to enter. At a glance, the entire mountain range was lush and green. It had just rained, and the raindrops fell on the green leaves, emitting a fragrant scent. Looking at this scene, it was impossible to associate it with the legendary true Marshall Mountain Range. Whoosh! Droplets of water continued to fall from the towering trees, drenching the ground. The air was fresh, and everything was so quiet. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, a rough man rushed over from afar. He stopped in his tracks and stood in the open space, looking around. Is this the true Marshall Mountain Range? The man's face was filled with disdain. People say that the true Marshall Mountain Range is so dangerous. Seeing it today, it's simply undeserved. Roar. However, just as the man finished speaking, the terrifying roar of a beast suddenly rang out from the silent mountain range. Before the man could even react, he felt a terrifying gust of air rushing toward him, following which a massive creature swarmed forward and pressed the man under its body. Crack! A miserable cry came out of the man's mouth. In a flash, his body was broken and blood splattered all over the ground. Dong! The man fell into despair. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, his head was swallowed by the huge monster. A living being who had underestimated the true Marshall Mountain Range was killed by the monster in the next moment. Roar! The huge monster looked around with its big eyes. When it found no traces of other human cultivators, it reluctantly left the place. Whoosh! Heavy rain fell from the sky, and the blood on the ground was washed clean in the blink of an eye. The bloody scene quickly returned to its original lush state. The terrifying incident just now had disappeared in the dust of history. Danger was everywhere in the true Marshall Mountain Range. The man just now had died because he was too arrogant. Whoosh! Not long after the monster left, Fong Chen quietly appeared. As expected of the true Marshall Mountain Range, Fong Chen pursed his lips. He had seen that step clearly from not far away. Although he wasn't afraid of the demonic beast, he didn't want to complicate matters. After all, this was the true Marshall Mountain Range. Once he attracted the attention of nearby demonic beasts, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, there were too many cultivators entering the true Marshall Mountain Range. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Starlight Mountain Range. In Fong Chen's mind, the immortal star power transformed into a spiritual map. He quickly found where he was. There's a Xiao Hei dot on the map. That should be where I am, right? Fong Chen murmured. He discovered that he was on one of the red paths that led to the Starlight Holy Land. I'm currently in the northern part of the true Marshall Mountain Range. Just follow this path and keep going forward. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen determined the direction and began to move quickly. Hoo! Fong Chen pushed his speed to the limit. With his attainments in the spacetime doctrine, almost no one below the universe god level could catch up with him. His figure constantly shuttled through the void. During this period, he met many cultivators heading to the Starlight Holy Land. However, he ignored them. Swoosh! In the forest, a looming shadow flashed past at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The two men who were walking were suddenly stunned. They immediately asked, "Big brother, did you see that?" The thin man asked with his eyes wide open. "What did you see?" The fat man looked around vigilantly and asked. "I just saw a black shadow flash by. That speed is simply unimaginable." The thin man was shocked. Could it be that even universe gods have been attracted to the remains this time? Impossible. The fat man immediately denied. Although there are countless opportunities in the remains, there isn't anything that would make a universe god go crazy. The experts from the 9 realms in the eastern region are basically tribulation masters. There are only a few holy venerables. Did I see wrongly? But his speed is too fast. There are countless strange people in the world. Those who are good at speed can be found everywhere. The big brother said, "Let's go. Don't think too much. The remains have been opened for some time. We have to hurry up and not let others beat us to it." This was just a small interlude in Fang Chen's swift movement. There were countless similar incidents like this. Fang Chen's speed was so fast that only great tribulation masters could barely catch a trace of him. It was impossible for junior tribulation masters to catch him. This also allowed Fang Chen to travel quickly. He met countless cultivators, but there were no conflict. During this period, he even met some cultivators who were besieging other cultivators. These cultivators came from the 9 realms in the eastern region. "I wonder if anyone from Boundless World came?" Fang Chen muttered. After traveling continuously for about 5 days, Fang Chen finally arrived at the Starlight Holy Land. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure rushed out of the dense forest. In front of him was an endless wasteland. Fang Chen stopped in the wasteland. According to the spiritual map, the Starlight Holy Land should be here. Here? Fang Chen frowned and looked around. He did not find anything. "Little brother, are you also here to look for the remains?" Suddenly, a slightly wretched man appeared out of thin air. "You are?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. "I am a cultivator from True Martial Domain. You can call me Tribulation Master Hu." The man smiled and said, "I have seen many cultivators during this period. Most of them could not find the true entrance of the remains. They found it with my guidance." "The entrance of the remains?" Fang Chen's eyes flickered when he heard this. His dark eyes stared at Tribulation Master Hu, waiting for the latter to speak. Sure enough, this wretched-looking Tribulation Master Hu said, "Little brother, I don't think you are from True Martial Domain. You should be from the other 8 realms, right?" Fang Chen nodded. "I will not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point." Tribulation Master Hu said, "Only I know the entrance of the remains. If you want to enter the remains, you need my guidance." Tribulation Master Hu rubbed his fingers, indicating that Fang Chen needed to give him some benefits. Only then would he guide Fang Chen. "Only you know the entrance of the remains?" Fang Chen obviously did not believe it. His spiritual sense spread out and swept across the entire land. The aura of space and time wandered to every corner of the land. After a while, Fang Chen had a new discovery. Immediately, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. "My request is not high. Give me a half-step martial emperor weapon. I need to add a tribute ability or something of equal value." Tribulation Master Hu said frankly, "Sorry, I don't need your guidance." Fang Chen shook his head and rejected Tribulation Master Hu's request. He turned and walked forward. Without my guidance, you will never find the entrance of the remains." Tribulation Master Hu sneered. "Before you, there were many people who thought they could find it. But after wasting some time, didn't they come to me obediently and beg me? It's just a little trick. Do you really think I can't see through it?" Fang Chen flicked his finger. The rich aura of space and time condensed into a ball. Under the wave of his finger, it suddenly burst out. Dong! The ball exploded in the void. Then, the terrifying aura of space and time quickly spread out. At this moment, there was a change in the void. Under the pervasive aura of space and time, there were signs of cracks appearing. "Open!" Fang Chen let out a low growl and suddenly separated his palms. At the same time, a golden and dazzling void gate appeared in midair. Countless stars twinkled around the void gate. It was like the stars in the sky. How is this possible? Originally, Tribulation Master Hu thought that after Fang Chen hit a wall, he would come to him and ask for help. At that time, he could take the opportunity to increase the price. But now, things were completely beyond his expectations. This guy actually found the entrance of the remains with his own strength. Most importantly, he was just a little guy in the Saint Realm. How did he do it? Tribulation Master Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Chen turned his head and grinned at Tribulation Master Hu. Then, he strolled into the Void Gate. In fact, when Tribulation Master Hu first appeared, Fang Chen had doubts about him. Later, He found that Tribulation Master who had a powerful spacetime treasure on him that could shield his aura. As for the entrance of the remains, it was just a little trick that Tribulation Master who used. With Fang Chen's attainments in spacetime, how could he not find it? Of course, what Fang Chen did not know was that Tribulation Master who was notorious in the true martial domain. Everyone called him the Tribulation Lord of Deception. Could it be a warrior from the Void Realm? After a long time, Tribulation Master who woke up from his shock and stared at the golden void gate, muttering. With such a high attainment in the void, other than the Void Realm warriors, he could not think of anyone else who could see through his tricks. In the true martial mountain range, blood and slaughter were everywhere. After Fang Chen entered the Starlight Holy Land ruins, Shen Jianchen, who was known as the strongest genius in the true martial domain, also came to the true martial mountain range. Senior Brother Shen. The black-robed man saw that Senior Brother Shen was unhappy and immediately said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, the black-robed man took a step forward and came to the battlefield in front. "You are all Tribulation Masters, yet you are bullying me with numbers?" The black-robed man questioned. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our business? Hurry up and get lost, or we will kill you in a minute. Since you dare to meddle in our business, we will kill you too." Several Tribulation Masters were very angry when they were interrupted while besieging the enemy. They attacked at lightning speed and surrounded the black-robed man. Boom! The black-robed man threw out a few punches in succession. The violent power hit several people and immediately sent them flying. "Who are you?" "We are from the Heavenly Tribulation Sect." "Is the Heavenly Tribulation Sect very strong?" Shen Jianchen, who was not far away, carried a long sword on his back and said disdainfully. Chapter 3071. That's right. Is the Heaven Calamity faction that strong? The black-robed man sneered. Fear appeared in the eyes of the Tribulation Supremacies of the Heavenly Tribulation Sect. They wanted to retreat. The black-robed man in front of them was too strong. He could force them to retreat with one punch. Even the sect master of the Heaven Calamity faction might not be able to withstand such strength. "Since brother has interfered, the Heaven Calamity faction will give you face and let this matter pass," the leader said. "However, this person has killed many of our disciples. He must die." Scram! The black-robed man was somewhat displeased. He struck out with his palm, and the leader was instantly sent flying. "My senior brother hates bullying others with numbers. If you don't scram, none of you will survive when my senior brother attacks," the black-robed man scolded sternly. The Tribulation Supremacies of the Heaven Calamity faction were furious and prepared to fight to the death. However, at this moment, one of the Tribulation Supremacies whispered into the leader's ear, "Great Elder, why do I feel that the man with the sword on his back is somewhat familiar?" In the true martial realm, there are very few forces that dare to look down on the Heaven Calamity faction. However, this man with the sword on his back still mocked us after hearing our introduction. This means that the force behind him is very strong, the Tribulation Supremacies analyzed. The Tribulation Supremacy analyzed. Coupled with the fact that he carries a sword on his back, I seem to think of someone. The Tribulation Supremacies widened their eyes and looked at each other. A person's name appeared in their minds at the same time. The chosen one, Shen Jianchen. Thinking of this, their pupils constricted. They hurriedly said, "This is the fault of the Heaven Calamity faction. We will leave now." After the Tribulation Supremacies left, the besieged cultivator said, "Thank you for saving us, seniors." However, by the time he raised his head, the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. In addition, in other parts of the true martial mountain range, many prodigies swarmed toward the Starlight Sacred Land. Shen Jianchen also can't help but make a move? It was a man clad in armor, and his entire body was shrouded in powerful Soul Tao energy. The light that shot out from his pitch-black eyes was breathtaking. 100 years ago, I fought with you and lost to you by a single move. For the next 100 years, I cultivated in seclusion and tasted all the pain in the world. The armored man said calmly, Today, 100 years from now, I'll take advantage of the opening of the ruins to fight you and avenge the humiliation of 100 years ago. With that, the armored man disappeared into the void. The news that Shin Jianchen had entered the true martial mountain range spread like wildfire. Every martial artist was incomparably shocked after hearing Shin Jianchen's name. What? Did Shin Jianchen come in? It seems that all the top heavens prides of the younger generation of the 9 realms have come for this trip to the remains. Yeah, this is going to be a good show. While a storm was brewing in the outside world, the starlight Holy Land was unusually quiet. Fangchen appeared on a mountain peak. This place was shrouded in starlight and was very comfortable. Starlight Holy Land. When he had entered this place, Fangchen had already sensed that the red dot on the spiritual map was completely compatible. Sure enough, the Immortal Emperor had been here before. The immortal star core in his body had resonated. This meant that there must be the legendary immortal star power in the Starlight Holy Land. Kid, get down from this mountain. Suddenly, a reprimanding voice sounded. Fangchen turned his head and saw a one-horned man glaring at him from the edge of the mountain. What? Don't you want to get lost? Before Fangchen could speak, the one-horned man attacked. Buzz. The horn on his forehead exuded a violent power and came in front of Fangchen at lightning speed. The horn was extremely sharp and pierced towards Fangchen's body. Crack! Caught off guard, Fangchen's body was motionless. However, when the horn came into contact with Fangchen's body, it stopped abruptly and was unable to move forward. Single horn attack. The one-horned man roared and gathered all the power in his body into the horn, wanting to pierce through Fangchen's body. Boom! Fangchen punched out and forced the one-horned man to retreat. Thump! Thump! The one-horned man staggered. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fangchen. Who are you? The one-horned man asked. Fangchen. Never heard of you. The one-horned man shook his head. The other party was clearly just a Saint Venerable, but how could he burst out with the strength of a tribulation Venerable? This mountain is my place of cultivation. If you leave quickly, I won't bicker with you. What if I don't leave? Fangchen looked down and said indifferently. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The one-horned man attacked again, exuding an extremely powerful power and tangled with Fangchen. However, Fangchen suppressed him with just one punch. Bang! The one-horned man's body crashed to the ground and was stepped on by Fangchen. With your strength, you dare to do evil? Fangchen said. The one-horned man screamed miserably, his heart filled with fear. Fangchen had just arrived and didn't know much about the Starlight Sacred Land, so he wanted to get some useful information from the one-horned man. Tell me everything you know about the ruins, Fangchen said. If that's the case, I can consider letting you go. Really? The one-horned man looked at Fangchen with hope, extremely excited. Fangchen moved his foot away and let the one-horned man get up. The one-horned man's cultivation was only at the minor tribulation Venerable realm. In Fangchen's eyes, he was no different from an ant. But Fangchen's actions made the one-horned person's heart tremble. It must be a powerful expert who deliberately disguised his aura. The one-horned man thought to himself. He didn't believe that Fangchen's true cultivation was at the Saint Venerable realm. This is the Starlight Sacred Land, which is what the outside world calls the ruins. The one-horned man said. It is said that this sacred land is related to the Immortal Emperor, who was once the strongest expert in the primordial chaos. The Immortal Emperor. These 4 words were enough to attract everyone. The Starlight Sacred Land is very strange. The air is filled with an extremely fierce, murderous aura. If you want to survive, you have to absorb the aura of the starlight hidden in the void. The one-horned man said. In other places you can't absorb it. Only on each mountain peak can you comprehend and absorb it. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Starlight Sacred Land to be so strange. After sensing it slightly, he knew what the aura of the starlight that the one-horned man was talking about was. Whoosh! Fang Chen casually grabbed and forcibly pulled out a ball of starlight from the void. "This is the aura of the starlight?" Fang Chen asked. Seeing this scene, the one-horned man's eyes lit up and his heart trembled. Countless warriors had to go through untold hardships to comprehend and absorb the aura of the starlight, but this guy in front of him could grab it casually. "Yes, this is the aura of the starlight." Fang Chen curled his lips. This was just an ordinary aura of the starlight that had been tainted by the immortal star power. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving item for everyone in the Starlight Sacred Land. Continue. In the Starlight Sacred Land, there are a total of 1,000 mountains. Warriors who enter here will basically occupy a mountain peak and comprehend it wholeheartedly. They will try their best to absorb a large amount of the aura of the starlight and then explore the no man's land. After the one-horned man's explanation, Fang Chen roughly understood. It is said that the air in the no man's land contains a strong corrosive force. Once a warrior enters, his physical body will be corroded in minutes, and the aura of the starlight can isolate the corrosive force. The one-horned man said. Of course, if one wants to walk unimpeded in the no man's land, the amount of aura of the starlight is beyond imagination. So, the inheritance treasures are all in the no man's land? Fang Chen asked. The one-horned man nodded. In the Starlight Sacred Land, other than the 1,000 mountains, there is only the no man's land. In the Starlight Sacred Land, fights for the mountains were happening all the time. This mountain peak was originally occupied by the one-horned man after he defeated 38 people with great difficulty. He didn't expect Fang Chen to beat him to it. Seeing that your performance is quite good, I will spare your life first. Fang Chen said. You can cultivate on this mountain peak first, and keep me informed of the latest news in the Starlight Sacred Land. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Hearing this, the one-horned man was secretly delighted. He was very grateful to Fang Chen. Generally speaking, no one was willing to share a mountain with others. It was already very good that Fang Chen spared his life. He didn't expect him to stay on the mountain peak to cultivate. By the way, there is one thing that I think you should know, the one-horned man suddenly said. What is it? Shen Jianchen is also here. Chapter 3072. Shen Jianchen was the strongest of the younger generation in the true martial domain. Moreover, he was also a sword principle cultivator. His attainments in swordsmanship had reached the point of perfection. He was obsessed with cultivation and would not appear in the Jianghu under normal circumstances. But now, he had appeared because of the Starlight Holy Land relic. This meant that he attached great importance to the Starlight Holy Land relic. Shen Jianchen is a strong opponent. Fang Chen murmured as he lowered his head and looked down at the vast land. He had learned from the one-horned man that Shen Jianchen was very powerful and his comprehension of sword principle had reached an extremely high level. It is said that Shen Jianchen had already passed the second calamity and became a second calamity tribulation supremacy. However, he has not made a breakthrough for hundreds of years. The one-horned man said, once there was an expert in the complete minor tribulation supremacy who thought that Shen Jianchen was unworthy of his reputation and threatened to challenge him. Shen Jianchen had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and came out of seclusion to meet his opponent. The final result shocked everyone. Shen Jianchen killed the expert in the three calamity tribulation supremacy with just one sword strike. He did not defeat him, but killed him. From this point, it could be seen how powerful Shen Jianchen was. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly appeared beside him. This light was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the side of the mountain where Fang Chen was located. That is... Fang Chen was shocked. He saw a terrifying sword qi in the light. Within the terrifying sword qi there was a figure. Shen Jianchen. Fang Chen subconsciously called out. Yes, it is him. Who else could have such achievements in sword principle other than Shen Jianchen? A look of astonishment flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. His eyes were burning as he stared ahead until Shen Jianchen's body disappeared from his sight. He entered the no man's land? After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. Shen Jianchen was indeed the strongest of the younger generation in the true martial domain. With such strength, it was no wonder that he was respected by the world. What was that? The one-horned man obviously did not know what had just happened and asked in confusion. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "All right, I'm going to cultivate. If there's nothing special, don't disturb me." In the Starlight Holy Land, the aura of the starlight covered the entire land. Fang Chen was sitting in a lotus position on a mountain peak. Starlight aura constantly surged around him. Rumble. Thanks to the immortal star core, the starlight aura formed a huge vortex above Fang Chen's head. This vortex contained a surging aura of starlight. It turned into a beam of light that swooped down and enlightened Fang Chen. Isn't this too strong? The one-horned man at the side widened his eyes in disbelief. He had come to the Starlight Holy Land for a period of time, but had never seen such a powerful martial artist. Ordinary martial artists would be very careful when they absorbed the aura of starlight, fearing that their bodies would not be able to withstand it. And this guy in front of him was so ferocious? Can his body take it? The one-horned man stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Dong, dong, dong. In the sky, the starlight vortex rotated rapidly. Violent beams of starlight drilled into Fang Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body was filled with a vast amount of starlight aura. The change on the mountain peak attracted the attention of many martial artists who were cultivating on the surrounding mountains. What's happening on that mountain peak? Why is there so much starlight aura gathered together? Gosh, what a terrifying starlight vortex! What's going on? On the various mountains, many martial artists looked over. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. There's someone under the starlight vortex. At their level, although the voice was very low, it spread around in an instant. Many people's gazes turned to look at him. Who is that person? Is he not afraid of death? He's too strong. How can his physical body be so strong? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Fang Chen being bombarded by the beams of starlight. Rumble. At this moment, the starlight vortex in the sky finally stopped rotating. At the same time, the last beam of starlight drilled into Fang Chen's body. At this time, the starlight aura in Fang Chen's body was completely saturated. Come in. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he shouted in a low voice. The starlight vortex in the sky was forcibly absorbed by him. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. Whoosh, whoosh. After absorbing the starlight vortex, the immortal star core in Fang Chen's body kept vibrating and was abnormally active. It's time to go to the no man's land. Fang Chen's dark eyes shot out a golden luster. He looked up at the no man's land in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the movement on the mountain peak had completely quieted down. The martial artists on the surrounding mountains were deep in thought. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures came together and climbed up the mountain where Fang Chen was. Brother, I just saw you absorb the starlight aura. It's really a good technique. I admire you. Yes, if we can also have your technique, we don't have to worry about entering the no man's land. May I ask, which realm are you from? There was a faint smile on the faces of the 3. However, there was a hint of murderous intent hidden in the depths of their eyes. What's the matter? Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently. His consciousness had already sensed many martial artists on the surrounding mountains. Many of them had murderous intent towards him. It was probably caused by the powerful technique he had displayed. In that case, he decided to make an example of them. Brother, the three of us are the descendants of the Void Realm's Wang family. I hope you can give us face and give us your technique. Don't worry, our Wang family will naturally not let you suffer. As long as you are willing to share this technique, our Wang family will definitely give you a great treasure. And if you are interested in going to the Void Realm to develop, our Wang family will definitely help you. The three of them chuckled and used the name of the Void Realm's Wang family to pressure Fang Chen. The Wang family is really shameless. Seeing that others are weak, you want to rob them? At this moment, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared and sneered. Hey Ling, this is a deal between us and this brother. What does it have to do with you? Seeing Hey Ling, the three of their faces suddenly changed. Hey Ling, can't stand the ugliness of your Wang family. Hey Ling sneered. The three of them wanted to speak but were interrupted by Fang Chen. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Please go back, Fang Chen said. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know how powerful my Wang family is in the Void Realm? How ignorant! Hearing that, Fang Chen's face turned completely cold. Get lost. There was a roar, followed by three crisp sounds. Dong. The three Wang family members who were incomparably arrogant before had been directly blasted off the mountain by Fang Chen. Trash like you dare to threaten me? Fang Chen's voice rumbled. For Kong Changyue's sake, I won't kill you. If I see you again, don't blame me for being rude. This sudden turn of events caused He Ling to be stunned. Soon after, he grinned and clapped his hands in approval. Amazing! He Ling was full of admiration for Fang Chen. Brother, how should I address you? Fang Chen. Although the three insects of the Wang family are weak, Brother Fang was able to blast them away with a raise of his hand. It's enough to see how powerful Brother Fang is. He Ling said, I'm really envious of Brother Fang's potential and means. In response, Fang Chen shrugged. The three Wang family members got up from the ground and were extremely shocked. He's too strong. We can't afford to offend this person. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the three of them fled in panic. Fang Chen's attack directly shocked many warriors on the surrounding mountain peak. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? I've never heard of such a person in the realm of true force. He should be from other realms. From his means just now, I can see that his physical body is extremely strong. Could he be from the boundless realm? Those who originally wanted to attack Fang Chen had already given up on this decision. For a moment, everyone looked at the mountain peak where Fang Chen was at with incomparable envy. On the mountain peak, the one-horned man was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the side, He Ling was asking Fang Chen for advice. Brother Fang, you said before that you would do for Kong Changyue's sake. Do you know him? He Ling asked. I guess so, Fang Chen said. He felt that He Ling's personality was straightforward, so he didn't drive him away. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3073. The strongest sky pride in the Void Realm was Kong Changyue. Fang Chen had seen him before. Kong Changyue had great attainments in the Void Dao and was considered a strong opponent. However, the gap between He Ling and Kong Changyue was too big. Hearing that Fang Chen knew Kong Changyue, He Ling's eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he shook his head gently and turned to leave. Many martial artists in the surrounding mountains shook their heads when they saw this. Even He Ling was unwilling to be enemies with this guy. How could they defeat him? He Ling in the Void Realm is famous for his bad temper. Why didn't he make a move? Are you kidding me? He Ling may be violent, but he knows his limits. Listening to that guy's tone, it seems that he doesn't even care about Kong Changyue. What's a mere He Ling to him? Fang Chen ignored everyone's discussion and looked at He Ling's disappearing figure and shook his head gently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He Ling's figure flickered and in the blink of an eye, he penetrated the void and returned to the mountain where he was. As soon as he returned to the mountain, He Ling flicked his sleeve, and a huge seal immediately shrouded the mountain. Immediately after, he could no longer control the injuries in his body. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he sat on the ground, panting. He's too strong. Just now, when He Ling was silent, he secretly tried to use the Void Dao to fight against Fang Chun. However, before he could use it, his opponent directly countered it and even silently injured him. If he didn't disdain to kill me, I would have died long ago. He Ling's heart palpitated. His eyes flickered with a fiery light. I didn't expect that there would be someone outside the Void Realm who could cultivate the Void Dao to such a level. Even Kong Changyue doesn't have much of a chance of winning, right? Thinking of Kong Changyue, He Ling was looking forward to it. If Kong Changyue and Fang Chen were to fight, who would win? Kong Changyue seems to have come to the Starlight Sacred Ground. If he knew that there was such a sky pride in the Void Dao, he would definitely be tempted. After shocking the world and shocking the surrounding people, he left the mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surroundings were filled with fog as Fang Chen quickly traveled through it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the Starlight Sacred Ground. At this moment, he could clearly feel a resistance. We've arrived at the No Man's Land. Fang Chen's heart stirred. Immediately, the aura of starlight permeated his body. At the same time, the immortal star core also vibrated, and the immortal star power quietly enveloped Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen easily took this step and stepped into the No Man's Land. Is this the No Man's Land? Fang Chen could clearly feel the pressure on his body increasing. His Chaos Sword body was fully activated, raising his defense to the maximum. What a wonderful feeling! Fang Chen looked around and found that the immortal star power was very active, quickly absorbing the aura in the air. There's someone ahead. In the fog, Fang Chen saw a figure. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a sharp fist aura suddenly shot towards him. Dong! In a hurry, Fang Chen threw out a punch. When it collided with the fist aura, there was a deafening sound. Thud! 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 Fang Chen took a few steps back and steadied himself. He could clearly see the figure in the fog. Interesting. The man was wearing a golden robe. When he looked at Fang Chen, the corner of his lips curled up and there was a look of ridicule on his face. No wonder you dare to come here when you're only a middle-stage supreme sage. It turns out that you have some skills. The man in the golden robe laughed. Hand over the aura of starlight on you. If you want it, come and get it yourself, Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Hearing this, the man in the golden robe struck at lightning speed. However, in the face of his strong attack, Fang Chen was fearless. Trash! After spitting out the two words, he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! Dazzling sword radiance with unparalleled power split the void and hit the man in the golden robe. Crack! The man in the golden robe's attack was instantly shattered. At the same time, there was a storm in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. No! The man in the golden robe screamed miserably. The hidden star sword quickly fell and split him in half. Hiss! Fang Chen opened his palm, and a large amount of starlight aura was absorbed into his body. Let's go! After putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the depths of the No Man's Land. After he left, several figures appeared in front of the man in the golden robe's body. Who is that person? Why is he so powerful? He killed Jin Bai with one strike. His strength is at least that of a two disasters minor tribulation supremacy. In the 9 great domains of the eastern region, who else among the younger generation can have such a powerful sword talent other than Xin Jianchen? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. In the depths of the No Man's Land. The deeper Fang Chen went, the more he found that the starlight aura he had absorbed before began to change in this special environment. It's all turned into immortal star power? Fang Chen's face showed a touch of joy. Dong! Dong! The immortal star power in his body suddenly surged. Condense. He began to try to condense the second immortal star core. Boom! After all the starlight aura in his body had been converted into immortal star power, together with the immortal star power he had absorbed before, Fang Chen began to condense the second immortal star core. Hiss! With the experience of condensing the first immortal star, this time was not too difficult for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the immortal star core had appeared. However, at this critical moment, the immortal star power was not enough. It's still not enough. Fang Chen was a little anxious, but suddenly he saw starlight in the distance. That's a ball of immortal star power. Fang Chen immediately found the ball of light in front of him. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he continuously shuttled through the void and came in front of the ball of light. Absorb. Without saying anything, he grabbed the ball of light and absorbed the immortal star power inside. Stop! Just as Fang Chen finished absorbing the immortal star power in the ball of light, a furious voice suddenly came. How dare you steal my ball of immortal star power? You're courting death. A ferocious-looking man flashed and came in front of Fang Chen. Boom! He threw out a punch, and a powerful fist shadow directly hit Fang Chen's body. Get lost! Fang Chen roared and slashed out with his sword. Crack! Sparks flew in all directions as the hidden star sword collided with the thick and heavy metal and came to a standstill. Rip! The ferocious-looking man was forced back by Fang Chen's sword. Who are you? Fang Chen did not speak, and he carefully looked at the ferocious-looking man. The immortal star power in the ball of immortal star power must have been left by the immortal emperor. Fang Chen was now condensing the second immortal star core, and he urgently needed the immortal star power. He did not have time to waste with the ferocious-looking man. Without saying a word, he went deeper into the no-man's land to look for the ball of light. You stole my ball of light and now you want to leave? The ferocious-looking man sneered, and he was burning with anger. He took out his saber and went straight to Fang Chen. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen performed the seventh move of the invincible sword art. Combined with space-time Dao, he instantly imprisoned the ferocious-looking man in the void. Oh no! Seeing this, the ferocious-looking man quickly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A vast power emerged from his body and directly destroyed the time stop. Let's go. The ferocious-looking man seemed to have felt Fang Chen's strength. He did not want to fight anymore and turned to leave. Continue to absorb. Fang Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he was looking for the ball of light. The condensation of the star core has reached the most critical moment. According to my estimation, I can succeed with one more ball of light. At this critical moment, Fang Chen did not want to be distracted. Deep in the no-man's land, the fog was thick and the stars were bright. Crash! The ferocious-looking man's figure flashed and landed on the ground. Who the hell is he? The ferocious-looking man frowned. Time stop, such a means has appeared. Thinking of this, the ferocious-looking man clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with a burning look. This is a very important piece of information. I think Brother Hao will like it. After that, the ferocious-looking man took out his communication jade pendant and told the other party about the battle between him and Fang Chen. At the same time, at the other end of the no-man's land, a man had just killed an enemy when he suddenly heard the news from the communication jade pendant. Time stop? And it's from a holy Venerable? Speaking of this, the man smiled eerily. Master once told me that if I can devour the flesh and blood of the person who has time stop, I will definitely be able to achieve great success. The man thought that his chance had come. Last time, he had failed. This time, no matter what, no one could stop him. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3074. Starlight Holy Land, deep in the no-man's land. Vast fog shrouded the entire no-man's land. The air contained extremely powerful immortal star power. At the same time, some star power light clusters appeared occasionally. At this moment, Fang Chen was shuttling through the no man's land at high speed, constantly looking for star power light clusters. For him now, the immortal star power hidden in the air was not very useful. Only star power light clusters could help him condense the second star core. Star power light clusters. After defeating the ferocious man, Fang Chen ran for about 15 minutes and finally saw a star power light cluster. Just as he was about to grab it, he was surprised to find that the star power light cluster was moving quickly, as if it was deliberately avoiding him. That is, Fang Chen was stunned. At this moment, the voice of the immortal scepter came. There is a remnant spirit in that star power light cluster. What? Fang Chen cried out in surprise. Just whose remnant will was hidden in the cluster of astral power? Was it left by the immortal emperor? Soon, Fang Chen denied this idea. If it was the remnant spirit left by the immortal emperor, the immortal scepter would definitely know. I will attract the star power light cluster. You deal with the remnant spirit in the star power light cluster, the immortal scepter said in a deep voice. Okay. Soon, Fang Chen and the immortal scepter reached a consensus. The immortal scepter let out a long whistle. Immediately, complex runes flashed around it, and a terrifying immortal aura instantly spread out. The immortal scepter's strange movement instantly caused the immortal star power in the surrounding void to rush toward it. At the same time, the star power light cluster, which was running away, kept struggling. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not resist the attraction of the immortal scepter. In a flash, the star power light cluster was attracted to the immortal scepter. Spacetime's sword explosion. Fang Chen was already prepared. He held the star-hidden sword and slashed. In order to ensure that the remnant spirit could be killed to the greatest extent, Fang Chen secretly activated the immortal star core. His attacking power suddenly increased by several times. A resplendent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword in the sky. It seemed as if it was going to split the heaven and earth. Stop! The cluster of starlight seemed to be in a state of panic, and a hoarse voice echoed out from within. However, Fang Chen didn't stop at all. The hidden star sword was still swooping down with a powerful sword power. Stop, I can tell you the secret of no man's zone. The remnant consciousness in the cluster of star power obviously felt Fang Chen's killing intent and hurriedly shouted. Voila! After hearing the words no man's land, the hidden star sword instantly froze in the void. The violent sword principle aura poured down and dissipated in the void. The sword chime resounded throughout the world, as if it was responding to the remnant consciousness in the cluster of star power. I've already confined the cluster of star power. At this moment, the voice of the immortal scepter came. Fang Chen nodded and looked curiously at the cluster of star power. Who are you? Why are you in the cluster of star power? Fang Chen asked the question in his heart. I'm a general under the real martial domain lord. I once followed the domain lord to explore the no man's zone. In the end, I died here. A remnant consciousness hid in the cluster of star power and lived on. What? Hearing this, Fang Chen exclaimed. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the cluster of star power. His heart was in turmoil. The real martial domain lord came to the starlight sacred ground before? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. His face became solemn. Even the real martial domain lord came here before. Didn't that mean that there was a treasure in the starlight sacred ground that could attract the attention of a domain lord? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was burning with passion. Perhaps the immortal emperor had left an important inheritance here. At the same time, he also thought of the death of the remnant consciousness in front of him. The real martial domain lord could be said to be the strongest domain lord in the eastern region. He was the ruler of the eastern region. Even the domain lords of the other 8 domains had to greet the real martial domain lord personally. From this point, one could see how strong the real martial domain lord was. However, this person had died while following the real martial domain lord. What did this mean? Could it be that there was a great danger hidden in the starlight's sacred ground? A long time ago, so long that I almost forgot about the time. The remnant consciousness said. At that time, the real martial domain lord had just stepped into the domain lord realm. His strength wasn't that strong. I followed him to conquer the starlight's sacred ground. Who would have thought that there would be a change in the middle? The starlight's sacred ground isn't as simple as it seems. There's an extremely evil existence that was suppressed in the depths of the no man's zone. If you touch the seal, you will definitely meet with a calamity. After listening to the remnant consciousness, Fang Chen's heart tightened. The battle back then was too tragic. Even the real martial domain lord couldn't escape unscathed. As the subordinate of the domain lord, I resolutely blocked in front of him to buy time for him. The remnant consciousness said. In the end, the domain lord escaped, but I died. Fortunately, because of a strand of good fortune, my remnant consciousness hid in the cluster of star energy. That guy was too terrifying. If he was allowed to escape, the entire eastern region would be turned into ashes. Fortunately, he was restricted in the no man's zone and couldn't break out of the cage. He couldn't even destroy the cluster of star energy. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. The remnant consciousness recalled the tragic battle back then and sighed with emotion. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would actually meet a human cultivator. For so many years, my remnant consciousness has been dissipating. Fortunately, there's the energy in the cluster of star energy to maintain it. That's why I can persist until now. The remnant consciousness continued. Your cluster of star energy is my life. If you can be magnanimous, after I escape from the starlight's sacred ground, I will definitely reward you greatly. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved. He was considering whether to save the remnant consciousness or not. If he could lose the domain lord of true martial because of this, it would be too worth it. However, he had to seriously consider whether what the remnant consciousness said was true or not. How can you prove that what you said is true? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. How about this, do you have a space-type treasure? The remnant consciousness said. It has to be at least of the Emperor realm. Whoosh! Fang Chen moved his mind and Mount Dongming appeared in front of him. Mount Dongming followed beside him and improved day and night. It was now a space-type treasure at the half-step Emperor realm. Put me in this space-type treasure, and then everything will be clear, Yi Futian said. Fang Chen followed the remnant consciousness's instructions and sent the cluster of star energy into Mount Dongming. Then, he entered it himself. Whoosh! The cluster of star energy wriggled, and the remnant consciousness floated out. My name is Qizhan. How should I address you, brother? The remnant consciousness turned into a shadow and bowed slightly. Fang Chen. Thank you, Brother Fang, for saving my life. Then, Qizhan waved his hand and flicked his finger. A dazzling ray of light shot out. Seeing this ray of light, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. Can you prove my identity now? Qizhan asked. Yes. Fang Chen said. Qizhan had just used the domain lord of true martial realm's famous technique, the universe true martial finger. As the strongest domain lord in the eastern region, Fang Chen had heard all the legends of the domain lord of true martial realm. Naturally, he had heard of the universe true martial finger. Even though Zhang Xian had never seen it before, he was still able to deduce something from the rumors. No one could display the charm of the universe true martial finger. Qizhan in front of him could only imitate a trace of it. It seems that this person has a high status in the domain lord of true martial realm's heart. The fact that he could teach his technique to others was enough to prove everything. Although the air in the no man's land contains star energy, it also contains that guy's evil aura. Once my remnant consciousness leaves the cluster of star energy, it will be instantly disintegrated, Qizhan said. Fang Chen nodded. So that was it. However, he was more curious. What was the terrifying existence that had once forced the domain lord of true martial realm to retreat? Brother Fong, how about we make a deal? Qi Zhan said with a smile. He flicked his finger and sent the cluster of star energy to Fong Chen. I can help you find the cluster of star energy. At the same time, I can guarantee that as long as you are in the domain of true martial realm, you will be protected by the domain lord of true martial realm. What you need to do is to use this space-type treasure to bring me out. How about it? Chapter 3075. Qi Zhan looked at Fong Chen. He felt that his offer was attractive enough. Under normal circumstances, the other party would definitely accept it. You don't have to worry about my relationship with the Realm Lord. Although we are master and servant, we are actually brothers. Otherwise, the Realm Lord wouldn't have imparted the universe true martial finger to me, Qi Zhan said slowly when he saw Fong Chen deep in thought. How can you help me find the star power light cluster? Fong Chen asked. In fact, he valued Qi Zhan's understanding of the starlight sacred ground and the no man's land. Countless experts from the 9 great boundaries in the eastern region flocked to the starlight sacred ground this time. It was extremely difficult to get the last inheritance treasure. With Qi Zhan's help, it might be easier. I have been in the star power light cluster as a remnant consciousness. As time passed, my remnant consciousness absorbed a trace of the star power and was tainted with its aura. As long as it is within a certain range, I will be able to sense the star power light cluster, Qi Zhan said. Fong Chen nodded. He couldn't refuse Qi Zhan's offer. Okay, I promise you. Fong Chen grinned. With Qi Zhan and the Immortal Scepter's help, it would be easy to find the star power light cluster. Whoosh! Fong Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand and grabbed the cluster of astral power in his palm. Condense! Fong Chen shouted in a low voice. The last of his immortal star power merged into the star core. Dong! His body shook and a vast power whizzed out. The entire dark cave mountain was shaking. Ripples flickered in the sky as if the heavens and earth were about to be pierced through. Qi Zhan's eyes widened when he saw this. There seems to be a huge source of star power in his body. What is that? He saw the existence of the immortal star core through Fong Chen's body. However, he didn't know what this thumb-sized thing was. No wonder he dares to barge into the starlight sacred ground when he is only a holy venerate. Qi Zhan smiled bitterly. In a flash, the second star core was condensed. Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes. His body was enveloped by astral power. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The whole world seemed to change color. At this moment, he could feel that the power in his body had reached its peak. It was as if he could split the heavens and earth apart with a single punch. Immortal Star Core. Fong Chen's eyes were full of passion. Every time he condensed an immortal star core, his attack power would increase countless times. He had only condensed the second one, and he already felt that his power was boundless. He could not imagine how powerful the Immortal Emperor was when he had condensed 9 immortal star cores and cultivated the Immortal Hand. Isn't that the true destruction of heaven and earth? Fong Chen murmured. Congratulations, Brother Fong. Your strength has increased. Qi Zhan smiled and congratulated Fong Chen. The stronger the latter was, the greater his chances of leaving the Starlight Holy Land. Someone is approaching. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, he suddenly felt someone approaching from the outside world. Voila! He instantly appeared outside Immortal Cave Mountain and saw 2 figures in the mist. He took a closer look and saw that one of them was the ferocious-looking man that he had defeated before. Beside him, there was an expert with an even stronger aura. Brother Hao, he's over there. The ferocious-looking man saw Fong Chen and pointed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious-looking man and Brother Hao were not far away from Fong Chen. Kid, you're dead this time, the ferocious-looking man said arrogantly. Brother Hao frowned and stared at Fang Chen as if he was trying to see through him. After a long while, he relaxed his brows and asked, "You're the guy who has time stop? Why? After being defeated by me, you found someone to help you?" Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and ignored Brother Hao. You still don't know how dangerous your situation is, right?" The ferocious-looking man sneered. "With Brother Hao here, no one can save you today. Go and capture him for me," Brother Hao said coldly. "If he dares to resist, I'll destroy his cultivation." Boom! The ferocious-looking man attacked again, and a powerful force emerged from his palm. Dong! 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 The sky shook. When the ferocious-looking man gathered all his strength, he suddenly slammed his palm toward Fang Chen. "Trash will always be trash." Fang Chen smiled indifferently and threw out a punch. Dong! The fist and the palm collided and a deafening sound exploded. The ferocious-looking man's body retreated a little, then he stomped his foot and continued to rush toward Fang Chen. "You do have some skills, but if that's all, you're not qualified to make me, Chen Hao, take action." Brother Hao sneered. If someone was here and saw Brother Hao, they would definitely be dazed. Because he was Chen Hao, the strongest sky pride in the Black Underworld territory, recognized as the demon with the most potential in the extreme Yin lineage. It was to the extent that Chen Hao, with his unique comprehension ability, had created an unprecedented feat. The Black Underworld territory was most proficient in the extreme Yin Dao, and the Black Underworld territory master was one of the best in the extreme Yin Dao. Chen Hao, on the other hand, had shown great talent since he was young, and the North Black Underworld territory master took him in as his last disciple. Moreover, a few hundred years ago, Chen Hao used a unique method to merge the extreme Yin lineage and the Void lineage together, forming a brand new lineage. This lineage was called the Void Extreme Yin lineage. It was built on the foundation of the extreme Yin Dao and the Void Dao, and it was a perfect combination. Even the Black Underworld territory master was shocked, thinking that it was a stroke of genius. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do it. It was a product of the era, a unique mark of the era. Since then, he nurtured Chen Hao with all his might. In order for him to have greater attainments in the Void Extreme Yin lineage, he didn't hesitate to incur the wrath of the Void world and captured the disciples of the Void lineage. In the Black Underworld territory, Chen Hao was synonymous with the Heaven's Chosen One. The Black Underworld territory master once said that Chen Hao's future achievements would definitely be above his. At this moment, Chen Hao looked at Fang Chen as though he had seen his prey, and he licked his dry lips. He clearly remembered that his master once said that if he wanted to go further in the Void Extreme Yin lineage and have a breakthrough, he would have to devour someone who had the ability to stop time. In the immemorial chaotic world, anyone who had the ability to stop time was basically a sector master and above. Some people, even the Black Underworld territory master, didn't dare to provoke. Hence, Chen Hao could only place his hopes on a saint god-level martial artist. After going through untold hardships, he finally found one. "No one can save you from my hands." Chen Hao laughed eerily. Bang! Just then, a loud sound rang out. Chen Hao looked up and saw that the hideous man was defeated by Fang Chen. "Stop!" Seeing that Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was about to pierce the hideous man's head, Chen Hao raised his hand and punched out. "You can't stop me," Fang Chen said coldly. The star-hidden sword drew a strange trajectory and successfully went around Chen Hao's fist and stabbed into the hideous man's head. At the same time, he activated the chaotic sword body and gathered all his strength on his fist, and punched out. The two fists collided, and the surrounding void exploded, as though the ground was about to be overturned. A powerful aura tore through the sky. Two different forces devoured each other. This scene caused Chen Hao to be stunned. Soon after, he stomped his foot and his body retreated a few steps. Fang Chen's fist light, which contained the immortal star power, missed its target and hit the ground. Integrated with the star force? Chen Hao was surprised, as he didn't expect this guy to have such monstrous potential. If I give you more time, you might really become a threat to me. Unfortunately, you've been targeted by me. Chen Hao didn't care about the hideous man who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. To him, a martial artist who had the ability to stop time was the most important. Everything else was meaningless. To put it bluntly, the hideous man was just a dog. Now that he had completed his mission, it didn't matter anymore. Brother Hao, save me. The hideous man felt his life force disappearing. He raised his hand with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, "You've become useless." Chen Hao said coldly, "You'll only suffer more torture if you live. Why don't you sleep in the Starlight Holy Land forever?" "No." Brother Hao, seeing this, the hideous man's pupils shrank and he shouted desperately. However, Chen Hao's palm was already on his head. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head. "To achieve your goal, you'll do whatever it takes. After achieving your goal, you burn the bridge and kill your own subordinate," Fang Chen said. "Although I want to kill him, your actions make me feel even more ashamed." Chapter 3076. It had to be said that Chen Hao was able to reach where he was today because of his ruthlessness and decisiveness. However, Fang Chen hated this kind of person the most. Chen Hao's palm was full of blood. He looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Why would he need to explain his actions to others? Because he was the Black Turtle Territory's genius, Chen Hao. Just this point alone was enough. At this moment, Chen Hao only saw Fang Chen as a prey. A prey would always be a prey. No matter how strong he was, he would never be able to escape from the hands of the hunter. As for the prey killing the hunter, it did not exist for Chen Hao at all. Over the years, as long as Chen Hao set his eyes on his target, no one would be able to escape. The person in front of him today was no exception. You can't even protect yourself and you're still pretending to be calm. Interesting. Chen Hao sneered and his eyes were full of sarcasm. "Do you think you can kill me?" Fang Chen shrugged and asked instead of getting angry. Chen Hao shook his head and said, "Looks like you still don't know what I'm capable of." Chen Hao from the Black Turtle Territory was one of the top geniuses in the entire eastern region. Some people even said that Chen Hao's Void Yin lineage was a pioneer in the Black Turtle Territory. He could even compete with Xin Jianchen from the true martial domain. Chen Hao from the Black Turtle Territory. Fang Chen naturally heard about some of Chen Hao's deeds. However, he was still fearless. People say that you, Chen Hao, can compete with Xin Jianchen from the true martial domain. Today, I would like to see if you live up to your reputation. Buzz. As soon as Fang Chen finished his words, he activated the chaotic sword body. Vast sword aura filled his body and raised his physical defense to the highest level. At the same time, the hidden star sword quickly appeared in his palm. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Chen Hao licked his dry lips as a sinister smile appeared on his face. He raised both of his hands and waved them in the air. In the next moment, an extremely cold Void Yin aura filled the air. The temperature of the entire area suddenly dropped. At the same time, Chen Hao's body flickered and disappeared in the void. "Void Extreme Yin lineage?" Fang Chen murmured. Everyone knew that Chen Hao had merged the Void lineage and the Extreme Yin lineage to form the Void Dao of Extreme Yin. However, they didn't know that Fang Chen had created his own invincible swordsmanship from scratch, creating a new era. Void Extreme Yin Demonic Hand. Chen Hao, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen. At the same time, he roared loudly. The dense Yin Qi that permeated the air rapidly gathered in his palms. His palms were filled with boundless strength as they swooped downwards. Spacetime sword explosion. Seeing Chen Hao's attack, Fang Chen decisively used spacetime sword burst. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and pierced towards Chen Hao's palm as fast as lightning. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the sword light pierced through Chun Hao's palm, instantly breaking apart his void extreme demonic palm. Dong! Chun Hao was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. After feeling the threat of the hidden star sword, Chun Hao quickly retreated. When he stabilized his body, he suddenly found that his palm was full of blood. There was a bloody mark on his palm. "Why didn't you use time stop?" Chun Hao asked gloomily. In his opinion, what Fang Chen was most proud of was probably his ability to stop time. However, he didn't use it when dealing with him, which was simply too arrogant. "Why should I use it?" Fang Chen shrugged. Chun Hao was completely enraged by Fang Chen's words. "Good, very good," Chun Hao said coldly. Since he had the ability to stop time, his attainment in the Void Dao was not weak. Therefore, Chun Hao directly gave up using the Void ability to deal with Fang Chen, and focused on the Extreme Een ability. His Void Extreme Een demonic hand was unleashed once again. "Die!" Chun Hao shouted in a low voice, and a terrifying killing intent shot out from his dark eyes. When his big hand was about to touch Fang Chen, something strange happened. The hidden star sword automatically used the invincible sword technique, and Fang Chen clenched his fists and continuously swung them. Dong! 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 Chun Hao's big hand blocked the attack of the hidden star sword, but it could not block Fang Chen's punch. Chun Hao was caught off guard and his body was sent flying by Fang Chen. "Ah! I'm going to kill you!" Chun Hao quickly got up from the ground and shouted crazily, falling into a state of madness. "A little ant dares to hurt me?" Chun Hao's body was surrounded by an extremely strong Extreme Een aura, and his expression began to change. His hands quickly formed a seal in front of his chest, and in the blink of an eye, a mysterious Een ball appeared. "Mysterious Een, explode!" Chun Hao stomped his foot, and his body shuttled through the void, and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. This was his strongest attack, and no one in the younger generation had ever forced him to use it. Originally, he had prepared this move to deal with Shen Jianchen, but after exchanging blows with Fang Chen, he felt that the latter was difficult to deal with. A wholly venerate martial artist dared to enter the depths of the no man's land without any scruples, so he must have something to rely on. "The stronger you are, the more my cultivation will increase after I devour you." Looking at the faint void aura around Fang Chen, Chun Hao licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Buzz." The two immortal star cores in Fang Chen's body vibrated rapidly, and vast immortal star power was rapidly infused into the hidden star sword. "So what if you are a supreme talent? I'll kill you with my sword." The seventh move of the invincible sword technique, Space-Time Sword Explosion. In the cloudy sky, a bright and dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. It tore the space apart, pierced through the heavens and earth, and pierced towards Chun Hao at lightning speed. The entire no man's land seemed to be trembling when the sword was unleashed. There had never been such a shocking power in the world before. Even Qi Zhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, felt his heart palpitate. "What a powerful force!" Qi Zhan murmured. He could feel that Fang Chen's strength had increased by a few hundred times in just a few seconds, which was absolutely unimaginable. Explode. Chun Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Fang Chen. He believed that as long as he punched, Fang Chen would definitely die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His big hand pressed down, and at the same time, the extreme Een Chi exploded, forming a powerful vibration wave. Crack! However, such a magnificent attack did not last long, and it was pierced through by a sword light that descended from the heavens. The two immortal star cores brought Fang Chen a powerful attack, and Chun Hao could not withstand it at all. Condense. Chun Hao also realized that something was wrong, and he clenched his fists, trying to hold the terrifying sword light, but he could not do it. He could feel that the terrifying sword light was destroying his body. "I can't go on like this." Chun Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness, and he immediately used his other hand to smash his palm that was pierced through by the sword light. Poochie! Blood splattered across the sky, and Chen Hao's miserable cry resounded between the heavens and earth. Whoosh! Chen Hao endured the pain and quickly disappeared into the void. Trying to escape? Fang Chen sneered and slashed out with his sword again. In the distant sky, the void was torn apart and a sword light loomed. Then, blood splattered across the sky, and Chen Hao disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned, as if he was not satisfied with Chen Hao's escape. With such a heavy injury, even if he escaped, he would not live for long. In the darkness, there was an uproar. The battle between Fang Chen and Chen Hao was too intense, and it attracted the attention of many martial artists. When they saw Chen Hao escape, they were shocked. Black Turtle Territories, Chen Hao was defeated? Oh my God, who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? He's too strong, and it's simply unimaginable. Could he be Shen Jianchen? Some of the martial artists who had not seen Shen Jianchen before associated him with Shen Jianchen. He's not Shen Jianchen, but he's a monster comparable to Shen Jianchen. Soon, the news spread in the no man's land. Most of the martial artists who entered the Starlight Sacred Ground were on the mountain peak outside, absorbing the aura of the starlight. The martial artists in the no man's land were basically the geniuses of the various large domains. When they heard the news, they were all shocked. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3077. What? Chen Hao from the underworld territory was defeated by a strange man? A man holding a sword asked in surprise in a corner of the no man's land. Moreover, he's a sword cultivator? At this point, the sword-wielding man's lips curled into a sly smile. It seems that Shen Jianchen won't be alone. This man's potential is too monstrous. He's only a holy venerate, but his attack power is comparable to that of a complete minor tribulation venerable. Even Chen Hao is no match for him. I'm afraid that only a great tribulation venerable can suppress him, another man said. Moreover, the martial artists who are secretly observing him have found that the starlight aura on him is too strong. In this regard, even Shen Jianchen is inferior to him. The man holding the sword was slightly surprised. He put away the long sword in his hand and said, "He must have some unspeakable secret on him. If we can capture him," a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The news of him defeating Chen Hao with a single sword strike was like a storm, spreading rapidly. Everyone in the no man's land knew about it. Even the experts from the other 8 realms were curious about who this person was. As the protagonist, Fang Chen did not have the time to care about others. He was busy looking for starlight balls. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After absorbing the starlight balls in front of him, Fang Chen felt a little strange. The Immortal Emperor left so many starlight balls in the no man's land. There must be some secret, Fang Chen murmured. In just 3 days, he had absorbed about 9 starlight balls, and the immortal star power in his body was getting stronger. As far as I know, there are a total of 108 starlight balls in the no man's land. If all of them are absorbed, the inheritance treasure will appear. Qi Zhan revealed a secret. Is the news reliable? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. However, you have to be careful. Although there are powerful restrictions suppressing that guy for countless years, I can't guarantee that he won't rush out, Qi Zhan reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen felt a slight spatial fluctuation. Then, he found that on a small hill not far away, 2 men were discussing how to find the astral light cluster. Heaven Mountain Palace? Fang Chen frowned as his gaze fell on their collars. There was the symbol of the Sky Mountain Palace there. On a small hill. How unlucky. We just found a ball of light and it was snatched away by someone else, one of them said helplessly. Who asked him to be so strong? Another person said, if it wasn't for the hidden Star Palace Lord, our boundless world's younger generation wouldn't be so destitute. That damned fellow, after killing Xiahou Yuan, the rest of us are simply not worth mentioning before the geniuses of the 8 great domains. Thinking of Fang Chen, the two of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Don't worry, that fellow is not far from death. It is said that our palace master has contacted the other palaces recently and persuaded them to besiege the Hidden Star Palace together. When the Hidden Star Palace is destroyed, the Hidden Star Palace master will be imprisoned by our Heaven Mountain Palace and will never be able to reincarnate. Voila! Fang Chen suddenly appeared on the small hill and looked at the two of them with a smile. Who are you? The two of them immediately became alert and looked at Fang Chen vigilantly. Brother, we are disciples of the Boundless World's Heaven Mountain Palace. May I ask who you are? The two of them felt the powerful aura on the person before them and immediately reported their names. Weren't you guys still discussing me just now? Why did you guys not recognize me when I appeared? Fang Chen looked at the two of them with ridicule and said slowly, You are the Hidden Star Palace Master? The two of them looked at each other, then their pupils suddenly shrank and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Why are you here? The two of them were very shocked. Wasn't the Hidden Star Palace Master in the Boundless World? Why did he appear in the true martial domain? Unfortunately, the two of them still wanted to say something, but there was no chance. Die! Fang Chen blasted out a punch. Immediately, a martial artist who was close to him was directly annihilated in body and soul. The other martial artist was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a plop. Hidden Star Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let me go. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as you let me go, I will do anything. How many people from the Heaven Mountain Palace came here this time? Fang Chen asked. A total of more than 30 people. The Law Hall Master is leading the team, the person said with a trembling body. Fang Chen nodded lightly, very good. The person was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. However, what welcomed him was Fang Chen's punch. Gotcha! His head shattered and his body exploded. Heaven Mountain Palace? The corner of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Since it is already a matter of life and death, it doesn't matter if I kill a few more disciples of the Heaven Mountain Palace, Fang Chen muttered. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void, looking for the disciples of the Heaven Mountain Palace. Not long after he left, a ripple appeared in the void and the sword-wielding man arrived. I'm late? Behind him, the black-robed man checked the two corpses and said, The blood is still warm. It seems that he has not gone far. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword-wielding man was extremely fast as he chased after Fang Chen. At this moment Qizhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen, Someone is following you. Fang Chen had also noticed it, but he did not pay attention to it. The latter's strength was not even comparable to Chen Hao's, so how could he be a threat to him? Brother, please wait. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a voice sounded. Fang Chen was a little puzzled and stopped in his tracks. In the blink of an eye, the sword-wielding man and the golden-robed man appeared in front of Fang Chen. Brother, I am Jian Yu. The sword-wielding man smiled and said, I heard that you severely injured Chen Hao of the Black Turtle Territory with a single sword strike. I'm a little curious, so I've been looking for you. I want to ask you about the Tao of the Sword. Fang Chen shrugged. Everyone's Tao of the Sword is different. Mine may not be suitable for you, and yours may not be worse than mine. As long as you follow the obsession in your heart, one day you will have a different harvest. Hearing this, Jian Yu's eyes lit up. He was even more certain that he had found the right person. Brother, to be honest, I have been troubled by this realm for many years, and I have been unable to touch a higher level of the Tao of the Sword. I hope that you will not be stingy with your guidance on the account that we are both sword cultivators, Jian Yu said very sincerely. The black-robed man beside him said, Brother Jian Yu is a sword fanatic. If you don't agree to his request, I'm afraid he will continue to bother you unless you kill him. Haha, we are both sword cultivators. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He looked at Jian Yu with admiration and then said, "Well, no one is a match for me in the Tao of the Sword. Although our Tao of the Sword is different, we can still learn from each other. Make your move." Okay. Jian Yu held the long sword in his hand and instantly entered battle mode. He swung his hand, and the long sword spun 9 times in the air before returning to his hand. At the same time, a terrifying sword Tao aura spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Man and sword as one? Fang Chen murmured. Although he was surprised, Jian Yu's move was not too threatening. Swoosh! Fang Chen performed the 7th move of the invincible sword technique, Space-Time Sword Explosion. This was the invincible sword Tao that he had created. It was his own Tao. As soon as the invincible sword Tao appeared, Jian Yu shook. What a powerful sword Tao! Jian Yu exclaimed, but he did not forget to attack. Dong! The 2 long swords quickly collided, and sparks flew in all directions. Soon, they separated. Thump! Thump! Jian Yu's body staggered a little. After stabilizing his body, his eyes were full of passion. This is the perfect sword Tao. This is the sword Tao that I have been pursuing all my life. In his mind, he recalled the fight with Fang Chen and felt that his understanding of sword Tao seemed to have improved a lot. Your understanding of sword Tao is very unique, but you have only achieved the man and sword as one. When you truly achieve the man and sword as one, you will understand that sword Tao is much simpler than you think. From simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Buzz. Jian Yu's mind trembled, and he seemed to have an epiphany. He cupped his fists at Fang Chen. My name is Jian Yu, which means the Jade of the Sword. However, compared to brother, I am simply ashamed. Brother's understanding of the sword Tao makes me blush with shame. Today, I will not hesitate to teach you. It is very important to me. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Chapter 3078. Chen Hao from the Black Underworld territory was one of the top geniuses in the eastern region. Some people even said that he had the chance to compete with Xin Jianchen in the future. From this point, it could be seen how highly everyone thought of Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao had been defeated by Fang Chen in his first battle in the Starlight Holy Land. This news was too shocking. Everyone's expression changed when they heard it. However, there was one person who could not accept this fact. On a towering mountain in the Starlight Holy Land. This mountain looked very ferocious from afar. On the mountain peak, there was an extremely powerful and crazy power that made people feel afraid to approach it. At this moment, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize them. These 2 people were Mo Shi from the Mo Fist sect, who had been defeated by him, and Bai Yunjin, who had been expelled from the Bai family. Brother Mo, Bai Yunjin's face was a little gloomy. He had just returned from outside and heard something that he could not believe. Do you think this is true? Bai Yunjin looked at Mo Shi and asked in a low voice. Buzz. Violent power surged from Mo Shi's body. The complicated patterns on the surface of his skin exuded a dazzling and shocking power. Crash. After hearing Bai Yunjin's words, Mo Shi slowly opened his eyes. It had been some time since he had been severely injured by Fang Chen. Now, after entering the Starlight Holy Land, he had obtained a trace of opportunity. Not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also increased. Now, he had regained his former confidence. He was the only successor of the Mo family's fist technique, the strongest genius of the Mo fist sect, Mo Shi. Chen Hao from the Black Underworld territory is very powerful. I almost had no chance to fight back against him. How could a mere Fang Chen defeat Chen Hao with one sword? Mo Shi sneered. Obviously, he did not believe the news that Bai Yunjin had heard. Moreover, although everyone is talking about it, they do not know the name of the mysterious expert who defeated Chen Hao. Maybe he is Shen Jianchen? Bai Yunjin opened his mouth and stopped talking. There's no need to say anything more. With my current strength, if that Fang Chen dares to appear, I will definitely make him die a tragic death. After he finished speaking, Mo Shi slowly stood up. His pitch-black eyes looked towards the gray no-man's zone. He clenched his fists and said, "Now, it's time to enter the no-man's zone." For this trip to the Starlight Holy Grounds, the Mo Fist sect had also sent a large number of disciples. However, Mo Shi wanted to take the lead and enter the no-man's land to look for opportunities. Therefore, he no longer waited for the disciples of the Mo Fist sect. "Let's go." Bai Yunjin followed behind Mo Shi. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he made a decision. He had already been kicked out of the Bai clan, and no one cared about him. It was Mo Shi who had given him a chance to prove himself again. He couldn't give up this opportunity. No man's land. Mo Shi and Bai Yunjin were extremely fast. They were surrounded by a vast starlight aura. The no man's land is just SOSO. Mo Shi, who was moving quickly, laughed coldly. It was said that the no man's land was the most dangerous place in the Starlight Holy Grounds. Even Great Tribulation Venerables could die there. But now, he had been in there for a few days and had not encountered any danger. "There's someone." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a hazy figure in front of him. Why does this person look so familiar? Bai Yunjin, who was beside him, was also a little surprised. However, when he looked carefully, he was shocked to find that the hazy figure in the distance was actually Fang Chen. "It's him." Bai Yunjin was burning with anger as he roared in a hoarse voice. "You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." Mo Shi smiled sinisterly, and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He jumped up and rushed towards Fang Chen. "Today, the no man's land will be your burial ground." When Mo Shi discovered Fang Chen, the latter also discovered him. Fang Chen stopped and watched Mo Shi and Bai Yunjin approach. "I didn't expect to meet them here." The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a touch of indifference. "Fang Chen." Mo Shi moved sideways, blocking Fang Chen's path. He glared at Fang Chen, the veins on his forehead bulging. He said angrily, "That day in the Bai family, you used despicable means to injure me. Today I, Mo Shi, am here for revenge." Fang Chen shook his head gently and said indifferently, "I gave you a way out, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Return my necklace to me, and then kill yourself here. I can leave you a complete corpse." Mo Shi stretched out his hand and asked for the necklace. The necklace was the most important treasure of the Mo Fist sect. He had to get it back at all costs. Fang Chen shrugged. "I've already refined the necklace. You're courting death." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mo Shi was furious and immediately attacked. Mo Fist technique. Mo Shi roared and instantly used the Mo clan's fist technique. "I've given you a chance. You asked for it." A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Then, his whole body shook and he punched out. Dong! When his fist collided with Mo Shi's fist, it instantly exploded. A violent energy swept across the ground and completely enveloped the two of them. Not far away, Bai Yunjin anxiously looked at the battlefield. He was faintly worried. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a figure flew out from the violent energy and landed heavily on the ground. "Brother Mo!" Bai Yunjin cried out when he saw this. "Poochie!" Mo Shi, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. "You? The one who defeated Chen Hao is you." However, before he could finish his sentence, his origin spirit shattered. No. Bai Yunjin felt despair in his heart. With just one punch, Mo Shi was killed. How powerful was Fang Chen? Plop! Bai Yunjin couldn't care less. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Chen. Senior Fang, please let me go for the sake of the Bai family. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Fang Chen didn't care about killing Bai Yunjin. His body flashed and he turned to leave. Bai Yunjin struggled in his heart. He took Emosher's body and quickly returned from the no man's land. If you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will blow deep. Qi Zhan transmitted his voice in Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen shook his head. Bai Yunjin was nothing. Bai Yunjin is naturally nothing. But have you ever thought that Emosher, who was killed by you, also has a force behind him? What if Bai Yunjin tells the Emo Fist sect about this? Qi Zhan said. After all, he had been there before. Jiang Hu was dangerous and he had to be careful. Emo Fist sect? Fang Chen murmured. When he absorbed enough star power and condensed the third immortal star core, he wouldn't be afraid of even a great tribulation's supremacy. A mere Emo Fist sect was nothing. Besides, wasn't there Qi Zhan? Don't I still have you? Emo Fist sect is a force of the true force domain. Could it be stronger than the Lord of the true force domain? Fang Chen laughed. Qi Zhan was a little speechless. You've absorbed a lot of star power recently. There are almost no star power light clusters around. It's time to go deeper. Qi Zhan said, there are many geniuses from the 8 realms in the no man's land. You should be careful. You've defeated Chen Hao. It's very likely that you'll attract the hatred of other geniuses. Although you're not afraid of them with your current strength, you still have to be careful. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. In the following time, Fang Chen kept looking for star power light clusters. During this time, he encountered some disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace. Without exception, they were all killed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news. The god of Sky Mountain? Fang Chen's lips curled up in disdain. Xiahou Yuan is dead. How dare he call himself the strongest genius in the boundless world? What a joke! He learned from the people of the Sky Mountain Palace that after Xiahou Yuan's death, the god of Sky Mountain had become the strongest person on the new genius list. He would take this opportunity to kill more disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace and shake their foundation. When he returned to the Hidden Star Palace, it would be the time for an all-out war. Oh no! Suddenly, Qi Zhan sent a voice transmission with a hurried expression. I sensed a trace of that terrifying guy's aura. What? Hearing that, Fang Chen was also shocked. He asked hurriedly, what's going on? Could it be that he has escaped? If that guy had escaped, it would be a disaster for them. Chapter 3079. In the battle back then, Qi Zhan's physical body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit was also crippled. Only a trace of his remnant consciousness remained in the Star Force light cluster, struggling at death's door until today. After countless years of anticipation, he finally waited for the person who could save him from the abyss of suffering. Fang Chen was the only person who had the chance to take him out of the Starlight Sacred Land, so he naturally had to protect the former. He had been in the no man's land for countless years, and was very sensitive to everything here. Although that aura was very thin, so thin that it could almost be ignored. But Qi Zhan still felt it. His face suddenly changed, and his illusory figure tensed up to the extreme. Let's go, Qi Zhan hurriedly said. Whether that guy has escaped or not, the no man's land is incomparably dangerous now. Let's leave as soon as possible. Without saying a word, Fang Chen executed the space-time escape technique, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. A few days later, Fang Chen safely walked out of the no man's land and returned to the mountain peak. Huff huff huff. Not long after he arrived, the one-horned man also arrived. He was panting and his forehead was full of sweat. His face was slightly pale, as if he had suffered a great shock. What's going on? Asked Fang Chen. In the depths of the no man's land, there is a terrifying existence rioting. It only emitted a wisp of aura, but it caused the entire no man's land to shake. All the martial artists within a radius of 10,000 miles were all imprisoned, and some of the weaker martial artists directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. It's too terrifying. The one-horned man told Fang Chen what he had seen in one breath. Then, he sat on the ground, unable to calm down from the shock in his heart. As expected, a strange light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes, and he quickly got in touch with Qizhan. "Senior, is that terrifying guy really going to escape?" asked Fang Chen. In Dark Cave Mountain, the illusory Qizhan shook his head gently, his face a little solemn. "That shouldn't be the case. According to my knowledge, he was heavily injured in the battle all those years ago, and he's been recuperating in secret since countless years ago. The riot this time must be because it sensed a large number of human martial artists entering and wants to devour their flesh and blood to heal its own injuries," Qizhan said. "Although he is unable to escape for the time being, the matter seems to be somewhat troublesome." Fang Chen fell into deep thought. He could not understand why the Immortal Emperor would keep this terrifying guy here instead of killing him. Could it be that this is also a test? Unable to figure it out, Zhang Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. "For the next few days, don't enter the no man's land," Qizhan warned. "That guy will not stop devouring the flesh and blood of human martial practitioners unless he is suppressed by the rules." Fang Chen nodded. Sure enough, in the next few days, miserable screams could be heard from the no man's area. A large number of martial artists escaped from the no man's land in a sorry state. In fact, even Shen Jianchen had to avoid him. The tremor lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, a long sword tore through the sky. Vast power swooped down and enveloped the 1,000 mountains in the starlight sacred ground. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the sky dumbfoundedly. "It's Shen Jianchen," someone shouted out. In fact, even if he did not say it, others already knew. "I am Shen Jianchen." In the sky, the huge sword transformed into a shadow. He spoke slowly and his thunderous voice filled the entire starlight sacred ground. "We entered the starlight sacred ground to search for opportunities. But now, in the depths of the no man's land, there is a ferocious and evil existence that is mercilessly slaughtering human martial artists. Shen Jianchen was publicly acknowledged as the strongest prodigy in the eastern region. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Sector Lord realm. His prestige was very high to begin with, and at this moment, his words were echoed by many. Although many of the warriors present come from different 8 great domains, we are all from the eastern region. If we don't join forces, we will only be defeated by that evil existence. Speaking up to here, Shen Jianchen's voice became heavy. If we want to obtain opportunities, we have to kill the evil existence that is blocking our path. Otherwise, we will return empty-handed and might even be buried here. Shen Jianchen shrugged and said, "So, now is the time for you to make a choice. If you are afraid of death, you can withdraw now. If you agree, we will join forces to fight against the evil existence." After Shen Jianchen finished speaking, the entire starlight sacred ground was filled with enthusiastic applause. "That's right, we have to rise up and resist. I agree with Brother Shen." Many martial artists echoed his sentiments. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt an extremely powerful sword intent from Shen Jianchen. That sword intent seemed to be able to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was extremely powerful. "What a powerful sword intent," Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. As expected of Shen Jianchen, he was able to move the emotions of everyone with a single sentence. Other than a few martial artists, almost no one was willing to withdraw. Some forces had suffered heavy losses and wanted revenge. So soon, everyone reached a consensus. "In that case, please come to my place for a chat and discuss the details of fighting against the evil existence together." Since Shen Jianchen took the lead, he naturally had to be the leader this time. However, no one objected. This was because Shun Jianchen had enough prestige and authority to speak. On the mountain peak where Shun Jianchen was, the top experts of the 8 realms emerged one after another. Of course, only a very small number of martial artists were qualified to reach the mountain peak. They were all recognized as peerless geniuses. Let's go too. Qi Zhan transmitted his voice. Fang Chen nodded. He also wanted to take this opportunity to meet the geniuses of the various realms. Of course, the most important purpose was to meet the legendary Shun Jianchen. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak, the foot of the mountain was already crowded. Everyone was looking at the mountain peak, waiting for the end of the meeting. Fang Chen came in a low-key manner and prepared to climb the mountain. However, at this moment someone saw him. Stop! A man in red blocked in front of Fang Chen. A mere holy venerate dares to climb the mountain peak. Do you want to die? Fang Chen stopped and frowned slightly. Shun Jianchen invited everyone to discuss important matters. Why can't I climb the mountain peak? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Look at this place. How many people are not qualified to climb the mountain peak? That's right. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think Shun Jianchen is someone you can meet whenever you want? Even ordinary junior tribulation supremacies are not qualified to climb the mountain peak. You are only a holy venerate. Get lost as far as you can. Some of the surrounding warriors were also mocking Fang Chen. Some of them were even threatening him with vicious words. Hurry up and get lost. Don't spoil my good mood. Otherwise, I will smash your head. Fang Chen shook his head gently and sighed. Some people would only look at the surface and not the inside. If it was an ordinary holy venerate, would they dare to enter the Starlight Sacred Land alone? He bypassed the obstacles and continued to move forward. Very well. It seems that you did not take my word seriously. In that case, go to hell. The person who had just threatened Fang Chen directly attacked. He was a one-calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Facing a holy venerate, he did not hold back and directly punched out. Die. He growled as his fist whistled out. Everyone was watching a good show and looked at Fang Chen mockingly. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a turn. Bang! Fang Chen stood quietly and did not even turn his head. When the fist of the junior tribulation supremacy touched Fang Chen, it was directly sent flying. The most shocking thing was that when he fell to the ground, everyone found that he had lost his vitality. What did this mean? The rebound force of the physical defense was enough to kill a one-calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Wasn't this too strong? How is this possible? Everyone gasped in shock, especially the few people who were trying to stop Fang Chen. They were all trembling. Who the hell is he? Many people were puzzled and their hearts were full of doubts. However, no one dared to stop Fang Chen and let him reach the peak of the mountain. After a long time, someone suddenly exclaimed. Could he be the legendary mysterious expert who severely injured Chen Hao with a sword? As soon as this was said, the entire foot of the mountain was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked. If the person who had severely injured Chen Hao was really him, then they were the closest to death they had ever been. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Chapter 3080. But the martial artists who did not set foot on the mountain peak were basically some average level of strength. Almost all the top geniuses of the 9 realms had arrived at the peak. Everyone on the peak had seen what had happened at the foot of the mountain. Humph, people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. A strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sneered, "It's fine if you're weak, but you want to reach the top in one step?" In his opinion, Fang Chen wanted to ascend to the top of the mountain because he wanted to use this opportunity to befriend the geniuses. This guy is interesting. He's only a saint venerable, but he can unleash such powerful strength. Many top geniuses agreed with Fang Chen, while others disagreed. Thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had reached the peak. He looked over and found that there were more than a dozen warriors standing on the peak. When he saw the man in a blue robe in the center with a long sword on his back, his pupils constricted. If he guessed correctly, this man should be the legendary Shen Jianchen. Boy, we're here to discuss how to fight against the demon. Why are you here? Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. The person who spoke was the man with thick eyebrows who had mocked Fang Chen before. He was Li Qihua, the genius of the Scarlet Sun realm. He had a powerful flame secret technique. When everyone saw Li Qihua speak, they were all watching the show. Only Shen Jianchen seemed to know Fang Chen's identity. He wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, he remained silent in the end. This was because he was also very curious about Fang Chen's attainments in swordsmanship. Shen Jianchen was the one who led the discussion about how to fight against the demon. He didn't seem to say that those who are weak can't come up, did he? Fang Chen asked. However, although Shen Jianchen didn't say it, everyone thought that it was an unspoken rule. There was no need to say anything. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Qihua and Fire Mania laughed wildly. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to leave or not? Li Qihua was a little angry. Even in the Scarlet Sun world, he was considered one of the top sky prides. Other than the sky prides with the innate flame body, who else could be his match? Yet now, he was being ridiculed by a wholly exalted brat. He was furious. You want to scram if you're weak? Fang Chen shrugged. If that's the case, then I think you're too weak. Please get off the mountain and don't disturb our discussion. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stared at Fang Chen dumbfoundedly, somewhat absent-minded. After a brief moment of silence, someone sneered. Brat, you dare to provoke Li Qihua, you're dead meat. Li Qihua's primordial fire can instantly burn you to ashes. When you mock others, have you ever thought that others can mock you too? Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was not afraid of Li Qihua at all. When you think others are weak, they also think you are weak. So, don't judge others with your ignorance. If you do, you will only suffer. Fang Chen's words completely enraged Li Qihua. Good, very good. Li Qihua suddenly raised his palm, and a terrifying flame instantly emerged from his palm. Primordial fire. The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Li Qihua's primordial fire was very unique and rarely seen. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my primordial fire. Li Qihua smiled eerily. He suddenly pushed out his palm, and the fire-type bloodline in his body completely erupted. Seeing the purple primordial fire in front of him, Fang Chen gently shook his head. The primordial fire that you're so proud of is nothing in my eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen gave people the impression that he was arrogant and conceited. Even the top sky prides of other worlds did not dare to underestimate primordial fire. What was a mere wholly exalted warrior? Shen Jianchen had been watching Fang Chen. He was waiting for the latter to display his exquisite swordsmanship. Is he going to use his swordsmanship? Shen Jianchen murmured. However, Fang Chen's actions were beyond his expectations. This was because Fang Chen's body was also emitting a majestic flame. The temperature of the surrounding area suddenly rose. Stupid, he wants to use flames to deal with Li Qihua? This guy is simply an idiot. The Scarlet Sun realm is best at flames. Isn't he trying to hit a stone with an egg? There should be a limit to his claptrap. Otherwise, he will lose his life. Many people shook their heads when they saw Fang Chen use flames to fight against Li Qihua. Flames? Li Qihua, who was attacking, sneered when he saw the flames on Fang Chen's body. Then, he continued to increase the intensity of his attack. He wanted to use the primordial fire to suppress Fang Chen with absolute strength. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, wherever the primordial fire passed, the space was torn and the air was instantly evaporated. The commotion on the mountain peak was so great that the people at the foot of the mountain also noticed it. They are fighting. It seems that the person just now is fighting with Li Qihua. Is Li Qihua the person who has the primordial fire? This guy wants to use flames to defeat Li Qihua? For a moment, countless voices of discussion spread. In fact, some of the top geniuses on the mountain peak had already recognized Fang Chen's identity, but they did not say anything. They wanted to see how strong the mysterious warrior who could seriously injure Chen Hao from the underworld realm was. He defeated Chen Hao with his swordsmanship, which means that he has great attainments in swordsmanship. But now, instead of using his best swordsmanship, he is using flames. What is he thinking? Many geniuses thought secretly. In the battle circle, the power of the fire source bloodline had been accumulated in Fang Chen's palm. When the power of the bloodline merged with the flames, it burst out with the most powerful force. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Flames shot out in all directions. Dong! Li Qihua used the primordial fire that he was proud of to hit Fang Chen's fist hard. When the two collided, there was a deafening sound. The mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and many geniuses retreated. Vaguely, they could see two figures confronting each other in the sea of fire. Ha ha ha, my primordial fire is invincible. You are dead meat. However, before Li Qihua could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? His face suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily. At this moment, he felt that his primordial fire had a trace of fear. Moreover, the flames on Fang Chen's body were devouring his primordial fire. Oh no! Li Qihua's heart trembled. His body flashed and he wanted to retreat. Dong! Seeing that he was retreating, Fang Chen punched out again and directly sent Li Qihua flying. The fire source bloodline was a top fire-type bloodline. In addition, it had been purified and reached the highest level in history. Even the fire demon perfected lord was only at this level. It could be said that the fire source bloodline was the ancestor of all flames. Playing with fire in front of the fire source bloodline? Wasn't this courting death? Rumble! Fang Chen retracted his palm, and the flames gradually dissipated. The sea of fire on the mountain peak also dissipated in the void. Everyone turned their heads and was shocked to find that Li Qihua's body was charred, and he fell to the ground on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked beyond words and couldn't speak. The atmosphere in the void was frozen to the extreme. Xin Jianchen looked at Fang Chen with a solemn expression. The sword Dao was already amazing enough, and now the fire Dao was also so powerful. Resisting the primordial fire was an incredible thing. After a short silence, everyone finally came back to their senses. Oh my God, is he so strong in the fire Dao? That's the primordial fire, and he resisted it so easily? With such a powerful fire Dao, Li Qihua's loss is not unjustified. Many people sighed. As expected of an expert who could injure Chen Hao with a sword. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Xin Jianchen took a step forward and extended his hand to Fang Chen. He smiled and said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Xin Jianchen." Fang Chen glanced at Xin Jianchen and also extended his hand. He shook hands with him and said, "Fang Chen." Being able to defeat Chen Hao means that Brother Fang's attainments in the sword Dao are extremely strong. And now, Brother Fang used the fire Dao to devour the primordial fire and injure Li Qihua. This is incredible. A person who was proficient in two Daos and had high attainments in both was enough to shock everyone. What? He's the mysterious expert who injured Chen Hao? Some people who didn't know what was going on exclaimed. Chapter 3081. Being able to defeat Li Qihua was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was qualified to reach the top of the mountain. At that moment, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Fang Chen became deep and profound. They were all thinking that this guy must be hiding some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated for him to be able to defeat Li Qihua, who was a junior tribulation supremacy, with just the cultivation of a saint Venerable. Although most of the people present were stronger than Li Qihua, they did not dare to say that they had one. However, Fang Chen had seriously injured Li Qihua with the Tao of Flames. This was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother Fang's attainments in the Tao of Flames are really impressive. Yes, with Brother Fang's potential, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the 9 great realms of the eastern region. Everyone approached Fang Chen and chatted with him with smiles on their faces. The scene at this moment was a sharp contrast to the previous scene. Li Qihua endured the injuries in his body and stood up with difficulty. He walked to a corner and looked at Fang Chen with resentment. Damn it, how can this guy's flames be so strong? Li Qihua thought to himself. Thinking back to the battle just now, Li Qihua suddenly thought of a problem. When I was fighting with him just now, I could clearly feel that a powerful force was erupting from his body, which caused his flames to devour my primordial fire. Li Qihua pondered. To be able to devour my primordial fire so strongly, unless he has a powerful flame bloodline. Thinking of this, Li Qihua's eyes were burning with passion. He licked his dry lips and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Among the 9 great realms of the eastern region, the Scarlet Sun realm was best at the Tao of Flames. As a top genius of the Scarlet Sun realm, Li Qihua naturally knew what was needed to cultivate the Tao of Flames to the extreme. It was the power of the bloodline. If one could possess the best flame bloodline, their attainments in the Tao of Flames would definitely reach a higher level. He had once heard the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord say that there were countless types of fire bloodlines in the world, but there was only one that could be called the ancestor of fire. My primordial fire has an extremely strong burning ability. Even a great tribulation supremacy wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, this fellow is only a holy venerate. Not only can he block it, but he can also devour my origin fire. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Qihua's heart was burning. He had long forgotten the scene of him being defeated by Fang Chen. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was what kind of fire bloodline Fang Chen possessed. Fire origin bloodline? Li Qihua said to himself. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. What if his bloodline really is the fire origin bloodline? Thinking of this, Li Qihua secretly activated his communication jade pendant and sent the message to another peerless sky pride in the Crimson Sun realm. Humph, you're in the limelight now, but it won't be long before you become a ghost under my fire. After sending the message, Li Qihua sneered. His dark eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He glanced at Fang Chen indifferently and turned his head away. After Shen Jianchen and Fang Chen exchanged a few words, they began to discuss the matter of fighting against the demon. Everyone, as far as I know, the demon in the depths of the no-man's land seems to be restricted and can't walk out of the no-man's land. Practice has proven that as long as we don't get close to a certain range, there won't be any danger, Shen Jianchen said. However, he's in the depths of the no-man's land and is blocking our path to find opportunities. Therefore, we have to work together to get rid of him. Brother Shen, if you have any good ideas, just say it. We'll obey unconditionally. Some sky prides expressed their opinions. While everyone was discussing, Fang Chen stood at the side and seriously sized up the many experts of the 9 realms. An hour later, the discussion ended. Shen Jianchen looked around and said slowly, in 3 days we'll set off together and enter the depths of the no-man's land to kill the demon. Okay, no problem. Let's meet again in 3 days. Soon, everyone had left. When Fang Chen was about to leave, Shen Jianchen called out to him. Brother Fang, please wait. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Shen Jianchen with a strange expression. Shen Jianchen smiled and said, I heard that Brother Fang is a peerless sword cultivator and that you were able to severely injure Chen Hao of the Black Underworld territory with one strike. I'm itching to spar with Brother Fang. Fang Chen nodded and agreed to Shen Jianchen's request. Brother Fang, please make your move. Shen Jianchen took out his long sword from behind his back. Buzz. Terrifying sword chi emanated from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword and was extremely powerful. Swish! Shin Jianchen didn't hesitate and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This sword was as fast as lightning, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The terrifying sword chi condensed into a terrifying sword light in the void. This sword light contained Shin Jianchen's unique concept of sword principle. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion and he swung his sword. Dong! The two sword lights collided with each other as fast as lightning. The void was torn apart and thick thunderbolts fell from the sky. The whole earth was trembling. In the distant horizon, countless cultivators were watching in secret. He's too strong. No wonder he was able to severely injure Chen Hao with one strike. With this level of sword principle cultivation, it won't take long for him to be comparable to Shin Jianchen. However, there were also some people who were shaking their heads. Maybe he's qualified to be compared with Shin Jianchen now. While everyone was discussing, the trembling earth returned to its calm state. When the two sword lights in the void dissipated at the same time, a look of surprise flashed across Shin Jianchen's face. He didn't expect Fang Chen's swordsmanship to be so superb. Good, very good. After being stunned for a while, Shin Jianchen's face revealed an excited smile. He hadn't fought so happily for a long time. Moreover, he was fighting with a peerless swordsman. This was definitely a good opportunity to test each other's sword principle. Brother Fang's understanding of sword principle has surprised me. Shin Jianchen nodded slightly at Fang Chen. Then, he held his long sword in front of his chest and said slowly, "The next strike will be my strongest sword move. Brother Fang, be careful." He had practiced hard to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. However, today, he finally comprehended the sword move of his dreams. This sword move was called Full Moon in the Water. Since he comprehended this sword move, there was almost no one among the younger generation in the vast eastern region who could rival him. He was very excited to meet Fang Chen and couldn't wait to display this sword move to witness his combat strength. Fang Chen's face was also somewhat solemn. He knew that Shin Jianchen was about to use his trump card. Buzz! The chaotic sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes flickered. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. Invincible sword chi surrounded Shin Jianchen and the entire sky seemed to be incomparably oppressive. Full moon in the water. Shin Jianchen shouted in a low voice. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and at the same time, his figure flickered. Ripples appeared in front of him. These ripples turned into a long river at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Shin Jianchen was in the long river. Every time he waved his long sword, the river would shake. This was how the name Full Moon in the Water came about. Swoosh! When the long river shook to the extreme, Shin Jianchen's expression changed. Then, a towering water column rushed towards him and quickly merged with his long sword. This was Shin Jianchen's strongest attack and also his strongest sword move. So powerful! Even Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim that Shin Jianchen was indeed a sword principle genius. If an ordinary person encountered this sword move, they would be unable to resist. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen also did not hesitate to display the seventh move of the invincible sword principle, space-time sword explosion. This was also his most powerful sword move so far. Dong! The space-time sword was looming in the void. It was impossible to catch it. Condense! Shin Jianchen shouted and slapped the long sword. Immediately, he caught the trace of the hidden star sword. Dong! The strong sword principle aura swooped down, and the two swords collided with a deafening sound. Crack! Shin Jianchen's attack was obviously more powerful. A clear sound was heard and the sword radiance in front of the hidden star sword showed signs of cracking. At the same time, Shin Jianchen's long sword pressed down hard and forced the hidden star sword to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two stopped attacking at the same time. They stood quietly on the mountain peak and looked at each other. Everything seemed to have quieted down. Chapter 3082. Brother Fang. After a long time, Shin Jianchen spoke slowly. His face was very solemn. He couldn't imagine that his trump card had been blocked by the guy in front of him. Of course, Shin Jianchen knew that although he had used plenilune in the water, he hadn't used his full strength. If this was a life-and-death battle, he was confident that he could kill his opponent. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen hadn't used his full strength either. His trump card wasn't the invincible sword technique, but the Immortal Star Core. Once he used the Immortal Star Core, his attack power would increase by several times. That was his true strength. However, at this moment, the two of them were sparring, so Fang Chen naturally wouldn't use the power of the Immortal Star Core. Your attainments in sword principle are the strongest I've seen in all these years. Shin Jianchen said, I worked hard to create this move, moon gazing in the water, but it was blocked by Brother Fang. Dare I ask Brother Fang, what is the name of the sword art you used? Invincible sword technique, space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen said softly as he put away the star-concealing sword. What an invincible sword technique. I'm really invincible. I've learned a lot. Shin Jianchen cupped his fists and said, I've learned a lot from this sparring with Brother Fang. I won't keep you here. See you in 3 days. Fang Chen nodded and left the mountain peak. In the distant sky, countless warriors who were watching secretly were shocked. How is it possible? Fang Chen actually blocked Shin Jianchen's attack? It's incredible. Is his strength as strong as Shin Jianchen's? No wonder he dared to ignore Li Qihua and even severely injure Chen Hao. He's really arrogant. Of course, there were some voices of opposition. This is just a sparring. Shin Jianchen naturally won't use his full strength. Otherwise, Fang Chen would be nothing. That's right. I've seen Shin Jianchen kill a Great Tribulation Venerable expert with one sword. That's right. If it's a life-and-death battle, Shin Jianchen will definitely win. After returning to his own mountain, the one-horned man ran over with a face full of excitement. Brother Fang, you're amazing, the one-horned man said excitedly. That was Shin Jianchen. The person in front of him was actually able to fight Shin Jianchen to a draw. It was truly unbelievable. In response, Fang Chen only smiled calmly. Everyone was discussing who was more powerful between Fang Chen and Shin Jianchen. In a hidden corner of the Starlight Holy Land, the pale-faced Li Qihua sat cross-legged, as if he was waiting for someone. Voila! The void flickered as a figure descended from the sky. He's here. Li Qihua slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, Are you telling the truth? The newcomer was wearing a fiery red robe. His body was enveloped in a layer of powerful flames. He was the most monstrous genius of the Scarlet Sun realm's younger generation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, who was even more powerful than Li Qihua. The power of the flame bloodline in that person's body is very strong. It can devour my primordial fire, making me unable to retaliate at all. His cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Holy Venerate realm, Li Qihua said slowly. After hearing Li Qihua's words, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's pitch-black eyes shot out a dazzling light. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go, Li Qihua said. Supremacy Heavenly Sun fell into deep thought. The importance of the Fire Origin bloodline to the Scarlet Sun realm was self-evident. If he could obtain it, stepping into the Great Tribulation Supremacy realm or even the Sector Lord realm wouldn't be a problem. He could even lead the Scarlet Sun realm to surpass the true martial domain and become one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. I'll take action tonight. After saying that, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking in the direction where Supremacy Heavenly Sun disappeared, Li Qihua smiled sinisterly. His murderous aura spread out. Fang Chen, tonight will be the day you die. In the pitch-black night, stars twinkled in the sky. The entire land was covered in a layer of silver. The chilly wind blew, as if there were evil spirits howling, giving people a very terrifying feeling. The one-horned man had already fallen asleep, while Fang Chen sat at the edge of the mountain peak, looking into the depths of the no-man's land. "Senior, do you think they can succeed?" Fang Chen asked. After a moment of silence, Qizhan said, "With your strength, it's too difficult to defeat that demon. Right now, your only hope is to see how much of that demon's strength has been depleted over the countless years. Only then will you have a chance. But don't worry, I have some understanding of that demon. 3 days later, you will go together. If the situation doesn't seem right, I will guide you to escape immediately," Qizhan said. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned slightly. The Scarlet Sun Realm? Fang Chen felt a trace of fire seeping through the cold void. Apart from the Scarlet Sun Realm, who else could control fire to such an extent? Thinking of this, Fang Chen slowly got up and looked up at the sky. The people of the Scarlet Sun Realm had come for revenge. "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" Fang Chen asked. Crash! A fiery red light flashed in the void and turned into a cage that completely enveloped the entire mountain. The next moment, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy in a fiery red robe appeared. "Heavenly Sun Supremacy?" Fang Chen asked. "Kid, since you know it's me, you should know why I'm here." The Heavenly Sun Supremacy carefully sized up Fang Chen and could clearly feel the fire bloodline in his body becoming restless. This meant that Li Qihua's guess was most likely correct. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy's eyes burned even brighter at this thought. Revenge for Li Qihua? Fang Chen shrugged. "Humph, what's a mere Li Qihua?" The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said proudly, "I'm here today for the fire bloodline in your body. If you obediently hand over the power of your bloodline, I can spare your life." The Heavenly Sun Supremacy directly stated his intentions without any pretense. The Scarlet Sun Realm is most proficient in the Tao of Fire, and the Fire Bloodline is supreme in the Scarlet Sun Realm. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy of the younger generation in the Scarlet Sun Realm is here to ask for the power of the Fire Bloodline? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Humph, don't give me that. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. My fire cage has already sealed this place. Even if I kill you, no one will know. Moreover, I have 100 ways to make you obediently hand over the power of the fire bloodline. So don't waste your time trying to escape. It's useless. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was extremely conceited and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Can I take it that you're indirectly admitting that the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun Realm is inferior to the one in my body? Fang Chen retorted. You! The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was furious and glared at Fang Chen. Don't be so glib. Do you think you can anger me by saying this? Whether the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun Realm is strong or not is not up to you, but the world. Your vision is too narrow, so you can't imagine what the world of the strong is like. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said condescendingly, I, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy, am here tonight and will not give up until I achieve my goal. Of course, you can also consider joining the Scarlet Sun Realm. In that case, you and I can be brothers. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy changed the topic and tried to rope in Fang Chen. Cupping my fists, I don't want to join the Scarlet Sun Realm. As for the power of the fire bloodline in my body, if you have the ability, you can take it yourself. Fang Chen shook his head. Good, very good. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Li Qihua's primordial fire? If I attack, you will be reduced to ashes. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy had naturally heard of the battle between Fang Chen and Shen Jianchen. However, that was only a spar and could not prove anything. Just as the Heavenly Sun Supremacy was about to attack, Fang Chen suddenly asked, Have you thought about the consequences if you fail today? The Heavenly Sun's supremacy was stunned for a moment before he said, "Humph, I am naturally confident in my attacks. How can I fail because of your words?" Seeing that the Heavenly Sun's supremacy was determined to kill him, Fang Chen also had the intention to kill. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then, in the following battle, I will kill you at all costs." Fang Chen's voice reverberated in the air. There was a special kind of authority in his voice. However, the Heavenly Sun's supremacy only had one thought in his mind, and that was to strip Fang Chen's fire bloodline and merge it with his own blood. Chapter 3083. Boom! Purple flames surged from Heavenly Sun's supremacy's body. These flames contained an extremely cold aura that made one shudder. "I'll let you have a taste of my Heavenly Sun cold fire." Heavenly Sun's sovereign growled as he pressed his palm down. Terrifying flames rapidly gathered in his palm as he swiftly struck out with his palm. Wherever Heavenly Sun's supremacy's palm passed, the void froze and came to a standstill. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Heavenly Sun's supremacy to possess such a powerful flame. The Heavenly Sun cold fire is one of the most ancient flame orthodoxies. Once hit by it, unless you have an Emperor Primordial Spirit, you will be severely injured even if you don't die. Qi Zhan, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, urgently reminded Fang Chen. A primordial spirit of the Great Emperor Realm was unattainable for supremacy gods. Even a monster like Fang Chen's primordial spirit was only at the Great Emperor Realm. It was too difficult for him to step into the Great Emperor Realm. Some people could reach the Emperor Realm very quickly, but they would be stuck at the threshold for their entire lives, unable to step into the Great Emperor Realm. Therefore, the only way to prevent one's primordial spirit from being frozen by the Heavenly Sun cold fire was to keep it away. Buzz! The power of the fire origin bloodline surged out. With a thought, Fang Chen condensed a palm print in front of him in the blink of an eye. This palm print blocked in front of Fang Chen, firmly enveloping him and forcefully resisting the attack of the Heavenly Sun cold fire. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, and the surrounding flame cage was swaying unsteadily, as if it would shatter at any moment. The fire origin bloodline barely blocked the Heavenly Sun cold fire's attack, but it wasn't enough. If he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, he would still be defeated. Fire origin bloodline? Heavenly Sun's supremacy could finally confirm that Fang Chen possessed the legendary fire origin bloodline when he saw Fang Chen activate the power of his bloodline. He licked his dry lips as a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. Heavenly Sun cold fire, freeze everything. As Heavenly Sun's supremacy roared, the power within the Heavenly Sun cold flame completely erupted. The extremely cold flame directly enveloped the palm formed by the fire origin bloodline and then devoured it. Crack! The moment the fire origin bloodline palm imprint bay swallowed it, it announced that Fang Chen had failed to block it. "It's useless." Seeing that Fang Chen was still struggling, the Heavenly Sun Sovereign sneered and increased his strength. He controlled the Heavenly Sun cold fire and crazily attacked Fang Chen. Everything is over. The Heavenly Sun Sovereign seemed to have already seen Fang Chen's death. He would strip the fire origin bloodline from Fang Chen's body and merge it into his own blood to become the supreme ancestor of flames. There is only one expert in the Tao of Fire, and that is me, Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Heavenly Sun's supremacy's heart was filled with excitement. Seeing the Heavenly Sun cold fire approaching, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The Heavenly Sun cold fire is indeed very strong, but the person controlling it is only SOSO. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the extremely vast power of the black hole bloodline suddenly erupted. The terrifying bloodline power formed a terrifying black hole in front of him. What is that? The moment the black hole appeared, Supremacy Heavenly Sun felt his heart tremble, and he exclaimed. However, it was already too late. The Heavenly Sun cold fire carried endless power and rushed into the black hole. Nothing in this world can stop the freezing of the heavenly sun cold fire. At this point, Supremacy Heavenly Sun couldn't care less anymore. He roared furiously and pushed the heavenly sun cold fire to the extreme, trying to freeze the terrifying black hole from the inside. The black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. After so many years, Fang Chen had completely merged with the black hole bloodline. In terms of bloodlines, the fire origin bloodline wasn't the strongest. The black hole bloodline was Fang Chen's trump card. The black hole in front of him was formed by the bloodline power and contained the terrifying power of the black hole. Black hole annihilation. Fang Chen was like an unparalleled expert. He gently lifted his finger and had the aura of a ruler. Just as he finished speaking, the heavenly sun cold fire in the black hole shattered and was annihilated. At the same time, the terrifying power of the backlash sent Supremacy Heavenly Sun flying. Poochie! Supremacy Heavenly Sun spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground with a pale face. Supremacy Heavenly Sun hurriedly checked his body and was shocked to find that a strange power was corroding his organs. No. In a moment of desperation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun desperately pushed the heavenly sun cold fire to freeze it. However, it was to no avail. No, I will not allow this to happen. I, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, am the supremacy of the fire path. Supremacy Heavenly Sun had already entered a state of madness. He gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. Crash! Supremacy Heavenly Sun opened his hands and slowly stood up. At the same time, the entire world froze. You should be proud to be able to force out my heavenly sun cold fire heart. Supremacy Heavenly Sun's face was ferocious as he said crazily, "Today, I will use the heavenly sun cold fire heart to freeze you so that you will never be reincarnated. This is a good chance." Qi Zhan exclaimed in Dark Cave Mountain. The heavenly sun cold fire heart is the source of the heavenly sun cold fire. If you can obtain it, you can possess the heavenly sun cold fire. Hearing this, Fang Chen was also tempted. That was the heavenly sun cold fire. In its ultimate state, it could freeze everything in the world. Black hole annihilation. Fang Chen attacked first. The crazy devouring power of the black hole bloodline instantly erupted and enveloped the entire world, including Supremacy Heavenly Sun and the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. It's useless, ha ha. Supremacy Heavenly Sun laughed crazily. In the center of his palm, there was a small white flame that gave people an incomparably frightening feeling. This was the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. At this moment, it was releasing a cold aura that seemed to want to freeze everything. Freeze! Supremacy Heavenly Sun threw away all distracting thoughts and focused on killing Fang Chen. Hiss hiss hiss. In the beginning, the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart was able to resist the devouring power of the black hole bloodline. However, as time passed, it was unable to resist. In just a few breaths, Supremacy Heavenly Sun discovered this scene. How is this possible? He desperately activated the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart, but it was to no avail. The black hole bloodline was too strong. With his strength, he could not resist it at all. Crack! The black hole bloodline began to suppress the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. If it was a Great Tribulation Supremacy or a Sector Lord controlling it, I would not be able to do anything, Fang Chen murmured. Then, he waved his hand and the black hole bloodline erupted to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart. Crash! Then, the black hole bloodline drilled into Fang Chen's body. No, how is this possible? Supremacy Heavenly Sun was shocked to find that his connection with the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart had been cut off. He could not accept this fact and screamed crazily. However, what greeted him was death. Die. Without the help of the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's fighting strength was greatly reduced. He could not compete with Fang Chen at all. Crack! Flesh and blood splattered, and his primordial spirit shattered. At this moment, one of the Scarlet Sun Domain's prodigies was dead and injured. Supremacy Heavenly Sun was dead. Lichihua was injured. The flame cage that enveloped the mountain peak gradually dissipated with the death of Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. The dark night light shone on the ground again. A cool breeze blew past, and the mountain peak regained its calm. No one in the entire Starlight Sacred Ground knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had just died at the hands of Fang Qin. Crash! Fang Qin waved his hand, and a wisp of flame burned the last of Supremacy Heavenly Sun's body. Then, he sat cross-legged and merged into the darkness. Cave Ming Mountain. You have the Fire Origin bloodline. It's easy for you to absorb the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart, said Qizhan. Whether it was the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire or the Fire Origin bloodline, the essence was still the Tao of Fire. Therefore, there was no such thing as mutual restraint. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. It seemed that cold and hot should restrain each other, but in fact they reinforced each other. Under Qizhan's guidance, Fang Qin successfully integrated the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart into the Fire Origin bloodline. During this process, the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire changed. Fang Qin was pleasantly surprised. He found that the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire Heart had become stronger after the baptism of the Fire Origin bloodline. With a thought, a small white flame appeared in the center of his palm. There were specks of red light mixed in the middle. Chapter 3084. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky was clear and there were no clouds in sight. Many prodigies gathered in front of the No Man's Land, preparing to enter the depths of the No Man's Land to kill the demon. Many of them smiled and nodded at Fang Qin when they saw him. Only Lichihua was an exception. He stared at Fang Qin fiercely from a distant corner. Of course, he was actually rejoicing in his heart. Although you severely injured me, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to become the strongest prodigy in the Scarlet Sun realm, Lichihua thought to himself. Lichihua already knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had died 3 nights ago. When he first received the news, he was very shocked and angry at the same time. However, after thinking about it carefully, he calmed down. He had been unable to stand out in the Scarlet Sun realm because Supremacy Heavenly Sun was above him and had always suppressed him. However, this was an opportunity. If the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had been killed, he would definitely be furious. At that time, Fang Qin would die and he would become the focus of the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord's training. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Scarlet Sun Realm won't let this matter rest after killing Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Just wait for your death. One could imagine how big of a commotion this news would cause when it reached the Scarlet Sun Realm. Even if the other party was Shen Jianchen, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord would still come to the true martial field to demand an explanation. Moreover, the person who had killed Supremacy Heavenly Sun was just a nobody. Everyone, today's battle will determine whether we can obtain opportunities in the No Man's Land, Shen Jianchen said loudly. Therefore, I hope that everyone can be prepared. After saying a few simple words, Shen Jianchen raised his arms and shouted. Many martial artists entered the No Man's Land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. Many martial artists swarmed into the No Man's Land. A team in the southwest looked cautiously at Fang Qin, who was standing side by side with Shen Jianchen. When it's time to kill the demon, find a chance to kill Fang Qin. The Sky Mountain Palace's disciples were surprised when they recognized Fang Qin. Unfortunately, the Starlight Sacred Land was isolated from the outside world and they couldn't send news back. Otherwise, they would have sent a message to the Sky Mountain Palace's land. The strength of the Hidden Star Palace Master is very strong. We must make sure that our preparations are foolproof. Otherwise, it's easy for us to fail. Another person said, Don't worry. When we kill the devil later, those experts will definitely be at the forefront. As long as they are restrained by the devil, they will definitely leave behind an opening. The first time he met Fong Chen, he invited Fong Chen to join him as an envoy of the Heaven Mountain Palace. From that moment on, the hatred between them was irreconcilable. Humph, after killing you, the Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. At that time, my Heavenly Mountain Palace will definitely rise, the Hall Master of Law said with a sinister smile. Everyone was fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the depths of the no man's land. However, at this moment, Shin Jianchen suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Boom! Demonic chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came whistling from the distant horizon. Many warriors quickly dodged. Of course, there were some weaker warriors who couldn't dodge in time and were attacked by the demonic chi. Crack! Those warriors who were hit by the demonic chi exploded. The demonic chi has found us. Full speed ahead! Shin Jianchen roared. His body turned into a bright sword light and shuttled through the vast demonic chi, leading many warriors forward. Fong Chen was more relaxed for the others. That was because Qi Zhan had a very thorough understanding of that demon. Before the demonic chi got close, he already knew in advance. In addition, Fong Chen's attainments in spacetime were very strong. He was basically no threat. "Senior, has the demonic chi found us?" Fong Chen asked. "He has already found us. This is just an appetizer. When we reach the depths of the no man's land, he will definitely attack," Qi Zhan said. In the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, Shin Jianchen stopped and floated in midair. At the end of his sight was a moving mountain. "What is that?" Some people shouted subconsciously. Fong Chen's pupils constricted. Was a moving mountain the legendary demonic chi? The demonic chi is suppressed in this starry sacred mountain. Qi Zhan said, "Over the years, his aura seems to have weakened a lot. Maybe this time you can really succeed." Kill. Led by Shin Jianchen, many warriors displayed their strongest killing moves and rushed toward the demonic chi. Rumble. The vast attack landed on the mountain and directly blew it up. Roar. A deafening roar came from the mountain. The demonic chi was angry. "All of you must die." Streaks of black light shot out from the dilapidated mountain peak. These rays of black light turned into ripples in the void and quickly rushed into the crowd. Crack! The warriors who were entangled by the black ripples died on the spot, their bodies charred black. Attack the foot of the mountain. Fong Chen quickly moved closer to Shin Jianchen and said in a low voice. Shin Jianchen's eyes flickered when he heard this, but he didn't hesitate and roared. Everyone gathered their firepower and attacked the foot of the mountain. Roar. The demon let out an angry roar as the demonic chi in the mountain grew denser. Set up the array and follow the original plan. Shin Jianchen took the lead and went to the broken mountain. He became one with his sword and displayed the most brilliant attack. At the same time, the top prodigies of the other realms attacked together. Courting death. The mountain moved and spikes broke out from the ground and attacked Shin Jianchen and the others. According to the original plan, everyone who knew about arrays would work together to set up the array. Rumble. At that instant, a powerful formation appeared, temporarily trapping the mountain within it. Starry aura explode. In the next moment, Shin Jianchen used all his strength to extract the starry aura from his body and exploded it. The others followed suit. The monstrous starry aura gathered together and exploded. That terrifying power was something that even sector lords didn't dare to face directly. Boom, 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 boom. The broken mountain was flattened. The green rock that sealed the demonic chi appeared in everyone's sight. In the green rock, there was an evil old man with disheveled hair. His face was ferocious and he was struggling madly, trying to rush out. "You all have to die for ruining my plans." The green rock floated in midair and shot out. Dong! One of the prodigies was caught off guard and was hit by the green rock. He instantly exploded and died. Continue to attack. The plan succeeded and the demonic chi was about to be eliminated. Whoosh! Just as the demonic chi killed a few cultivators, it suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen didn't choose to fight the demonic chi head-on. Instead, he quickly fled. Right now, the people of the Sky Mountain Palace had been waiting for this opportunity. Die. When Fang Chen fled, the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace, who were lying in ambush, swarmed forward, and all their attacks landed on Fang Chen. Ha! Let's see if you can survive this time. The actions of the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace angered many people. You all are courting death. Boom! Before Fang Chen could make a move, someone attacked and killed the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace. I am from the Sky Mountain Palace in the boundless world. The Hall Master of the Law Hall was killed before he could even finish his words. Although the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace were killed in an instant, Fang Chen was affected. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi caught up. Die! With an unparalleled force, the green rock crashed into Fang Chen. Buzz! At the critical moment, the Chaos Sword body was fully activated and enveloped Fang Chen. Even so, Fang Chen was still sent flying. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground. His breathing was chaotic and he spat out blood. Just as Qing Shi was continuing to attack Fang Chen, Shen Jianchen led his men to launch a second attack and attacked Fang Chen. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. The demonic chi has discovered me, so he wants to kill you immediately, Qi Zhan said. While Qi Zhan was speaking, the demonic chi started to kill. The array broke and cultivators died tragically in the hands of the demonic chi. For a moment, the battlefield was out of control. Many sky prides were injured. Even Shen Jianchen, who was at the forefront and had the strongest combat power, was covered in blood. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3085. Within the Bluestone, the demon's attack had reached an incredible level. Only a few top geniuses, including Shen Jianchen, could barely resist it. The other warriors couldn't do it at all. Retreat! Someone in the crowd shouted. Many warriors retreated one after another. Die! The Bluestone hit Shen Jianchen and sent him flying. However, it also bought more time for the other warriors. Whoosh! 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 After hitting Shen Jianchen, the Bluestone attacked Fang Chen again. Boom! When the Bluestone hit Fang Chen, it instantly exploded. The entire ground was shrouded in thick smoke. The battlefield instantly fell silent. What's going on? Even Shen Jianchen suddenly got up and stared at the big pit on the ground. Did they die together? Shen Jianchen murmured. His divine consciousness couldn't sense Fang Chen's aura. This meant that Fang Chen was already dead. Is the demon dead? The remaining geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. The demon was finally dead. Although the result wasn't satisfactory, they didn't care about Fang Chen's death. Fang Chen died in order to kill the devil. From now on, he is my good brother, Shen Jianchen. If anyone dares to insult him, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Jianchen's voice resounded throughout the land. Everyone was shocked and nodded. Since the demon was dead, the only thing left was to look for opportunities. In the depths of the no-man's land, the supreme treasure of inheritance would appear. In a mysterious place, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was surrounded by rolling immortal star power. Whoosh! 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 In a moment, his injuries had healed and his face was much rosier. Are you okay? Qi Zhan asked. Fang Chen nodded and then looked at the Bluestone not far away. Senior, what's going on? Fang Chen asked in confusion. At that time, he only felt the immortal star core in his body suddenly rush out, followed by an explosive force. The next moment, he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place. He was very confused. It should be caused by the star energy in your body, Qi Zhan muttered. He was not the successor of the immortal emperor, so he naturally did not know about the existence of the immortal star core. This was because this was Fang Chen's unique power. Immortal star core? Fang Chen murmured as he looked inside his body. The immortal star core was still floating quietly. There was nothing strange about it. A message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I see. Fang Chen clenched his fists, secretly delighted. Just as Qi Zhan had guessed, the immortal star core had taken action at the critical moment. It had suppressed Qing Shi and brought him here. This should be the place where the immortal emperor left his inheritance, right? Fang Chen murmured. The immortal scepter suddenly appeared. The demon is temporarily sealed. We need to quickly find the thing our master left behind. All right. The immortal scepter led the way. Soon, they found a stone door in the rugged cave. The stone door looked ordinary at first. However, when the immortal star energy released by the immortal scepter touched the stone door, a line of small words instantly appeared. You can only open this door by condensing 2 immortal star cores. This was the handwriting left by the immortal emperor. 2 immortal star cores? Fang Chen was delighted. He immediately activated the 2 immortal star cores and placed his palms on the stone door. Creak! The heavy stone door slowly opened. A dazzling light came from behind the stone door. What's that? Fang Chen saw that in the stone room, in addition to the star energy light cluster, there was a scepter. My origin! Seeing this, the immortal scepter was very excited. Swoosh! It turned into a long rainbow and came in front of the scepter. Hiss! 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 The immortal scepter began to merge with its origin. And in Fang Chen's mind there was an ancient voice. I left this star energy for the successor. Only by absorbing all of it can you activate the immortal scepter in its ultimate state. The ancient voice seemed to come from the distant past. In a moment, the immortal scepter had completely absorbed the origin. Buzz! Cheerful laughter came from the immortal scepter. After countless years, I finally found the origin. From now on, I will be restored to myself. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light burst out from the immortal scepter. At the same time, a vast amount of star energy rushed into it. Is this the Emperor Realm? Fang Chen exclaimed and looked at the immortal scepter, dumbfounded. On the scepter, complex patterns flickered. Each pattern seemed to contain an unimaginable power, and the aura emitted from it made one's primordial spirit palpitate. Other than an Emperor Realm weapon, what else could do this? Yes, after absorbing the origin, I have recovered to the Emperor Realm. The immortal scepter said, however, it is still difficult for you to control me and release the power of the Emperor Realm with your current strength. The star energy light cluster in the stone room was left by the old master for you. After you absorb it, you can barely condense the 3rd immortal star core. You can temporarily control me to release the ultimate power. Fang Chen nodded and suppressed the joy in his heart. He began to absorb the star energy light cluster. A month later, Fang Chen condensed the 3rd immortal star energy. His strength had skyrocketed, and his cultivation had reached the late stage Holy Venerable realm. At this time, he could finally control the immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm. However, the power of an Emperor Realm weapon was too strong. Fang Chen's strength was limited, and he could not control it too many times. Controlling it once will consume all of my strength, and the immortal scepter needs to accumulate power. This process is very long. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, in this state, I can only use it once a year at most. The immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm was Fang Chen's trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he would not use it easily. Let's deal with the demon first, the immortal scepter said. Fang Chen nodded. Holding the immortal scepter, he returned to the place where the demon was sealed. The demon in the stone struggled desperately, as if it wanted to break through the restraints. Seeing Fang Chen, the demon was even more threatening. I will kill you! A demon like you is a danger to the world. You should not exist. As soon as he finished speaking, the scepter smashed down. The stone shattered and the demon fell. The whole process was smooth. The demon did not even have the slightest strength to resist. This was the terrifying attack power of the immortal scepter of the Emperor realm. Too strong. Qi Zhan was shocked and tongue-tied. During this period, other than Fang Chen, the other geniuses had more or less obtained some opportunities in the no man's land. They were wholeheartedly cultivating and accepting the inheritance. Of course, there were still some martial artists who were still running around looking for opportunities. The entire Starlight Sacred Ground seemed to have returned to its original peace. However, outside the Starlight Sacred Ground, there was an undercurrent. Countless experts were hiding in the true Martial Mountain Range, waiting for the geniuses to appear. The two geniuses of the Scarlet Sun Realm will definitely obtain the inheritance. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord was secretly proud. However, he did not know that the Heavenly Sun Realm Lord had fallen, and Li Qihua was severely injured. On the other side, the Black Underworld Realm Lord had also come. Chen Hao's strength is obvious. Even Shen Jianchen may not be able to defeat him. Whenever he thought of Chen Hao, the Black Underworld Realm Lord was very excited. What would it be like to cultivate the Void Extreme Yin lineage to the extreme? Buzz. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the void. However, the several realm lords who came here in person trembled. How can we refuse the invitation of the true martial realm lord? After speaking, the several realm lords disappeared and headed to the core of the true martial realm. Peace returned to the true Martial Mountain Range. As time passed, the aura in the true Martial Mountain Range became more and more oppressive. At the entrance of the Starlight Sacred Ground, starlight shot out in all directions, as though it would open at any moment. I wonder what's the situation in the Starlight Sacred Ground? At this moment, Starlight Sacred Ground, no man's land. A shocking sword light shot up into the sky. It's Shen Jianchen. It seems like he has broken through. Too strong. The sword intent on his body is enough to kill me. It's only a matter of time before such an expert enters the realm of realms. Many people saw the dazzling sword light in the sky and immediately thought of Shen Jianchen. At the same time, rays of light with different auras shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above the no man's land was dazzling. Kiki, I, Chen Hao, have finally cultivated a peerless evil technique. In a dark corner, Chen Hao stood. His body was filled with an incomparably evil aura. Chapter 3086. Even Fang Chen did not expect that when he used the Immortal Emperor Scepter to kill the demon, the remnant consciousness of the demon would escape and enter Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao was no longer the genius of the underworld territory, but an evil cultivator. From today onwards, I am the evil cultivator Chen Hao. Chen Hao's face was ferocious, and his body emitted an evil aura. His eyes were scarlet and filled with a terrifying light. He had merged with the demon's remnant consciousness, and his strength had become abnormally strong. Buzz. He clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the earth to tremble. His aura quickly rose to the peak. Great Tribulation Supremacy. He, Chen Hao, had gone through a lot of hardships, and even gave up his own heart to finally take that step and become a Great Tribulation Supremacy. There are 9 difficulties for a Great Tribulation Supremacy, but they are not difficult for me, Chen Hao. After I leave the Starlight Sacred Ground, I will find a secluded place to undergo the tribulation, Chen Hao said eerily. After merging with the demon's remnant consciousness, Chen Hao's hatred for Fang Chen was even greater. Fang Chen, it's all because of you that I ended up like this. The Starlight Sacred Ground will be your burial ground. I, Chen Hao, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Monstrous demonic aura flickered, and Chen Hao's body disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, Countless martial artists in the Starlight Sacred Ground obtained opportunities and were extremely proud. However, it was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying demon silently appeared. Evil cultivator Chun Hao, who used cruel means to attack his comrades. In a secluded place in the depths of the no man's land, 2 disciples of the underworld territory had just received the inheritance, and they had smiles on their faces. Haha, I didn't expect to get such an inheritance this time. This trip is really worth it. Yeah, it's a pity that senior brother Chun Hao's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to obtain the supreme inheritance. The 2 of them talked about Chun Hao as they walked. Speaking of Chun Hao, the 2 of them felt that it was a pity. I believe that senior brother Chun Hao will not be defeated. He will definitely return. That's right. Senior brother Chun Hao is a 1-in-a-million peerless genius of our Black Turtle territory. He created the Void Extreme Een lineage and even obtained the favor of the Black Turtle territory lord. What can a mere Fong Chen amount to? Voila! Just as the 2 of them were talking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. The 2 of them turned around abruptly, and when they saw who it was, their eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother Chun Hao. The 2 of them cried out in surprise. However, Chun Hao was expressionless. His body faintly emitted an evil aura. Senior brother Chun Hao, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Could it be that your injuries haven't healed yet? After saying this, the disciple realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly shut his mouth. An eerie smile appeared on Chun Hao's face. Since you want me to rise again and climb to the top, then you will have to pay a price. Chun Hao laughed sinisterly and said in a deep voice, Let me think. What should I pay? Chun Hao pretended to think. Why don't I use your lives as a sacrifice? Senior brother Chun Hao. Seeing Chun Hao suddenly attack, the 2 disciples cried out in surprise and retreated. However, how could they be a match for Chun Hao? Crack! Chun Hao opened his big hands and instantly captured the 2 disciples. He then tore them apart and killed them instantly. Then, he sucked the blood of the 2 of them dry. The world is mocking me, Chun Hao. However, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the former Void Extreme Een lineage genius, Chun Hao. From today onwards, he was no longer the Void Extreme Een lineage genius that everyone respected. He was the evil cultivator, Chun Hao. He wanted to use everyone's blood to pave the way for himself. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, many disciples of different forces were more or less killed by Chun Hao. For a time, the news of the demon's reappearance was endless. The demon's reappearance? In the depths of the no man's land, Fong Chen was a little surprised. He knew better than anyone that he had killed the demon with the immortal scepter. The demon is dead. Qi Zhan also said, there must be someone behind this. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chen found some clues from the crowd's discussion and started to track down the so-called demon. As the strongest genius of the true martial field and the leader of the younger generation in the eastern region, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch such a thing happen. Any demon should be killed. Shen Jianchen ordered, and many martial artists started to search for the demon. After hearing this news, Chun Hao's heart was filled with killing intent. Shen Jianchen, you want to kill me? Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after, Chun Hao found Shen Jianchen. At this time, Shen Jianchen was in a hidden place, looking for the demon's tracks. Shen Jianchen. Chun Hao looked calm and walked slowly. Chun Hao? Seeing Chun Hao, Shen Jianchen was a little surprised. He thought that after being defeated by Fong Chen, Chun Hao wouldn't be able to recover. He didn't expect him to walk out of the haze so quickly. What are you doing here? Shen Jianchen asked. I'm here to borrow something from you. Chun Hao smiled devilishly and said, What is it? Shen Jianchen didn't care and asked directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, A monstrous demonic aura burst out from Chern Hao's palm. Following this, he threw a punch forward at lightning speed. Dong! Shin Jianchen was caught off guard and pulled out his sword to block. The powerful force passed through the long sword and shook his body. Dang! 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 Shin Jianchen's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Chern Hao angrily. Chern Hao, what are you doing? I want to borrow your life. Chern Hao's face was ferocious and revealed his true face. Seeing Chern Hao's current appearance and feeling the evil aura on him, Shin Jianchen instantly understood. You're the rumored demon? Shin Jianchen asked. So what if I'm a demon? When I reach the peak, who in the world dares to call me a demon? Chern Hao said. I heard that you, Shin Jianchen, want to kill me, so I'm here to find you. Chern Hao of the Xuanwu territory, a monstrous genius who has the potential to reach the World Lord realm, is willing to degrade himself and become a demon. What a joke! Shin Jianchen said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All of this was forced by you. Speaking until here, Chern Hao fell into madness. Rumble! Violent energy whizzed out and the entire space was shrouded in demonic aura. Chern Hao and Shin Jianchen, the two peak prodigies, fought together. No one knew what was going on here. However, not long after, a shocking piece of news spread. Shin Jianchen fought with the demon in the depths of the no-man's zone for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he was defeated and disappeared. When this piece of news spread, it caused the people who were receiving the inheritance in the no-man's zone to panic. Fang Chen, who was moving quickly, stopped in his track. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out who the demon that fought with Shin Jianchen was. Senior, I know what you want to know. I can tell you with certainty that there are no other demons in the no-man's zone other than the one you killed. Qi Zhan said. Could it be that someone obtained the inheritance of the demon and went crazy? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this point. It's highly possible. But who in the younger generation can defeat Shin Jianchen? Fang Chen shook his head. In the distant horizon, evil cultivator Chern Hao stood on the clouds and was shrouded in demonic aura. His scarlet eyes were looking into the distance. That was where Fang Chen was standing. Fang Chen, it's time to fight to the death. Chern Hao said sinisterly. Even Shin Jianchen, who is known as the strongest prodigy, was defeated by me. What right do you have to compete with me? Chern Hao was originally full of hatred for Fang Chen. At this moment, with the influence of the demon's remnant consciousness, Chern Hao forgot everything after seeing Fang Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this person. Fang Chen, Chern Hao said slowly. When the voice came out, it immediately alarmed Fang Chen. The latter turned around abruptly and was a little shocked when he saw Chern Hao. You're the demon that fought with Shin Jianchen, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Yes, it's me. Chern Hao and Fang Chen faced each other in the air. Their piercing cold voices slowly spread out. Chapter 3087. When Fang Chen faced off against Chern Hao, he already knew what was going on. Chern Hao cultivated an evil technique and became an evil cultivator. Shin Jianchen wanted to kill me but was defeated by me in the end. He fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Chern Hao said eerily, What are you going to use to block my attack today? Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, he felt a familiar aura. He has the remnant consciousness of the demon on him. Qi Zhan exclaimed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. That day when you killed the demon, his remnant consciousness escaped and merged with this person. That's why he hates you so much. Soon, Qi Zhan understood what had happened. At the same time, he hated Chern Hao. Merged with the demon's remnant consciousness? Fang Chen's lips curled up and revealed a strange smile. Fang Chen, today, no one will be able to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chern Hao directly attacked and a monstrous demonic aura burst out from his body. Kill. Chern Hao roared and his entire appearance seemed to have changed. The evil cultivator Chern Hao had completely revealed his true appearance. Invincible Sword Principle. Facing Chern Hao, Fang Chen was fearless and displayed the invincible sword principle. He swung the hidden star sword 7 times in a row, and each sword represented a move of the invincible sword principle. There were a total of 7 moves, and when they were performed together, their power reached the peak. Crack! Chern Hao clenched his fists, and a vast demonic aura shrouded his fist. He suddenly punched out and smashed the first sword light that approached him. At the same time, he quickly blasted out countless fist shadows. The battle here was too big and earth-shattering. Soon, it attracted many martial artists in the No Man's Land. Look, there's a shocking battle in the depths of the No Man's Land. Who is fighting? What a terrifying demonic aura. Could it be that someone is fighting with the demon? The sky prides of the various realms hid in the dark and quickly approached the battlefield. When they saw the appearance of the person who was fighting, they cried out involuntarily. That's Fang Chen? How can it be? Didn't he die with the demon? Why are you here? He's too strong. Every strike of his seems to be able to trigger a change in the rules. Everyone's hearts trembled. The potential that Fang Chen displayed was too tyrannical, leaving them in the dust. However, when they saw the person fighting Fang Chen, they were even more dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine it. Why is the demon fighting Fang Chen so familiar? Chern Hao of the Black Turtle Territory. Damn it, did Chern Hao join the devil? Judging from the demonic aura emanating from his body, he must have cultivated a demonic art. For a moment, everyone was incomparably furious. As a human martial artist, it was natural for him to hate the devil. But now, Chern Hao had openly practiced an evil technique and became a heretical cultivator. To think that a heaven's pride of the underworld territory would do such a heartless thing. Damn it. Many people in my sect have died at the hands of Chern Hao. He wants to pay with blood. Many people became restless, wanting to help Fang Chen. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they still chose to watch from the side. Because at this moment, the battle between the two was too earth-shattering, and they couldn't get close at all. Evil demonic hand. Chern Hao, who had fought fiercely with Fang Chen, didn't seem to want to waste any more time. He shouted in a low voice and spread out his big hand, resonating with the terrifying demonic aura in the sky. It's all over. The evil demonic hand was the devil's life's work, and its attack power was extremely strong. If it wasn't for his remnant consciousness, Chern Hao wouldn't have been able to control it. Practicing an evil technique, you must die. Fang Chen's cold voice also spread rapidly between heaven and earth. Seeing that Chern Hao's demonic hand was about to reach him, Fang Chen took out the Immortal Scepter. To completely destroy the devil, he had to use the Immortal Scepter in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, the remnant consciousness would definitely escape again. This time, Fang Chen didn't want to give him any chance. Kill. Fang Chen forcibly activated the power in his body and madly injected it into the Immortal Scepter. Dong! 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 A thunderous sound came from the Immortal Scepter, and then a terrifying aura quickly spread out. At this moment, everyone who was secretly watching was stunned and speechless. Crack! The Immortal Scepter, with its supreme strength, pierced through the demonic hand and bombarded Chern Hao's body. No. Seeing this, Chern Hao's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. I hate. After saying these 2 words, Chern Hao's body instantly collapsed, and was completely destroyed, along with his primordial spirit. The remnant consciousness was also directly refined by the Immortal Scepter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, a violent wind blew. Seeing that the devil had completely fallen, Fang Chen's body was extremely weak, and he sat on the ground, panting. He could only use the Immortal Scepter once a year. In this short period of time, he had used it twice in a row. This time, he had used up all his strength, and even injured his internal organs. Fang Chen is injured. He's too strong. Even Chen Hao couldn't resist. Just as everyone was shocked, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the crowd. Fang Chen died. The person who came was Li Qihua. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Sensing that Fang Chen's aura was weak, he attacked without hiding anything. Despicable. Some people cursed secretly while others tried to stop him. However, Li Qihua came prepared. With a wave of his hand, primordial fire burned the sky, temporarily blocking everyone. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. Buzz! The hidden star sword stood in front of Fang Chen, and a terrifying sword Dao aura shrouded its master. The sword trembled and a furious sword cry sounded. Stop! At this moment, a ray of light shuttled through the void, as fast as lightning. Everyone didn't even see any trace of Fang Chen, but he was already gone. Who saved Fang Chen? Someone exclaimed. Who else could it be? The others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Who else could be so amazing other than Kong Changyue of the Void Realm? Damn it, Kong Changyue, you and I are irreconcilable. Li Qihua was furious that Kong Changyue saved the fat meat in his hand. In a hidden place, the void rippled, and Kong Changyue suddenly appeared and put Fang Chen on the ground. Brother Fang, are you okay? Kong Changyue put his palm on Fang Chen's back, and an endless stream of power was injected into his body. After a while, Fang Chen's face eased a little. Thank you, Fang Chen said with difficulty. I didn't expect Chen how to cultivate an evil technique, Kong Changyue said angrily. Even if Brother Fang didn't do it, I would have done it and killed him. Before this, Fang Chen didn't see Kong Changyue and thought that he didn't come. He didn't expect Kong Changyue to save him at the critical moment. Brother Fang, don't worry. With me here to protect you, you can rest assured and recover from your injuries, Kong Changyue continued. Fang Chen nodded and didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. At the same time, the news of Chen Hao hiding in the evil path and becoming an evil cultivator quickly spread. Countless martial artists were denouncing Chen Hao. However, when they learned that Chen Hao had been killed by Fang Chen, they were extremely happy and excited. Evil cultivator Chen Hao deserves to die. He betrayed mankind and willingly became the lackey of evil cultivators. Killing 9 generations of his family is already a light punishment. I will report this matter to the Realm Lord, and ask him to go to the Underworld Realm to ask for an explanation. Yes, the Underworld Realm should be responsible for this matter. Countless discussions were heard. As time passed, the opening of the Starlight Holy Ground was getting closer and closer. Half a month later, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. His injuries were almost healed. Brother Fang is worthy of being a genius. Such recovery ability is amazing, Kong Changyue said with a smile. Due to some matters, he had delayed his arrival for a long time. After hearing about Fang Chen's deeds, he admired him even more. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Brother Kong. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Kong Changyue shrugged and said, It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Brother Fang has made a great contribution this time. Although you killed Chen Hao, the Underworld Realm Lord won't dare to target you. Fang Chen nodded. After leaving the Starlight Holy Ground, Brother Fang, what do you plan to do? Kong Changyue asked. Return to the boundless world, Fang Chen said. Don't you plan to explore the other dangerous places in the true Martial Mountain Range? Fang Chen shook his head. He had been away for a long time. He didn't know how the Hidden Star Palace was doing. He needed to return as soon as possible.